These are like the textbooks for Africa for intellectual property. And I know it took a lot of time for McLean to put these together, and you can all really benefit from them. So I just urge you to go get both of these books. And actually, McLean even talks a little bit about his relationship with me.
There's intellectual property there in terms of the trademark of that particular perfume. There could be even patents in respect of the composition of that particular perfume. You've come here, there's water in front of you. If you pick up the bottle that you have in front of you, there's intellectual property. There is Aquavita, that's a trademark. If you look at the shape of this particular bottle, it's got particular patterns. That's actually design registration in many cases. Some of you are writing notes right now. You got copyright in those particular notes. So intellectual property refers to the creations of the mind. So as human beings we create, and those creations of the mind deserve to be protected. And that's in essence the different forms of intellectual property. Sherry and I are probably going to spend a lot of time talking about patents, there's trademarks, spoken about designs, there's trade secrets. Some of you drink Coca-Cola, there's a Coca-Cola there. There's a secret formula in terms of Coca-Cola that is protected by way of trade secrets. Yesterday we heard about AI and coding. That is normally protected by copyright.
So it's pretty complicated, isn't it? And we have lots of people, even who are educated and who have started companies, getting confused between patents, trademarks, know-how, copyright, etc. Now, what McLean said is that we're going to spend most of this hour unpacking patents because we both specialize in the patent area. We're both patent lawyers, patent attorneys. Can you explain what is a patent and how do you get it?
So in essence, one should think about a patent as a negative right that a government gives to an inventor. So let me perhaps simplify it further. So when you come up with an invention or something that is new that has never existed before, that thing needs to be protected. And you then go to a patent office in a particular country and apply for a patent, which means that you're applying for a right to stop other people from manufacturing the same thing, from importing the same thing from another country if they're manufacturing it elsewhere, from selling the same thing, and often from using the same thing in the country. So it is a right that the government actually gives an inventor so that the inventor is able to enjoy the fruits of their creativity for a defined period of time. And that defined period of time is 20 years. And the whole reason around patents is that the idea is that people should not die with the ideas in their heads. So you have to disclose the idea, tell the world how the idea is put into practice, and then the government in return to you actually disclosing, then gives you this monopoly for 20 years.
Mm-hmm. And McLean, what are the 3 requirements for a patent?
So the 3 requirements is that, first of all, it must be new, meaning that it must not have been done anywhere in the world. And by that is if there is a thesis in Beijing somewhere, in a corner library, that people can go in and hopefully try to read, but no one has read it, it means that it is no longer new. So it must be new, absolutely new, which means that it must not have been done before. The second one is that it must be non-obvious, or it must be inventive, meaning that when a person that is skilled in that particular profession looks at the body of knowledge that exists, they would come to the same, they would not come to the same conclusion. They would, so if they come to the same conclusion, then it is obvious, it is not inventive. So that's the second requirement. And the third requirement is that it must be applicable in industry, trade, and agriculture. So the third requirement is an important one, particularly when it comes to, for example, certain inventions which are practiced, for example, on a human being. So if I come up with an invention to, let's say, to cure a particular disease, but in order to do that, I have to do something to Sherry like that, in order to make it work, then it is against moral, other things, so it does not meet the third requirement. However, if I come up with a pill that to cure a particular disease, that meets the first 2 requirements, it will meet the third requirement.
Yes, yes. And the different kinds of inventions, we have manufacturers, we have machines. You can have what's called a composition of matter, which would be, as McLean said, it can be a compound or it can be a formulation. Yesterday, one of the entrepreneurs was talking about healthcare formulations yesterday that she had made. In my mind, I immediately thought, oh, did she go get a patent on that? But of course, I didn't ask her. Interesting question. Or methods of use. And so these are 3 different criteria for patents in the United States and all over the world. I've even had some people at this conference come up to me and said, I have an idea, I've invented something, I'm developing something, what should I do? So I know that we have inventors and innovators right here in this room today. So the subject we're talking about is extremely important, and I hope you're listening to all of these fundamentals, because this may be a way that you can help develop your companies. So, easy question, or good question, why do patents matter to African development?
So, I mean, patents do matter because, if you look at the world, how most economies have developed, they've developed through innovations. So innovation has been the bedrock of economic development. If you look at the challenges that have been solved across the world, it has been through innovation, and those have been protected. So you protect so that you can be able to control how that invention or innovation then gets utilized in society. When we come back and look at China, I mean, there was an example that was used yesterday. China 50 years ago, if you look at Korea 50 years ago, 1959, Korea was poorer than Mozambique. But what did Korea do? They invested in research and development, they invested in innovation, and over a period of time, they started to protect their ideas. They got more patents. Today, I think Korea is probably the 2nd or 3rd largest country in terms of patenting. And so they're coming up with ideas. Some of you are using Samsung. That's a Korean invention which has got multiple patents in that particular device. So patents are important for Africa. They're important for Zambia because they provide the basis for development. So as you come up with your new ideas, you need to make sure that you protect them. Remember, I said the first requirement is that it must be new. So don't go tell the world everything about your idea. You must sign non-disclosure agreements to prevent other people from discussing those ideas with other people. So just to summarize, patents are important for development, and also when you are like where Zambia is right now, you might not be patenting a lot, but there's a lot that can be learned from patents that exist elsewhere.
Yeah, that's great. Now, Africa is a big continent. It has a number of countries, I think 55 countries in Africa, and they're all sovereign countries. So they are allowed to come up with their own patent systems. They have their own legislature. Usually patent systems are passed by legislatures and they become laws. And then those laws are enforced in the various countries. Can you talk about the patent legal system in various countries as well as the patent organizations? How is Africa organized in terms of their patent laws?
So I think quite critical is the fact that patents are territorial. So let me start there. And what does that mean is that a patent is granted by a government. Remember, it's that relationship where the government gives you a patent once you have disclosed how the invention is carried out. And therefore, every country has got a patent system, and the enforcement of patents happens in countries. Now, in Africa, we have two regional organizations. One is called ARIPO, African Regional IP Organization, based out of Harare, and that is responsible for many of the countries. Zambia is part of ARIPO, Zimbabwe, Botswana. There's a number of English-speaking countries that are members of that. And then there's OAPI, which is more for the French-speaking countries in Africa, largely West Africa and Central Africa. That also is responsible for a regional system for protecting inventions. Now, South Africa and Nigeria are not part of that. Right. They're the biggest markets in Africa, and part of the reason why they're not part of that particular system could be, I think, political policy, dynamics. So in essence, when you have an invention as a Zambian inventor, you can then apply here, your first application, and then go to ARIPO if you're interested in the countries within English-speaking. If you're interested in French-speaking, then you then apply as well to OAPI. So the one thing that you must also know is that there is no such thing as a worldwide patent. Right? So if anyone tells you that they have a worldwide patent, tell them that's rubbish. Right? A worldwide patent does not exist. Patents are granted per territory, per country.
That's a great point. We do have some global organizations. We have the World Trade Organization. We have the World Intellectual Property Organization that deal with some of these issues. And then we have the Patent Cooperation Treaty. Can you talk about some of the international treaties?
So I think when it comes to patents, perhaps the most important one, is the Patent Cooperation, the PTC, treaty, because what that does is, remember, I've just said that there's no worldwide patent. But what the PCT does is that it allows an inventor to then get an application right across the world, in essence, an application across the world. So you file your first application in Zambia. After about 12 months, then you file a PCT application. That is, PCT is administered by the World Intellectual Property Organization in Geneva. That then gives you another 18 months to 20 months, during which they will do some examination and search. And then at the end of that particular process, then you may go into different countries and get the final patent granted. Mm-hmm. And then Sherry spoke about the World Trade Organization. That's an important organization because it administers something that is called the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property, which in essence lays out the basis of minimum standards for protection and also provides for certain exemptions in respect of patenting.
Yeah, Zambia, of course, right now is characterized as a least developed country. And the World Trade Organization has put some protections in place for least developed countries as exemptions from patent infringement. One of those exemptions is pharmaceutical exemption. So even though this group of countries which have come together to make the EURIPO organization is made up of mostly least developed countries. And those countries do not have to enforce any pharmaceutical patents until at least, I think, 2033 right now, and that keeps going forward, keeps getting kicked forward. So, we at our law firm, we represent a lot of pharmaceutical companies, a lot of biotech companies, and they file patent applications around the world. One of the places they sometimes file is EURIPO, which includes Zambia. After they get a patent which is granted in Zambia, one of the first things they get is a letter from a lot of the countries in EURIPO saying, by the way, we don't have to enforce your patent until 2033. And that's because of the pharmaceutical exemption under the World Trade Organization. I kind of think that's fair. I think it's fair. I think that we have to put countries on a level playing field. I think we have to protect the least developed countries. And so please remember, we heard over the last couple of days that some of you are involved or want to be involved in the pharmaceutical area. So the patent process in Zambia and some of the least developed countries in EURIPO and in Africa will not enforce pharmaceutical patents. Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, so I think one of the critical things, and we saw this during the COVID pandemic, is an issue of access to health. And part of the exemption of least developed countries is also looking at the manufacturing capability of many countries. I think we heard yesterday Zambia doesn't have a pharmaceutical manufacturing company, so there is no intense research on pharmaceuticals, and therefore the exemption is worthwhile to be able to allow the least developed countries to develop their economies and capabilities to a point where they are also able to now contribute to inventions that help advance global health. So I think it's important to understand that, and I think in the same vein that least developed countries are not obliged to enforce pharmaceutical patents. It's important for countries like Zambia and Zimbabwe and others to actually then start to develop their own capabilities to manufacture and research and come up with new treatments.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the issue of enforcement of patents shows that the patent system is kind of bifurcated. If you want to get a patent, you go through a patent office and you show that it satisfies the 3 criteria that McLean talked about. And then if you're lucky enough to get a patent, what does that do for you? You can't walk down, you can walk down the street, knock on somebody's door and say, I have a patent, and please stop doing that. A lot of times they're not going to stop, right? They're not that friendly because they've got a company themselves. So that means that you have to take that patent and go to the court system, and you have to file a complaint and say, this company is infringing my patent. I want you to enforce my patent. So the patent system requires 2 things. It requires a patent organization to issue patents, and then it requires a court system to enforce patents. So it's said sometimes, McLean, that a patent is only as strong as the court system in the country that you're involved with. So can you talk about that? How important is the court system to the patent system?
I mean, the court system is very important. Remember what I said earlier is that patents are issued by governments, so they're territorial. So if a government issues you a patent and then someone copies that invention, which in patent language we call infringement. When you go to the court to ask for remedies, if the courts do not enforce the law, then it erodes the confidence of the people in the legal system. So it's very important for the legal system to interpret the law properly and to ensure that patents are enforced. So if you look at South Africa, for example, South Africa does not examine patents, and I mean we may go into slightly more detail on that. But it has a very good legal system that understands patents. So when someone copies my invention, I run to the court, and then the judges will then have to test whether, first of all, the 3 requirements have been met in terms of the validity of my patent, but because I have a patent, they assume that it's indeed the case, and then they look at the invention that I'm saying is infringing, and they say, is this copying? And if it is, then they must grant me some remedies.
Yeah. And of course, we say the unsaid word, which is corruption. So if you're in a country where the person who wins the legal case is the one who pays the judge the most money, then your patent doesn't mean very much.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, just going back, and I think it's aligned with that, is that patents are used as a form of attracting investment into a country. So Zambia wants to manufacture electric cars. Why? Because you got lithium, somewhere in the north or northwest, right? So you want to beneficiate that lithium, then produce the batteries, and therefore you want to have a car manufacturing factory in Zambia. Elon Musk, he has a company that manufactures electric cars, and he wants to invest in Zambia. For him to bring that investment here, he needs to be comfortable that the patents that his company Tesla has will not be copied here. And if they are copied, that the courts will protect him. So if there is doubt, that investment will not come in here, it will go into another country. But if he is comfortable that the legal system is good and it will protect him, that investment will come in here, and Zambia will then start to develop not only mine lithium, but then that lithium will then be beneficiated into batteries, and then those batteries go into those cars that are manufactured here, and then you start to export those cars, and then that brings in investment, brings in dollars back into Zambia, and the economy will grow, more jobs will be created.
That's actually a really, really huge point. To the extent that you want foreign direct investment into your countries, you have to have a strong, ethical, unbiased, uncorrupted judiciary, which will protect the rights of the investment. And that's been a struggle. That has without a doubt been a struggle in some of the African countries, and it has kept some foreign direct investment away from Africa. Now, some people would argue maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you shouldn't have foreign direct investment. Maybe you should have it all made in your countries. However, maybe a good blend of that is the right way to go. But even in your own countries, we have people here who are going to become inventors. Some of you have wonderful ideas in your mind of things you want to make and things you want to develop and companies you want to start. Well, in order to do that, you're going to need to have your rights protected if and when another company comes in and tries to do what you're doing, and you have a patent on it, or they've stolen your trade secret, or they've stolen your know-how. You want to be able to go to court. So you will remember in the Kectil second assignment was on good governance. And I know some of you at least are in the process of being in the Kectil program this year. One of the questions that we asked in that second assignment is, let's talk about the criticality of an independent judiciary. And I won't say a lot about that today because we're talking about patents. However, one could make a good argument that having an independent judiciary is the most important branch of government, because that branch can keep the government in check, it can keep the military in check, and it can keep business in check, because it's there to meter justice. And I think it's very important, and I think it's a very, very important message, and that's why we really focus on that in the Kectil program, is bringing to the minds of the youth the criticality of an impartial judicial system. And it affects immediately direct foreign investment, it affects your patents, your intellectual property, your know-how, your brilliance, your creativity. So anyone from any country can apply for a patent in any country. So to a certain extent, patents are completely democratized because there's really no borders. If someone from Zambia has a great invention, something they think fulfills all those requirements of novelty, of unobviousness, of utility, and gives enough detail to be able to practice the invention, you can file a patent application, and then within 1 year, you can file that application all over the world through what McLean is talking about, which is through the Patent Cooperation Treaty. And then you can file patents everywhere. So that means that people in Zambia can get patents all over the world, but people all over the world can get patents in Zambia. So how is that balance working for developing countries?
So I think the decision to file a patent, whether to file or not to file a patent, it's a business decision. It's a business decision because you have to look at your markets. You don't just file a patent because it is costly. So you file a patent in a market where you believe you will be able to get a return on your investment. Now, many countries or many inventors worldwide, they make those decisions to file depending on the market. So a pharmaceutical company may file in Zambia because it's a big market. They may file in Zambia because there are manufacturers in Zambia and therefore they want to protect, themselves. So it is not one can think of it as it's quite balanced. Yes, it's even playing ground, but also it's a matter of resources. So the countries that have got resources would have a better edge than those that don't have, resources. But I think what is important, I believe, for Zambia is to start somewhere, start small, start to file more patents locally, start to then go, global in the markets where you believe you can be able to take your invention, and then over a period of time, I believe that Zambia will be able to be a powerhouse, not only in the continent but globally in respect of innovation.
Yeah, I think two stories that are interesting in terms of the development of intellectual property in developing countries are the stories of India and China, and being able to contrast those two. So first, let's start with the country of China. Let's start with China first. Initially, China, of course, didn't respect any patents and was a huge copy country. And then it decided it wanted to go into innovation. And when China decides it wants to do something, it does it. It does it, and it does it quickly. Okay. And so it's completely flipped and decided that it wants to be an innovator country. And when you look at China today, the economics are off the chart. And I know that from my own practice in the United States, when we're representing these pharmaceutical and biotech companies, and we do searching for prior art, sometimes in some of the areas, almost all the prior art is coming from China. That was unheard of 5 or 10 years ago. And we actually hired a Chinese patent agent in our office, so when we find this Chinese prior art, she can read it just like that and tell us what it says and whether it's a problem for our clients. China is just busting it in terms of filing patent applications. Okay, the U.S. Patent Office has said that Chinese companies are filing as many or more patents in the United States than U.S. inventors now. Okay, what are your thoughts on the Chinese explosion of intellectual patents?
Yeah, so I think in case you're getting confused, when Sherry says prior art, it means relevant information. Remember, we spoke about it has to be new. So it would be all the documents and all the information that relates to that particular invention. So that would be prior art, which has been disclosed by other people. So I think, China is an interesting one because, many of us knew China is not respecting intellectual property. But also, I think China, in my view, and I deal with this in Footprints, understood the intellectual property system. Remember, they were a least developed country. They were a developing country. So under the TRIPS agreement, which was administered by WTO, there were certain exemptions, and China used them. But many people feared China because they did not understand China, so what did they do? They did not file patents in China. And China, as they're building up their manufacturing capability, would copy, in essence, because there was no patent. So if there is no patent, you're allowed to copy. So they copied. Unfortunately, given their size and the scale, some of those copies ended up in markets where there were patents. And that's where the problem was. But what we have seen, in essence, and we're seeing in China, and this is a lesson for many developing countries, is that you need to invest in research and development, and then you need to start to protect the outcomes, the results of that research and development in the form of patents, and over a period of time, your economy will start to also develop. And so today, China has attracted huge industries into China. China today produces a lot of goods. And if you look at one of the biggest tech companies, Huawei, is Chinese. Yeah. The technology that is in Huawei devices is world-class. It's protected by patents, not only in China, but in the United States and everywhere. So that they have managed to use the intellectual property system, and today China respects intellectual property. Their legal system is also improved in terms of enforcement of patents.
Yeah. And China, that's exactly right. China has actually appointed judges to their trial courts and appeal courts who are technically trained to listen to patent cases. And they take them very seriously now. Years ago, when I was practicing in the pharmaceutical and biotech area, when we came across a Chinese patent, we'd almost dismiss it because we'd know it would be such poor quality, poorly written, didn't describe what it needed to claim or claiming, probably not a valid patent. That story has changed. When we look at Chinese patents today, they're taken very seriously. They're sometimes 100, 200 pages. The technology is right on point. They're describing the chemistry, they're describing the biology, they've got experiments, they've got backup, and they're probably a valid patent. Many of them are probably valid patents that can be enforced in the United States. So they've upped their quality, they've become very sophisticated. Now, China and India have about the same population. They're both kind of Asian countries. They both have a very smart population. And they've kind of gone to a certain extent in different directions in terms of the patent system and their patent policies. Do you want to talk about that for a minute?
Yes, so it's quite interesting because I think India, at some point, in my view, had taken a very strong pro-patent, stance, and this would have been in the early 2000s, and this was led by the CSIR of India. But at that particular point in time, India was also developing their generic manufacturing industry, which today is probably the most dominant generic manufacturing industry in the world. And I think, I don't know whether you know, but generic industries, they almost scavenge on the patent system. So they wait for the patents to expire, and then they bring on a drug that is almost a copycat of the patented drug at a lower price. And so India has built this huge machinery of a generic manufacturing industry. And as a result, I think their patent system has been tailored in such a way as to favor the generic industry. It might appear to be for good because we want access to health, to medicine, but in the long term, my view is that it's actually going to come back to haunt India. Mm-hmm. So India needs to actually strengthen its patent system, and it needs to start to allow for more patents that relate to pharmaceuticals to be filed and also enforced.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, and it shows how government policy affects the trajectory of the countries. So China decided to become an innovator country. It put in a very strong patent system. It put in a good judicial system protecting the patents, and now you see huge innovation coming from the countries. In India, India has an enormous generic industry, as McLean says, and they've got an enormous generic lobby, which is very influential in their legislature. And so they have passed a lot of, I would call them anti-patent protection type regimes, which protect the generic industry, which is their industry. So India has developed a generic industry, and China has developed more of an innovative industry, and you can take that back to their early governmental policies and the kind of laws that they've enacted based on the policies that they want to use. However, we all know that generic products don't get the same profit that innovator products do. Okay, is that a good long-term strategy to favor generic industries? Probably not, as you said. India is going to probably at some point right that ship as they get more innovators, and they're going to strengthen their IP system, their patent system, and they're going to then become more of an innovative economy. I don't think that's going to happen. That may happen in the next 5 to 15 years. They're not quite there yet. I mean, I'm in the trenches there prosecuting patents in India every day, just like in China. You know, we're prosecuting patents all over the world, so we know on the ground what's going on. And in India, I mean, they also have a pre-grant and a post-grant opposition period. So when a pharmaceutical company files a patent in India, generic companies can come in and oppose it before it even gets granted. I'm in 2 pre-grant opposition proceedings in India right now, haven't even gotten the patent yet. And so they hold it up, and then as soon as they get to the hearing, then they have one of their friends file. Then they have another one of their friends file. And they can keep that thing going to keep you from getting a patent. So probably not, my own view, of course, I'm pro-innovation, I'm pro-patent, but I'd say that's probably not a good long-term strategy. Now, McLean and I have been discussing policy issues as good friends all the way back through, I don't know, with 2008, 2007. We are the group that we've been together for a very long time. We love each other in the intellectual property area, and we've shared so many comments, and we've been together on at so many conferences. One memory that sticks out in my mind is at the World Trade Organization. We were both asked to, at the World Bank in Washington, we were both asked to speak at a one-day conference on IP in developing countries, and that was back in 2010, 14. We must have been teenagers. Were we teenagers? I think we were teenagers.
We were, Sherry. I think you were about 16 at the time.
I don't even think we graduated from college, right? I don't know how it could have been 2010, but apparently it was. So we were speaking at the World Bank, about IP in developing countries and having conversations very similar to what we're having today. But it was an extremely snowy day in Washington, D.C. It was freezing cold. I hate the cold. That's why I love being in Zambia. Thank you very much for your beautiful weather and nice temperature. It was freezing cold, blizzard-like snowing conditions. So McLean and I had just spoken at a very high-level conference with some judges from appellate courts and academic experts. And we decided at the end to go get a cup of coffee, warm up, and we were trying to cross the street. We couldn't even cross the street. The wind was coming so much, I was going backwards instead of forwards because the wind was pushing me backwards as I was trying to walk forwards. We finally, all we did was get across the street, and we knew we were not leaving that restaurant for a very long time because we couldn't walk outside. So we decided to brainstorm about what we could do together as a patent attorney from the United States and a patent attorney from South Africa. How could we bring our cultures together for a really good discussion about policy? So what happened?
Sherry, we didn't go into that restaurant by choice. We were trying to find a taxi, and we couldn't find the taxi.
Yeah.
And the wind was too much, the snow was too much. This is a black African man that is stuck in a snow area, so that didn't work well. So I think Sherry was more worried about me. And then we found this coffee shop. It was actually a restaurant. And we decided to actually brainstorm. The result of that was that we ended up with a conference, the first of its kind conference in Cape Town, where we brought on board international speakers, the Judge of Appeal Court, Judge Rader from the United States. We had ministers from South Africa. We had other members from the African continent, from the rest of the continent. And I think it was probably about 350 people or so. In fact, it was actually, if this is 350, it was probably more than this. Yeah. Because we had a venue,
more like 500.
It was about 500 people. So Clip this, we called it Clip
Deck. It was the conference on accelerating IP and innovation in South Africa. Clip Deck, and it occurred in 2011, and McLean and I were the co-hosts of this conference. And so I used all the power I had to bring in the biggest star power I could from the United States. McLean brought all of his star power in and brought amazing speakers from the African continent, and we had a great conference and a great several days talking about it. And the really good thing about that conference is, of course, not everyone agreed. That's what happens with policy. There were some of the policy people in South Africa and in other countries that wanted to adopt the Indian system. There were some policy experts that thought the Chinese system was better. There are some people who thought the U.S. system was better. And we had I thought, an amazing, very authentic conversation about where to take the patent system in South Africa all the way back in 2011. And I think that it had an impact. Just having that conversation had a big impact.
No, I think certainly it did. And I think when Sherry talks about the different systems, for me, and I deal with this in Footprints, is that the patent system has got to be contextual. So each country has got to look at its level of development, where it is at, look at 50 years from now, where it wants to go, and then almost start with the end in mind. Similar to the way that you've been advised, those that are on the Kectil program, write your death speech. Similar, countries need to write 50 years ahead, what do they want to become, and then come backwards and say, what kind of systems do we need to put in place so that we can be able to get there. And I believe that that particular conference we're able to achieve quite a bit. And I mean, it led on to the other conference in Durban a couple of years later, where it was quite clear that South Africa decided to follow a particular path. And I think as experts, we respected that. But it was also important for the government of South Africa to understand what this path that South Africa decided to follow would mean. But I think the good thing was that earlier there was also a particular decision by the Department of Science and Innovation to follow a strong pro-patent or strong IP system. And therefore, within one country, you had actually one department pushing a pro-innovation agenda, and then on the other side, you had another department pushing more for an anti-patent system.
Mm-hmm. And I think that conversation is still going on in Africa. It's still very live. I think it's outstanding. And there are aspects of both of those kinds of policy advocates that are happening in Africa. And you're seeing what's happening in India. You're seeing what's happening in China as developing countries, and that conversation is going to progress. So I guess my final question to you before I open it up to a couple of questions is, what's your dream for the patent system of Africa now and maybe in 10 or 20 years? What do you want to see it look like?
So my dream is for Africa to be the leader in innovation globally. There is no reason why we cannot. We have the numbers, we have the most youthful population in the world. I think barring Asia, I think we've got the fastest growing youth and also population generally. We have the minerals which we can then beneficiate, and there's knowledge generation that can happen. I believe that we need to develop strong IP systems. We need to develop human capital to manage intellectual property and deal with our own small contribution in South Africa in respect of developing patent attorneys, developing technology transfer offices at universities, getting universities just to focus on innovation, not just research and publications, but focus on solving the problems of the day of society, and therefore contributing to knowledge. Currently, Africa contributes less than 1% of the global patent output. It's been like that for the last 10 years. Less than 1% comes from Africa, a continent of almost 2 billion people, contributing less than 1%. It is not good enough. Mm-hmm. So my vision is that in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, we should be contributing at least 10%, because it takes time to build the systems. Mm-hmm. But also my vision of the patent system is that we shouldn't be just about patenting. We should be about using the patent system. So it's about borrowing the best from the best and bringing it in here and customizing it for our own needs. So there are solutions to some of the problems that are quite pressing for Africa. Those solutions exist elsewhere. They've been tried and tested, but they are not patented here. Or they were patented here, but the patents have expired. Mm-hmm. Therefore, why do we need to reinvent the wheel? We need to take and customize it for here. That's how Korea built their economy. And my vision is, in essence, we need to be having startups coming out of Africa that are knowledgeable on intellectual property, and they've got global intellectual property, and are solving and contributing to solving global challenges.
That's great. Are we going to be doing panels in the next 14 years? I'm going to meet you back here. Well,
yeah, absolutely. I think the next 50
started in 2011.
Yeah, next 50 years.
Okay, there we go. Okay, you heard it right here. we're going to close out now. Those are beautiful comments, beautiful goals, aspirations, visions for Africa. We all want to see that happen. We'll take 3 questions if anybody has questions, and then we've got to go on. One from, do we have, where's the mic? Let's get the mic. You pick the people if you want. Okay. We'll let McLean choose the questioners.
So there's a lady there, and then a gentleman at the back there, and there's a lady here.
Okay, and you'll wait for the mic. I think hopefully the mic's coming in just a minute because we want everyone to be able to hear the question.
I guess, we're still waiting for the mic. So whilst we're waiting for the mic, let me just maybe say a few, remarks. I think one of the things as you build your businesses, we've spent a lot of time talking about intellectual property, but I want to perhaps narrow down on perhaps 1 or 2 advices on innovation. Is that in your entrepreneurial journey, you need to focus on being multipliers. And what I mean by that is that try to understand why are you building this business. So whatever business you're doing, understand why you're doing it. And if you're doing it for money, I think you need to go back and rethink. Because if your sole purpose of doing it is for money, I can almost guarantee you will not be able to scale long term. So you need to have a greater purpose of doing it. And I'm reminded by a quote by Russian author Leo Tolstoy, who says that the sole meaning of life is to serve humanity. And therefore, as you build your businesses, you've got to ask yourself, is this contributing to solving humanity? So that is the one thing that I'd like you to actually take with. And then the second one is that no one achieves anything great by themselves. No one. So if any person tells you that they've been self-made, they're lying. And it's either they're lying or they haven't really achieved anything great. So you would need a team. You're going to need mentors. You're going to need coaches along the way. And quite often is to also appreciate the fact that someone that comes up with the idea is not necessarily the one that's going to help, that's going to actually scale it up. We had Dumisani yesterday that spoke. Dumisani is a CA, and he basically got brought into a business by a tech person that had the idea. And Dumisani and the tech person, they built that particular business. So it became a team. So as you build your business, you also need to understand that at some point, you may not be the one that is actually going to scale up that business. So I think we have the mic now.
Yeah, I think we've got the mic now, and McLean has selected the questioners. It was up.
Good morning. My name is Lishuko. So my question is, given the fact that Africa is only contributing to less than 1% of the patents, isn't it because less people in Africa know about this patent thing? So what are we doing as Africa to inform people, not just people, but even those in rural areas about the patents and trademarks and the list? Thank you.
So I think as the mic moves on, I think the biggest challenge is that patents are a result of research and development. And African countries spend far less on research and development. South Africa, for example, spends about 0.85% of GDP on research and development. China, that we heard about, China spends probably about 3%. Korea spends about 4% of their GDP. Now, their GDP is far higher than the GDP of African countries. So in essence, we need to actually start to increase our level of investment in research and development and the research intensity at the universities. And at the same time, we do in essence what you are also alluding to, which is increasing the awareness of our populace on the matters of intellectual property and patents.
Okay, McLean had selected 3 people to ask a question. Can those 3 people please stand up? Well, okay, so those 3 people are the ones who will get the mic? Okay.
My name is Taonga Kaonga, and my question is, what happens when a patent expires? Does it get to be renewed? Is there a possibility of doing that?
That's a great question. So when a patent expires, it expires. It means that there's no renewal process. You've been given 20 years, and that's it. So other people can then start to use it.
Just like excuses expire, so do patents.
Thank you so much. My name is Brighton. So yesterday's session, the panelists mentioned integrating AI in various businesses. So I would like to take your take on what you would recommend for a country in terms of legal policies and frameworks that the country can actually add to their current system in terms of AI, blockchain, and biotechnology. Thank you.
So I think I think at the end of the discussion yesterday, there was also debate as to whether an AI can be an inventor or not an inventor. I think so the decision is quite clear that only human beings can be inventors. So I think if we then look at the patent system and we look at AI, I think AI can be helpful within the patent system, perhaps in terms of helping one to do data mining and understand what the patent landscape is all about, and perhaps help to direct you in a particular research area. It could also be helpful in respect of the innovation process, helping in the innovation process, provided you can be able to describe the invention and it can be done without necessarily this black box that people need to go into. So there is perhaps many aspects. It's a field that is evolving at the moment.
Okay, now we have the last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel. And my question is, why does the London Metal Exchange control the prices of minerals that actually come from Africa? Is it the problem of policy in Africa? I mean, are we not supposed to be in charge of our stake? What is the problem? Where are we in terms of policy as it relates to what comes from Africa?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert in that. I think that's more of a trading, question. It doesn't relate to patents. I'm happy to have a chat over coffee, around that. It's same way that, for example, the diamonds, De Beers controls the market. But it's not a patent question, and I'm not an expert in it, so let me not even attempt to answer that.
Okay, a wonderful panel, McLean. Can we give McLean a big hand for this?
Thank you to Sherry and Dr. McLean Sivanda once again for that very, very informative session. We're going to roll into the next part of the program, which will actually be an interactive conversation I believe Sangeet will be moderating that. Yes, I've been given a nod, so that's excellent. And I'll just introduce the the theme for this next discussion, which will be youth strategies for financial health. Sangeet, if you want to take the stage. And I believe Dingane is available as well. I don't see him. Has Dingane arrived? No? Okay, guys, so a correction there. So it won't be a discussion, it will be a keynote by Sangeet. Yesterday, Sangeet opened our program, our conference actually, when he was talking about the secrets of early success. But now he's going to unpack for us the youth strategies for financial health. Over to you, Sangeet.
Mic is on? All right. I come from a
That'll wake everyone up.
The mic is on. I think it is on. Yeah, fantastic.
Let's just see. Let me It comes out fuzzy a little bit.
Is better?
Can we get this on? Yeah, just give me a second to think about it.
Is on? It's on. So I come from a developing nation, India. In developing nations like India, like Zambia, like South Africa, like the majority of the nations in Africa, we succeed despite our governments. In developing nations, we succeed not because of our governments, we succeed not because of our governments, but rather despite our governments. We grow when our governments sleep. We fight against our governments. We struggle against our governments. And we await when our governments go to sleep. So now, exactly like yesterday, we come to an existential question. And what is an existential question? An existential question is a question that determines life and death. So today, the existential question which I am asking myself, and probably you should ask yourself, is how do we succeed despite our governments? So the ancient Greeks have got a method, and they wrote this particular method in big bold letters on one of their biggest temples, the temple of Apollo. They called it the Maxim. And what does it say on the temple of Apollo? It says, know thyself. So Aristotle, who came after Socrates the wise man, Plato the wise man, and here is Aristotle the wisest man, and he says, and incidentally, Aristotle invented majority of the things which you are doing today. Science, biology, mathematics, the way of thinking, everything which you are doing today attributed to Aristotle. And Aristotle says, a wise man is somebody who knows himself. So in this particular context, our knowing oneself starts with how do we behave with money? Yesterday, today, the researcher in me is awoke, and I counted the number of questions which are getting asked over here. 60% of the questions which you asked yesterday and today are about money. How do I get money? How do I spend money? How do I invest money? How do I succeed with money? Money, money, money. So in our session today, in the next coming 20 minutes or so, and after that I open it up for all the questions. If I know the answers, I will answer you. Otherwise, we'll figure it out together. We are going to spend together in understanding money and in understanding how you handle money. Are we ready? So the first thing which I want to know is, which I would like you to do is that, and unlike yesterday where I was talking and you were listening, which I hated, today you are going to talk along with me. So the first thing which I would like you to do is that, and none of the organizers would allow you to do this. I'm giving you permission, right? Special permission. Just pick your phone up quickly, and if you had registered for this particular money aptitude survey, just check out in your phone whether you've received the results of this particular study. Can you just pick up the phone and quickly check on this? And figure out where exactly you belong to. Only if you have taken the survey. If you have not taken the survey, you're not part of it. You've got the results? Everybody who doesn't have the results, just put their hands up. Probably you have not registered. All the rest of you have got results. Fantastic. Okay, so just to give a overview of what we are trying to do. A lot of times when we talk about money, it is not really about money. It is about our attitudes and our habits towards money. It's not just about money, but it's about our habits and the attitude towards money. So back at the London School of Economics, we figured out a way in which we can find out which habits and which attitudes you belong to as far as a person is concerned. The haptitudes of money. Normally this is a proprietary research, but today all of you who are present over here for the Kectil Zambia conference, you get the results of this research with compliments from Kectil. Okay, so we discovered what is money about. Right? When you are talking about how do I get money, how do I make money, how do I utilize money, how do I raise money, how do I spend money, essentially what you're talking about is my habits and attitudes about money. And this particular study is going to reveal who exactly and where exactly you fall. So essentially what happens is that you fall into, according to the London School of Economics research, all of us fall into 6 groups, one of the 6 groups. The first group is called security. You use money to feel safe and to be in control. I'm going to take you through, each one of you, through what you are in a moment from now. You use money to feel safe and in control. 15% of you fall into that particular group. Somebody who uses money for security. The second one, look at it. Almost 2/3 of you fall into this particular group, which is called planning. You are using money intentionally to reach your goals. You're figuring out how exactly I can amass money so that I can reach my goals. Carefree. I don't care about money. If I have money, I use money. If I don't have money, I don't use money. Just 1% of it. I would like to see that 1%. Who is that 1% who is carefree about money? Nobody will raise their hands now. Giving, the second biggest group. You use money as a means to give it to others, donate to others, help others, so that you feel good about it. The fourth largest group, you want to have a status. You want to enhance your status. You want to feel good about it. People should say that, oh, you've got a big car, you've got the latest mobile phone, you've got the best jacket. You should be somebody big. Status. And the last one, spontaneous. Again, similar to carefree. You use money to live in the particular moment. So what you need to realize over here is that You might be falling into any one of the groups. You might be falling into carefree, you might be falling into spontaneous, you might be falling into planning, you might be falling into giving. Never ever think that one particular aptitude is better than the other aptitude. Just because you are in the 1% which is carefree, doesn't matter it does not mean that you've got a problem. It just means that that's the person you are. And we are going to figure out what are the advantages and disadvantages with each group. Yes? Yes? In this particular session, you're going to give me a resounding yes. If you are not giving me a resounding yes, the complimentary thing which I spoke about earlier, that complimentary is going to go into my pocket. And I'm going to walk right outside. Yes? 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 Yes. Everybody likes compliments. We first get into security. We spoke about it, right? Security is somebody who uses money to feel secure about themselves. I save money, I keep money to myself, so that I feel secure about myself. But the problem is that a lot of your friends might end up thinking that you are a cheap guy. My boyfriend, he took me out for dinner, but when the bill came in, what did he do? Yeah, he wanted to use the washroom. Exactly at the same time when the bill came in, he wanted to use the washroom. You might feel like cheap, inflexible, but at the same time, the advantage about it is that you're preparing yourself for the future. You have money when you need it. All the rest of them don't have money when you need it. They were carefree as far as the money is concerned. They were spontaneous as far as the money is concerned. They were going after the latest iPhone, and they were going after the latest vehicle in town. But then, now you have the money, they don't have the money. You keep the money for yourself, and you shop for good quality items. And you know exactly what you want, and you know exactly what you don't want. That's what security is all about. I'm going to take questions after everything is explained. I'll take as many questions as you want. Planning. Majority of you belong over here. In a way, good thing, because probably you are at that phase of life, you are at that particular juncture of life where you need to be planning, where you need to keep money, ensure that you have got enough money, and you've got a goal which you need to achieve, and you're pushing towards that. Your money is for planning. Your money is so that you will achieve the vision. Your money is so that you will be able to start it up. So you come across as somebody who is determined, you're driven, but at the same time a bit too cautious. You're confident, you stick to the plans, carefree. It's kind of opposite. If you end up looking at it, you see that it's kind of diametrically opposite to the earlier two things which we saw, security and planning. Compared to security and planning, the secure people as well as the planning people, they're very cautious, they're very determined, they're planning too much about their life. They're planning too much about how exactly I would launch my startup and succeed in my startup. This is kind of diametrically opposite. You're easygoing, you're flexible, you've got a positive outlook, and when the bill comes in, what happens? You are there. You're not in the washroom. Right? You're not in the washroom, but you are there. That's more of carefree. But at the same time, this has also got disadvantages. The disadvantages being you often depend on others to help you. You run out of money quite soon. Very diametrically opposite as far as planning and security is concerned. Almost 1/5 of you belong over here. You're kind. You're selfless. You like others being helped. For you, money is a means. But again, as I said earlier, no particular group is better than the others. Giving sounds exceptionally good. It sounds like the right thing to do, right? Giving sounds like the right thing to do. But at the same time, if you go by evolutionary biology is a part of science which studies why you react to particular things in life because of the way you evolved in the savannas of Africa. This is a motherland, yes? This is a motherland, right? How exactly you evolved in this motherland. So there are a lot of things which are wired in us. For example, when you see a spider, you jump. Do you jump? When you see a spider, you jump. The spider might be just harmless. It might not do anything to you. But you still jump. When you see a car, do you jump? When you see a car, do you jump? You don't jump. But statistically speaking, you've got a bigger chance of being overrun by that car than by the spider. Yeah. But you still jump because evolutionarily that is how we are wired. So some of the things like, so I'm coming to the point why you think that giving is a great thing. Yes, it is a great one. It is another one of the segments. That's about it. It doesn't mean that giving is much better than spontaneous, is much better than planning. No, that's how you are. Right? Giving developed as an evolutionary process. When you're living in a jungle, when you're living in a cave, you need to cooperate with the next person. When a saber-toothed tiger comes, you want the other person's help. So you develop giving as a means of your own survival. So that's why you feel good about giving. So in a lot of times, giving itself is a selfish means. Why do I give it to a beggar? Why do I give it to a homeless? Why do I give it to a poor? Why don't I walk away? If I walk away, after a point of time, I have guilt that, oops, why did I ignore that poor man? So, to alleviate my guilt, I end up giving. So that doesn't mean that giving is bad. That doesn't mean that giving is good. I'm just saying that giving is agnostic. It is just a segment. Right? So those who have got carefree don't feel bad about it. Those who have got giving don't feel super proud about it. Both are okay. Right? So giving, you enjoy making others happy, excellent. You feel appreciated for your generosity. You want to be appreciated for your generosity. That's exactly why you're giving. Status. And to have status at some point of time, I also give. To ensure that people see me in good spirits, part of it, I give. Sometimes you also come across as somebody who is superficial. Because I told you earlier, right? You want the latest iPhone. You want the best car. Again, caveat, no judgments over here. It's okay to be status-driven. It is just who you are. You remember the maximum on the top of Apollo? What was the maxim? Know thyself. That's all what, at this particular point of time, all what we are going to do over here is that knowing yourself. Whatever it is. And I think the last one is spontaneous. You're fun-loving, you're daring. You live in the particular moment. You feel like doing something, you exactly do that particular moment. You're a spontaneous person. Okay. Now that we have got all the 6 segments over here, what we also need to realize is that not all the time you are that single person. You might have got the results as a planning person. You might have got the result as a security person. Security person does what when the bill comes? Not all security people are like that, okay? But still, I'm just taking an arbitrary example. I'm a planning person. I'm a security person also. I'm security and planning, right? What do secure people? I'm security person. What do secure people do when the bill comes in? They go to the washroom. They go to the washroom, right? But security people, also what they do is that he's got a girlfriend. He wants to impress a girlfriend. With all the rest of them, he's in the washroom. But with his girlfriend, what is he doing? He's ordering the best of the dishes. And not from the washroom, but over there. When the bill comes in, he snatches away his girlfriend's credit card, says, I will pay for this. I got it. You saw the dichotomy? So sometimes you could be a secure person, sometimes you could also be a spontaneous person, sometimes you could also be a carefree person. So 60% of you might be a security, while 10% of you would be balancing, another 10% or 30% of you would be spontaneous. Second, from an emotional perspective, sometimes again you act like that. You are in a particular situation. For example, I know my friends, some of my friends, they're extremely cautious with money most of the times. But the minute they are under stress, they just spend whatever they have saved until that particular point of time, they end up spending all of that whenever they are under stress. You've seen people who died. They died throughout the time. But sometimes whenever they are stressed, they go on an eating binge. Some others, when they're happy, they go on an eating binge. You behave with money also in a similar fashion. Okay, so a lot of us, again, I come back to the point which I made yesterday. You remember dad dynamics and parental dynamics and all those things? Yes? Yes? A lot of those place in our lives. How exactly parents behaved with us when it came to the money. Or if your partner is a very different way of dealing with money, you might have a very different way of dealing with money. That again, you end up imbibing that part of money. So, things which I would like you to take home today is that, one, we have selected for you what is the dominant segment you belong to. Whether you are a planner, whether you are a spontaneous person, whether you are a carefree person, secure person, we have selected for you the dominant one. When you go through life, think about that particular aspect of it. How am I behaving like the secure person? Is there something which I need to correct as far as the money is concerned? Or when you're starting your startup, you start thinking whether I need to take a debt because I'm a carefree person. The cost of money in Zambia, I'm told that it is 35%. And if it is 35%, you take a debt and you are a carefree person. You spend all the money on the latest iPhone. Then you're dead. So you start thinking about what is your dominant style. Learn more about yourself. And when you learn more about yourself, you become wiser, you become successful. Yes? Yes. And if any one of you who have not taken this survey, and if you would like to take the survey, all what you need to do is that, complete the survey over here. I would get to know that you have finished the survey, and I would be glad to share the results of the survey with Roderick, who would end up sharing it with you. He would also share this entire set of this one, because before I began the session, I told you this is compliments from Kectil. Right? The London School of Economic Study, compliments from Kectil, which also means that I would share all what I've presented over here. All this would be given back to you on the WhatsApp group. Compliments, right? Thank you. Two questions, three questions, more than glad to take.
Okay, thank you, Sandy. Those were excellent comments, and it's wonderful to have the youth think intentionally about money and think intentionally about how they're handling it. So I think you've woken up a lot of ideas in a lot of the young people's minds today. So thank you very much for that. One of the things I wanted to ask you about and just bring up is the effect of differences in attitudes towards money and how that affects relationships and how it affects marriages. And is it important as you're going through life, when you maybe pick out the person that you want to be your life partner, that you want to marry, is it important to have financial discussions ahead of time? If someone is very carefree and they marry somebody who's very conservative, does that lead to arguments? How does that work? And what are your recommendations for all the youth in this room? And they're all 17 to 26. They're probably thinking about their seasons of life, going on to their relationships. Can you give us some wisdom about about how you deal with potential controversy about money issues.
What a fabulous question. When you are selecting a life partner, when you're selecting a startup partner, when you're selecting a friend, you are security oriented. Your partner, startup partner, life partner, any which ways, they are carefree. How do you deal with money? Research says that 60% of the divorces in the world happen because of differences about how you view money. How you view money. If I am security oriented and my wife is carefree oriented, completely different perspectives. And the worst part about dating, which is kind of a gestation period, and marriage is that, during the gestation period, the dating period, you are never inside the washroom. You're almost always paying the bill. You put up a facade. When the marriage comes in, you're always in the washroom. Right? So first, very important to understand your partner and the money part of the partner part of it. Right? So like I said, 60% of the divorces, more than 60% of the divorces happen because of your attitude towards money. Majority of the startups fail because of the attitude towards money. One of the partners want to spend all the money in technology, another one of those partners want to have a security as far as your startup is concerned. One, probably take this quiz. Second, have a discussion. Third, and the most important, successful people change themselves. They always have got the ability to adapt. I am more of a security and a planning oriented person. My wife is more of a spontaneous as well as status-oriented person. There's nothing in us which is similar. I'm status and planning. Sorry, I'm security and planning. She is status and spontaneous. But now, I'm a bit of status and carefree and spontaneous, and she is a lot security and planning. You build a bridge. Next question. I'll take only another one or two quick questions, and that's the end of it. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Benel Chalo. So my question is it possible for one to have all the characteristics? Because from what we've gone through, all of them are important in certain aspects. Yes. For example, on the giving part, when you give, it's more blessed giving than receiving. Yes,
I got the question. I'm rushing through the question so that I can take a couple of more questions, since it is a very tricky part of this one. Is it possible for you to have all the characteristics? Yes and no. There will almost always be a dominant one. Right? Always be a dominant one. Just because you've got 6, it doesn't mean that everything will be exactly equal. There will always be a dominant one. And there will always be a subdominant characteristic. If you do not have the dominant and the subdominant characteristics, it just means that you have not been truthful as far as it is concerned. That's one part of it. Second part of it, it is possible that in one part of your life you have been carefree. In your teenage you've been carefree. Right? And then you become spontaneous, and then you become security. As you go through life, it's absolutely possible for you to become that. Like I told you, I was planning at some point of time, I was security oriented at some point of time, but now where am I? I would say that somewhere in between status and spontaneous, right? It's possible for you to flip. One more question, please.
So according to the categories you mentioned, which one best suits an entrepreneur?
Which one best suits an entrepreneur? No right answers. Absolutely no right answers over here. It is about how you are, right? It sounds as if planning is the best one for an entrepreneur. Security is the best one for an entrepreneur. It sounds like it. But I'm sure that quite a lot of spontaneous and the carefree people who are very successful people. For example, Elon Musk belongs to the carefree category. And he's the most successful entrepreneur probably ever. He's sending people to the Mars. So, no right answers over here. Whatever you are, know thyself. That's about it. Know that these are your advantages, these are your disadvantages, and wade through life based on the advantages, disadvantages. I'll take one more last question and I'm done. Yes, please. You have been asking too many questions. You are the one, is it?
Yes, I am here to learn. Good morning, sir. I'm Chakozani once again.
30 seconds, yes.
Okay. One of the challenges most startup entrepreneurs struggle with when they get a grant or a loan is before you get the money, you envision what you spend it on, which is business. But once the money reaches their pockets, or our pockets, we think of paying debt and being spontaneous and showing off in terms of status. So how does one, as a startup entrepreneur, work on that, especially if they're in the spontaneous category? Thank you.
Fantastic question. That's a great question. I'll give you a story. A great friend of mine, he started up something in India. He started up something which is called Red Bus. Red Bus happens to be the biggest public transport aggregator probably in the world itself. Just like Uber, but it aggregates seats on the public buses. I know him for quite long. And I know that as a person, he's an extremely planning and a security-oriented person. Extremely planning and security-oriented person. When we go out for a dinner, he will order only what is absolutely required. He raised $600 million from a South African company, Naspers. I went back to him. I had a couple of needy students which had to be given scholarship, which had to be wherein I had to have sponsors. I went to him. I asked him, now that you have got a large funding, I would like you to sponsor. He said, my dear friend, the way I dealt with my personal money, that's exactly the way I will deal with the public money. No changes. The way you deal with your personal money, that's exactly the way you deal with your public money. When you do that, we go right back into the first statement which I made. We succeed in developing nations despite our governments. We are forced to succeed despite our governments because our government servants do not behave the same way with their personal money and public money. The minute you behave like that, you will be successful. Thank you very much.
Sangeet, thank you for your session. I think you've really helped us become more aware of the sort of financial personalities that we are. So thank you very much for your preparation, Sangeet. It is now time for us to take a short break, tea break. So we, just like yesterday, as soon as we would like to, we can go outside and we'll find our refreshments outside. The tea break time is exactly 15 minutes. Please be settled back in within 15 minutes, and we can proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you.
Together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive. Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive. Cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this of liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together. built to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. disrupt vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be.
Something very, very interesting happened during the break, just before we go into the next discussion, the next session. One of our fellow Kectil colleagues, misplaced their phone. And they were looking for it quite frantically. And they came to me and asked me to make an announcement. But before I could actually make the announcement, the mobile phone was actually retrieved and brought back safely to its rightful owner. So I guess for me, I'm just saying this just to commend all of you. That's actually commendable. That's actually commendable. Because we hear these stories in Dubai, you know, someone left their wallet at a station or in a taxi and it came back safely. This is pretty exemplary, Kectil youth. And Roderick was actually saying, here they don't steal, here they don't steal. So I was like, okay, this is really good proof. This is fantastic stuff. So well done to all of you, and Malilwe, Wilasha phone. Okay? Good stuff. No, that's really good. That's a very, very commendable thing from all of you. Okay, welcome back from the tea break. I hope you've enjoyed or are enjoying your refreshments. We will roll with the rest of the program. And actually, I am pleased to ask Monica if you want to just take the stage as I introduce our discussion and introduce you. Please welcome Monica. If you sit, I think if you sit right there, that's it. Yeah, no. So Monica Monica Musonda will be the keynote stroke panelist for this session that we're about to start now. In short, I'll go deeper into her bio and her profile as we interact, but as a headline introduction, she is the founder and CEO of Java Foods. Java Foods is a manufacturer of consumer goods and various food products. So I believe a lot of us have enjoyed Easy Noodles, probably their most famous product. I am quite a loyal Easy Noodles consumer myself, so you are now looking at the face and the person behind the company that produces those products. So we're going to dive into a discussion discussing her entrepreneurial story and journey, and then we'll unpack more of her profile and her perspectives, and I will be the one to moderate the discussion. So I'm really honored to join Monica for the rest of the discussion on this theme. Thanks. Okay. Morning, Monica. It's still morning, I believe.
Yes.
I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. Can everyone hear me? I think, and before we start, I want to say, first of all, it's so great to be here and so great to see so many of you. I mean, congratulations, Kectil, for bringing so many smart, inspirational, high achievers together. So well done for waking up and being here this morning.
So, Monica, we're going to discuss your entrepreneurial story, and I think the great thing about a story is that it has various elements to it. There's a protagonist usually, the starring, and there's an antagonist, sort of the villain or villains. There's a plot, there's subplots, there's a whole arc. So we'll be unpacking these various elements of your particular entrepreneurial story and seeing where the fundamentals that the rest of us can apply are. Okay, so typically when someone has an entrepreneur like yourself in front of them and it's sort of an interview or a Q&A, they ask, why did you start, how did you start? But I want to ask you the reverse question first. If you did not start Java Foods, Monica, how do you think, or where do you think you would be right now had Java Foods not been something you embarked on?
Sure. I think I probably would still be a lawyer. I trained as a lawyer. I may not have been necessarily happy, but I would have been, churning the hours, as they say, and maybe not even back here in Zambia. I might have been somewhere else. So I think Java Foods saved me and redirected what my purpose was in life. Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. You did mention being a lawyer. Monica is a corporate lawyer with international experience. And there's an interesting story because you were corporate affairs director with Dangote Cement PLC. And I believe there's a story behind how you got that opportunity and meeting Aliko Dangote. Do you want to just unpack the story and that opportunity for the youth?
Sure. So one thing is, and I've met about 4 lawyers during the tea break, so law is going strong for sure. I started my career as a lawyer. I went to UNZA. So my story is probably no different from many of you here. So believe this, that your story can be big. I started at UNZA, I went to Ziale and passed, and then I wanted to study further, and I was given an opportunity, and I took the shot. Every time I took an opportunity, or someone presented an opportunity, I took it. Even if I was afraid, if I wasn't sure, I took it, right? And one of the opportunities I took was to move to Washington, D.C., and I worked for the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group. And their role is to finance business, big business with big money, basically. And Mr. Dangote at the time had come to finance his first cement plant in 2006. And he was looking for about almost $1 billion to finance, no, actually less. He was looking for $500 million to finance his cement plant. And nobody really knew who he was outside of Nigeria. And he was really having a hard time, believe it or not, to raise this $500 million. And in the end, people had to come together, international organizations came together to finance his first plant, right? And I was lucky to be in the room at the IFC when they were negotiating one of his financing contracts. But I also happened to be the only black person in the room, right? And then he noticed, and he asked me, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I said, oh, I'm from Zambia, I'm so-and-so, I work in the legal department. And he was like, but what are you doing here? There's a lot of work to do at home. And he offered me a job, right? And actually what's crazy about it is that at the time, everyone was like, why would you leave the World Bank? I mean, the World Bank offers a lot of security, you retire very well, you travel across the world, I mean, it's got a lot of status, right? You get paid on time, every time, there's no, trying to negotiate salaries, etc. And it was also in Washington, D.C. It's very, very comfortable, right? And I had been to Lagos. I mean, Lusaka is like beautiful compared to Lagos. Lusaka, you live well, you have electricity on most days. And it was a really big leap. I took a leap of faith to jump and work for an entrepreneur. Because he really was an entrepreneur. And the first year, actually, I can tell you, lots of people thought he was going to fail. And everybody said that he is so indebted that he will be nothing. Like he's just going to roll over.
Yeah.
And a secret, he used to pay me my salary from his personal bank account because in the first year, because the project couldn't sustain that, those salaries at the time. But it just took 2 years, and now he's one of the biggest entrepreneurs that we know of, right? So it's really interesting. One, I took my shot, but I took a shot on someone at the time who was also doubted, right? So sometimes the story is not a straight line, huh? And I moved to Lagos, and he taught me a lot of things. He taught me to step out of the law, gave me courage, and actually I ended up in Zambia with a lot of that courage because I knew I too wanted to do something in my own country, right?
Thanks for that, Monica. And you've mentioned working as a lawyer. Java Foods is a food processing company, essentially, and you've gone into sort of a different industry. What are some of the lessons you've learned going into an industry that's slightly maybe different from how you were trained or your professional training? Because some of the youths may want to venture into businesses and companies where they are not necessarily from that background, but they want to join or participate in that industry.
So that's the truth. I knew nothing about what I was going to start on when I moved to Zambia to set up Java Foods. I had not trained for it, so I hadn't had a certificate. I hadn't lived in Zambia for 14 years. I was a woman in a sector where they weren't used to seeing women, so everyone already was doubting me that, these ones, they won't last. Don't give them the opportunity because in a year they won't be here. So I had so many things against me, right? But one thing was clear is that I knew I was a fast learner. I knew that the other guy might know something, but it's not that I could learn it. I was willing to learn, I was willing to start, I was willing to make the mistake, I was willing to really be aggressive. I used to go into people's offices because people ordinarily will give you time, and I would ask them questions. And not everybody will help you, that's life, right? But you will learn something for them. It's interesting, I used to also advertise for jobs, like, I'm looking at, even though I couldn't afford a COO, but I would put an advert out and interview people. And actually, I was learning from them. I'll say, so what does the market say? And how does that sell? How did you sell? And literally learning through the answers of other people. So all I knew is that I knew I didn't know very much, but I knew I had to learn. And I think that's also the lesson. The lesson is, how willing are you to be flexible, to step out of your comfort zone, because it is stepping out of what you know and what you fundamentally believe in, to get yourself uncomfortable, to be doubted and unknown, and to really grow and learn. Because sometimes it means, being at the end of the line. By the way, remember, I was a corporate lawyer, and people would see me and run and scamper and try to get business from me. And when I got into Java, I couldn't even get an invitation for a Christmas party because I had nothing to give, right? So it meant literally dropping from somewhere to nowhere to start again. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to do the work to build something for yourself from nothing? But the reality is, I've been doing it for 10 years, and now people stop me in the supermarket and say, but how did you think about it, right? So see how it changes? It's really uncomfortable in the beginning, but 10 years later, it's a completely different story. So it's possible to learn. It is possible to gain people's trust. It is possible to make mistakes and recover from the mistakes, right? So it's been a great journey of learning, of understanding how Zambia works, because Zambia is phenomenal. Zambia is so, trust me, you guys are the ones who are going to make things change. Because all we're trying to do, even at Java, is understand you, how you buy, how much you spend, how we should speak to you, because you're the bulk of the consumer today. So if you guys have that answer, you will win. You will win. There's so many companies who are failing today because they're doing things they did 40 years ago without realizing how so much has changed because of who you are.
Thanks for that, Monica. I think it's really important sometimes to know that you don't know in order to be aware of who can help you know. Like you said, you are flexible and you are prepared to be uncomfortable, to ask questions, to be aggressive is one word that I picked up on that you just used. To be aggressive, assert yourself, and ask the questions to get you to know what you may not necessarily already know. And you've gone from inception of the idea all the way you've scaled your business to now being a multi-million-dollar business. Some people have good ideas that may not eventually scale. Okay, what lessons have you learned moving from in scaling, and particularly in the concept of scaling a business? What lessons can you share with the youth on going from the idea to actually being a successfully scaled business?
And it is the process, right? You start from somewhere. You can start from the back of your parents' home. You can start from your dorm room, the business, but you have to start the business, right? But you also have to move the business. It has to fundamentally grow and be bigger than you, right? And that's all we ask, and that's all we want to see for business, the growth stage, the scaling. So one thing I took away from scaling was that really understanding what we were selling and understanding if someone was willing to buy it, right? And at the price we were selling it. Did we understand when people were willing to pay? In the beginning, we didn't really understand the market, but we took time to understand, one, the problem we were trying to solve. So the problem we were trying to solve was that a lot of people only had so much money to spend on food per day. They were busy. It meant that people in the cities today were not necessarily eating out of the garden, but were on the go, but didn't have a lot of money. So for us, Easy Noodles was solving convenience, was solving affordability, was solving a new brand, a new product, right? And so we had to understand that, how to sell that. So we said, as soon as we understood that, we knew we had to scale it, because then we knew we couldn't sell only 5 of them. We knew we had to grow it. So then we had to ask ourselves, how do we scale it? How do we grow the business? What are the learnings? And some of the stuff we did very wrong. For instance, we spent a lot of money on a very big warehouse in our first year when we actually had no capacity for such a big room. That would have come much later. Perhaps the first year we should have just kept it small, managed our money, got paid. Because by the way, a sale is not a sale until you get the money. Yep. So it's selling on credit will kill you. So it was all the things we learned. We learned about how sometimes, like, you want to be in a big shop like ShopRite. ShopRite is great for visibility. ShopRite is tough on small business because of the way they pay. But also we learned that actually only 30% of our customers shop in ShopRite, right? Imagine that. Because then we were all fighting to be ShopRite, but the 70% were shopping in Kamwala, Chaisa. Then we figured it out, and we went. So we really had to look around. How are we going to grow the revenue? Then we had to figure out how we're going to finance it, because it was okay when it was just me selling 4 or 5 packets, but then I needed to get more people. How was I going to pay that? And when you get people on, you have to figure out how you're going to pay them, how they're going to move around, how you're going to keep the electricity on, all these issues. And then the question began, how do we finance the business? Because the only way it was going to grow was with an injection of some form of capital. And that's when I had to ask myself on a personal level, was I willing to put the money I had long worked for? Because I didn't become an entrepreneur about your age, by the way. I'm much, much older than you guys. Really, I am much older. So I became an entrepreneur much later in my 30s, right? But it meant that I had worked for almost 18 years. So all the money I had worked for, I had to make a decision to put in the business. And I did, because that was the only way I was going to finance the growth, right? So again, you've got to ask yourself, is it really going to be worth it? Do I believe 100% in the success of this story? And even if it doesn't work, am I willing to change gears, change the idea, start again, using the money I have? Because that's what it is. I mean, business, it's always great on paper when it starts, but something happens, something changes. I mean, I can tell you, when we built our factory, it was fantastic. We were so happy. In 2018, we raised this money and we went out and got our factory in China. But we bought it from Wuhan. Does anyone know what Wuhan is famous for? Exactly. COVID started in Wuhan. I got my line. Before the door closed in Wuhan, we got the factory out. And we thought, we're safe. We got the factory. And then we called them and said, the factory has arrived. Can you come and install? I said, well, we can't leave, huh? There's a lockdown. I had a factory in containers for 9 months, if you want to see crying. And people who we got the money for were expecting money. So you see how things are not a straight line. I mean, who would have thought that I would have bought a factory for Wuhan, right? Life happens, right? So the first 2 years after we got the factory were terrible. But we pivoted the business and we started a brand called Super Cereal, which was a maize soya porridge. So it's interesting how you have to be flexible when something doesn't work out, and you have to be open to it because you fundamentally believe that you're meant to be an entrepreneur. Do you believe it, or are you just doing it because you can't get a job, you actually really want to work for a bank, and maybe just not? So the only way you're going to succeed is if you put your 110%, if you are willing to put your back into it, which means your money, your time, your everything to make it work. And trust me, it may not be the picture you started off with, but the picture will be perfect if you are consistent, if you are persistent, and if you are flexible.
You mentioned financing the business, and when we speak to youth and just hear some of the opinions and perspectives that they have on starting their own businesses and scaling their businesses, that's something that comes up. How to finance their businesses and the challenges, especially being an emerging entrepreneur. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is it really necessary? First of all, I do want to hear your opinion on equity versus debt. Okay, and how suitable is it for an emerging entrepreneur? Should they go the debt route? Should they go the equity route? And some pros and cons on each side. And if someone is facing a financing challenge, what are some of the solutions and strategies they can use to go around that?
So when I came in, I found the other speakers speaking about the relationship with money, and I think it's a very, very important start point, particularly as an entrepreneur, because it's going to change everything about how you run your business and how successful your business is going to be. If you're one of those, I think you said it's sort of carefree, if you're that person and at this stage you say to your friend, I just want to go and buy a book for school. If you lend me 100 kwacha, I'll pay you back. And you don't, right? Because you think the 100 kwacha from the person you borrowed it from, that person doesn't need it, or you actually are not respecting the terms, it is a beginning of a bad thing. Because the integrity issues go throughout your business. The fact is, when you borrow money, or you take money in debt or equity, it's not your money. And it's your responsibility to somewhat pay it back, right? And the only way people bank on you is if you show the responsibility and you show you have integrity and that you believe in, and you do what you say. Because we say we're going to borrow because I want to buy a machine. And the first thing you go and do is buy the iPhone, you pay back the debt you didn't, you are going to fail, right? So your relationship with money, even at the smallest level, today when you borrow money for the bus or you borrow money for school fees, if you are unable to manage that, if you're unable to even go back to have a discussion, because sometimes things happen and you can't pay it back, but you must go back to the person you borrowed and said, can I restructure? Can I pay you in installments? Can I give you something else? That's something we as Zambians don't do very well, right? But it changes how you do everything as you grow, start a business and grow it. Because the amounts get bigger and the transactions get much more complex. Then they'll say, okay, to lend you money, you have to give me your mother's house. So now you're putting your mother's house on it. It gets much more complicated. But if you do not have the discipline to say and do what you say you're going to do, it is a disaster waiting to happen. So that's the first thing. So great topic. I thought it was very helpful. On the decision about how you start and finance a business, about whether it's debt or equity, my advice, and I think people have different models for it, I think in the beginning days, it's not very good value to offer someone shareholding in the beginning because you're just starting, it's not really a viable business yet, it doesn't have a lot of revenue, it means you're giving away more value than the business can be. This is my opinion, right? So I only need 100,000 kwacha, I'll give you 50%. But then 3 years later, this business is making 3 million. But someone has taken 50% of the business when it was 100,000. Do you see my point, right? So it's really, they discourage it in the beginning to take equity. However, there are some cases where it's unavoidable that you might have to do that deal. I think debt is helpful, but I think the issue of debt, and debt is again, it's when you borrow, you have to pay it back. Remember, you have to pay it back. You have to understand the terms in which you're borrowing it, right? And I think that's the biggest problem here in Zambia, is that we don't fully appreciate the terms in which we're borrowing for and appreciate how expensive it is. So I will tell you as an entrepreneur today, if someone says you borrow money at 30% a month, don't take the money. Do not take the money. It is impossible for you to pay back at 30% a month. Huh? So if you go to a bank, you're probably borrowing at 30% per annum. Per annum, that's over 12 months. Huh? I said 30% a month. So what is it, microfin, Shylock, all those, they do 30% a month. Huh? A month. Do not touch the money, you will fail, right? Because we say, no, if I do it in 3 months, you see people sweating to pay back. That's because they didn't do the math about what it means to pay 30% on the money you borrowed from per month. And what if something happens? What if you have no power for 1 week? Because yes, you got a great contract, or they say, oh, we'll pay you on Friday. Then they don't pay you. But that 30% per month, the clock is ticking, right? So, in the early days, try as much as possible to first of all, understand why you're borrowing, but try to find softer money, and I'll explain what softer money will be. Softer money is mom, dad, auntie, uncle, friends, and family. Those people who know you and who believe in you and who will be willing to take a risk on you if you act with integrity. Because remember, they're the ones who gave you the transport money you never paid back. So, if you act with integrity as you start, you do what you are always going to do. You go to school when they're paying your school fees and you pass, right? They see that you can get through it. They are more willing to help you start. That's how you start the business. Do not go to microfin to start with. It is really, really hard. And I'm sure the microfin are not too happy I'm saying this, but it's a reality because I know myself about all the temptations to take the money which looked nice, which is when you did the calculation, you said, what? But I have rent to pay, I have to buy the raw materials, I have to buy petrol, and Zesco ain't waiting for that. You still need to pay Zesco. Then it becomes impossible, right? So think about in the early days about how you can affordably, softly finance the growth of the business to become stable. And stable will be that one client or one customer that comes every day, every week, that pays on time, every time. That's stability of the business. Then you can begin to talk about getting bigger amounts, but understand your own relationship with money. Can you take on 1 million kwacha? Is it too much for you? Is it too scary? Or should I be taking smaller amounts? Do the terms make sense for the type of business? If I supply the mines play in 90 days, how does that affect my business if I have to wait 90 days to get paid? Right? It's possible if you say to the guy who lent you the money, I'll pay you in 120 because I only get paid in 90. Do not say to the guy, I'll pay you in 30 days because you will not have money in 30 days. Right? So really, really understanding how the business runs, how you get paid every time, on time, right? On time. As we know in Zambia, there's no such thing as on time, right? So you have to factor that in. It slips, come on Monday, but if they come on Monday, is the clock ticking on interest? Is it going to kill the business? Do I have to borrow and borrow? Because then it's impossible, right? So think about it as you're building, about those people who really believe in you and trust in you, and see if they buy into your idea. And then look at debt, and then look at equity later on. And equity is a little bit more complicated, I say. Equity is fancy, it's just selling shares, someone becoming your partner in the business. But how much is that person putting in the business? How many shares are you giving them? And it's a little bit harder because it's about valuing the business. How much is the business worth? How much is 20% worth, right? And that's why I say sometimes equity is much better later on when the business has grown. There's a sense of a value to the business. You know, it is, you can see revenues, you know, all those sorts of things which make it make sense, right? So, and also what's interesting now, we see it in the rest of the world, and I'm sure it's going to come to Zambia, is crowdfunding. So crowdfunding is when you ask 5 friends to put in 100 kwacha each in order for you to finance a contract which is going to give you 10,000 kwacha, right? In the US or in the rest of the world, they do it online, but you could do it, you know, in groups now, in village banking groups or other groups. But that's another interesting way to finance a business, is just pulling together resources from friends and saying, well, I've got a 10,000 kwacha contract, I need 2,000 to make it work. Can I have 10 friends to give me 10,000 and I'll give you, can I have 10 friends to give you 100 and I'll give you back 150? You know, softer, easier, quicker, less stress kind of, but you remember you have to pay it back.
That was some really good information. I want to I've got 2 more questions for you and then open up for questions. The one question is, you sit on a number of boards, corporate boards. How do you prepare for that role? And what have you learned about people, about organizations having a number of board positions yourself?
So it's been really great because, as I said, I didn't start up as an entrepreneur. And I think I was given an opportunity, someone took a bet on me to sit on a board, and that's really opened my eyes and opened the door for me for other boards. But what it really helped me see is how other businesses, how really strong, big businesses run their business, how they deal with people issues. So people issue talent management, HR issues, how they create a culture, things which at the time don't seem important, but actually are really important, particularly as you grow the business, right? So it was really enlightening for me to see how they dealt with money, with what was meant by cash flow. You know, cash is king. When you see it in bigger businesses and how they prepare their numbers, you know. I was saying to someone, they're a set of twins who were great outside, and they're both accountants, and I was like, you know, when you're an entrepreneur, you don't know how, you just buy and sell, or you sell a service and you don't even know if you have to put a set of numbers together in a format, because people like things in a certain way, right? But it's interesting when you see it with big business, how they prepare their accounts, how they speak to their shareholders, all the things which really showed me where I wanted to go. So it inspired me, but it gave me ideas. It gave me ideas on how to speak to my team. You know, simple things about town halls. You know, when you're starting out, you don't think we just sit in a room and we get together. But then I realized that once a month, it's actually really good to sit with people and talk to them and celebrate a birthday, because it creates a sense of togetherness. And I got that all from other companies. So it wasn't now stealing secrets, but I was getting things which helped build a business. You know, it's more than just an idea. We really built a culture and a business. And if you come to Java today, I think people are very surprised. I have employees who have been there 8 years, 9 years, who have been through it all. And it really has been because we have been very deliberate about being one, about everybody believing what we're there for, the why, right? So that was also, you know, when they say, oh, who are you? They'll say, we want to be the best instant noodle manufacturer in Southern Africa. You can ask the guy who cleans the floor as well as the guy who makes the noodles. He'll tell you the same thing, right? But that doesn't come by osmosis. It comes because we get together. And those are some of the things I learned from, you know, bigger companies. So definitely, if you're available for the opportunity or you're given the opportunity, take it well and take it seriously, because it has immense benefits on a personal level. How I take to prepare is very much like school. They send you the work, you have to do the reading, and they're also there on the board because you add value. People want you on a board because you're giving something that other people won't give. And many times for me on boards, it's really been about the market, about my feel of what's happening in Zambia, sometimes my legal skills as well. So oftentimes I have to, I prepare, I sit down and I think, what do I need to bring to this meeting tomorrow which helps them run their business better? Is it really questioning their marketing strategy and plan? Is it really questioning their HR and talent strategy? Is it really questioning their whole strategy, that this actually doesn't work? But just being that independent eyes and ears for a business really helps, right? And so before you go off and start boards, it's not necessary, right? I would always say, if you have a business, at this stage, at the early stages, get some kind of like advisory board. It doesn't need to be formal, but someone who you can bounce ideas off, who independently will tell you, actually, that doesn't make any sense, who actually has your best interest in the company at heart, and will just be able to look at something and say, okay, that actually is a great idea, but maybe go and see this person because they will help you. So do think about having some form of advisory structure as well as you grow and scale businesses.
Thanks for that, Monica. And you've mentioned people a number of times. I think talent acquisition, so to speak, is a key concern of many entrepreneurs, many youth who have their own businesses and want to scale them. What are your principles when not only hiring, but also when firing? When is the right time to let someone go? What do you look for when you're bringing someone into your organization?
So definitely qualifications remain important, but for us at Java, what we say is 50% is enthusiasm. We love people who love our brand, who are young, who are passionate, who tell us great things, or not great things, they tell us hard truths, tell us where we're failing, but you can see would belong, right? So for us, when we hire, we look for some people who are enthusiastic about working hard, about new ideas, new developments, and even sometimes will tell you things. So we love people like that, who fit into our kind of youth and young culture. But definitely skills remain important, so there has to be a base. So as much as possible, we do look for people who have got a degree or have some form of qualification, but who are also just willing to go, get off the block, who are willing to put the extra hours in. This is what we are. We're entrepreneurs. There are no hours, right? But we love that of people, right? So that's, I think, for us, hiring is important. And who fit in? I mean, we're a very young institution, so we tend to be a little bit discriminatory against old people. So we try not to hire too many old people. Sorry, it's just a fact, because we're a youthful brand and we want to bring that in. On firing, we've learned the hard way. Sometimes we use a very softly approach. Let's talk to them. No, he needs the job. Then it's a real disaster, right? So now we realize that clear systems. If you're failing because it's performance, how do we help you for performance? If you're just a bad employee, we get you out. They say, deal with the problems quickly, and that should be a life issue. Deal with issues directly and get it out and move on. And also, it's another issue we've had to learn is about decision making. One thing about decision making here in Zambia, we take a long time. It's like collective decision making, and we still don't make a decision. Make a decision. If it's wrong or right, make a decision. You'll recover from it if it's wrong, and if it's right, it's Christmas, right? But make a decision, and that's what we've learned as well. Yeah.
Outstanding stuff. We're going to open for questions now. I'll let Monica decide who she wants to go with. Maybe say 3 questions or so. The mic will be passed around. You could go, Monica.
Side, okay.
Yeah, you'll decide.
Yeah, so I think we don't have a lot of time. So I think we're going to have like woman, a man this side, a woman, a man. Let's see who gets the mic first. That table, and then a lady on this side? Yes. Yeah. Hi, Cedric. Are you part of this too? Yes, I am. You see, I see Cedric in a lot of places. You should ask him what he does.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. In particular, my question is about your brand. You have built a very, very strong brand for your product, the noodles. And I wanted to know, what are some of the principles you applied to develop that brand? Because I think everyone here loves your noodles. And if it comes to war, they'll probably fight for your noodles. What's this, if it came to fighting for them. What have you done to make your brand something that a person takes personally as part of their life?
Okay, and let's do the next question so we're quick. Let's do the lady on this side. Any ladies on this side? If not, in front, and then I'll try to answer them real quick. This, on the front table.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary, and my question is, how open is your company for internship for students who are pursuing commerce and entrepreneurship from the University of Zambia? Because that's a new program that was recently introduced.
Okay. So I'll answer those real quick. So I'll answer the last one and then move on to branding. So we already actually have interns come through, but we have a partnership with the University of Zambia. The agricultural, I think it's agricultural or nutrition departments. So we take not graduates, third-year students who come for 6 weeks every year. So it's interesting, we didn't know about entrepreneurship department, was opened at UNZA. And we were very happy to work with universities. I've spoken at a number of universities. I think it's really depending on what the university wants. We're not a huge business, so it really is also tailoring to make sure that students get what is expected from them. But we're open to doing internships. For us, we use the agricultural, or is it the food technology department? I can't remember which one it was, because we felt that we run our own lab, we produce food, and that our ethos is about producing safe and nutritious foods. When we say safe, it means it must be safe to eat. So we have our own lab, and our biggest crisis was that there aren't enough food technologists in Zambia. All the people who are doing technology around pharma, which is pharmaceuticals, and they end up working in labs for pharmaceuticals, but very few people are doing work in food for food companies. And so we made it our mission now to work with universities to make sure they're food technologists. We're eating Zambian food. How do you know it's safe if we don't have technologists, right? So a point out there, if you guys study food technology, there are opportunities. On branding, actually, it was really touch and go. It's not that we read a book, we just looked at our markets. We looked at the fact that our noodles are actually consumed majority by young people, right? So we knew the brand had to be bright. I mean, even coming up with the name Easy, Easy was about the ease. Even the way we spelt it, we could have spelled it E-A-S-Y, right? So everyone else would have got it. But it wasn't cool, it wasn't fun, we chose very bright colors. So it was really geared at the market. So if you remember, if you're looking at a youthful young market, you really have to understand what they're looking at. They're looking at fun, bright, they're looking at us to speak to them in a particular way. So we've, yes, rightly and wrongly used influencers sometimes. We've used a lot of social media. And actually what's great about today is that if you're smart, you don't actually need a very big budget. I mean, granted that billboards are very expensive, but I'm sure none of you notice billboards, right? But if it's on your phone, you're seeing it, right? So that was what really helped grow the Easy brand, is because we didn't have a big budget, but we knew where our consumer was. So we did stuff at universities, we just spoke the way our consumer wanted us to speak. We were visible where we needed to be, and we really grew the brand. And it actually is a strong brand. I mean, I can say that safely today, and I stand on firm ground because we have worked so hard to build it off the back of your support. You guys have chosen us over other brands because of consistency, because of high quality, because it tastes the way you like it, and we've kept it that way. And that also has helped the brand grow. Okay, 2 more questions. Yeah, she's standing up. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Victoria Mulala, and my question is basically on the part where you advised us to say when you want to borrow money from someone, have integrity and the ability to pay back. That's nice. But what's your advice to the people who are lending out money? How best can they deal with customers or clients that fail to pay back, like on the part of anger issues and overreacting? What's your advice on that?
Is it overreacting if you're not paying back? Okay, the next question. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Cassie, and you said something and I quote,
there are so many companies doing the same things people did 40 years ago because they have not realized the change that has come about as a result of us. So you're an entrepreneur. I look at entrepreneurship as something that has to do with creativity and equally innovation. So is there a better option, beginning something new or preserving and bettering something already existing?
It's a great question, actually. I think maybe you guys are too young. Do you guys remember the BlackBerry? Yeah, all right, so.
Not that young.
Okay, just checking. Yes. So BlackBerry is great, right? But it was almost instant emails or instant messaging, right? So it wasn't, and BlackBerry is actually not really existent today. So what happened was everyone who came after BlackBerry actually built on that success, right? So it's really two-way. It's really, it can be about building on something which has taken off, but actually doing better. You know, sometimes first mover is not the winner, right? It can be the second guy who's just much more agile, is able to innovate much more, you know? Or you could do the hard route, and I can say we did the hard route. When we started when we went into instant noodles were not marketed to Zambians. Instant noodles were very, very much for expatriates. They were, it was maybe a certain number of brands, they were quite expensive, and nobody spoke to the Zambian consumer. So Zambian consumers assumed instant noodles weren't for them. And I remember when I was speaking to someone who was trying to finance the business, they said, but why would you enter a space which is actually not known to your target market? It means you have to build. So it is a much more painful approach, right? To build from zero, to innovate, to continue to innovate. As opposed to building on someone's great idea. There are some businesses in Zambia today who are very successful at taking other people's ideas and doing well at them, right? It really depends on your model. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. But you know, that's the thing. Today, you have to innovate or die. Someone will eat you for lunch if you don't. And we've seen the perfect one is BlackBerry, right? So on to your question about the financer, right? So I'm going to answer it as the financer is a business, right? So if it's your business and you lend money, right? So I think you have to have a criteria, understanding that who you're financing the business to. So let's say 50% of your customers actually do not pay back, right? Or it takes much longer to pay back. Think about how you price it, the terms in which you're giving it. Do they have to leave, you know, a piece of collateral? Do they have their mother has to sign? You know, you just really have to understand your business model and the market you're operating in to make it work. And absolutely, it is a business. Lending money is a business. Banks do it, right? But obviously what I'm trying to say is that be careful how you lend the money, the terms in which you're giving. And also, by the way, if you lend money at too high an interest rate, know that you're actually there's going to be default. Because sometimes you're lending at 50%, the people are not going to pay back because it's too high. So also understand your costs, understand how it all works. But I think it's an interesting business if that's what you want to get into. Some people do very well in it. So I think just understand your market. I hope that's helpful. And I think I'll take last two. How much more time do we have? One more question, yes. Okay. The gentleman at the back, yeah. The one in the jacket.
Thank you. My name is Brighton. So looking at the fact your organization has been in existence for 12 years now.
You have to speak clearly, I can't hear you.
Oh, my name is Brighton. Much better. Your organization has been in existence for 12 years now, and you have 3 products running on your website. So I wanted to find out, are there any products that you failed to launch and what we can actually learn from them?
That's a great question. I did Num Num Puffs, or corn puffs. We launched them in 2018. And ordinarily, puffs or snacks, they should do exceptionally well, right? Yeah, snacks are great, except the snack market. Have you guys, just look when you go to a supermarket, how many corn puffs there are. And you'll see why we couldn't win, right? There was so much competition. The big guys held the price, which choked us because we couldn't actually keep up. And then my factory was about this big, compared to my competitor who did this. So when I had to make five tons, it took me 1 week. My competitor made 5 tons in 30 minutes. So then we knew that we could not play in that game, right? So you know, sometimes you just know where to play. But my noodle factory is about this big, my nearest competitor is about this big. So he knows he's playing in my game, right? So we actually make 95% of our revenue from noodles, right? And that is actually what we are. So when we did our strategy for Java Foods, we asked ourselves, who are we? And we actually realized that we're actually very, very good at instant noodles and perhaps not very good at anything else. The same way Zambia Sugar is very, very good at sugar. And they're not trying to do juices and drinks and things like that. So that's who we are. So we have tried and failed. Even Super Cereal, actually. Super Cereal is now no longer on shelf because, again, we looked at the cereal line and we saw 5 million cereal products and we were like this much on the shelf. It just wasn't worth it. And it became a business decision that if you're only getting 1% of your revenue from this product line, but it takes 20% of your revenue to fund it, it's not worth going into it. So understand where you can play and win, right? Yeah. And one last question. Yes, Joseph, and then we'll finish, we'll wrap it up.
Thank you very much. First of all, just thank Kectil for arranging this kind of event. My name is Joseph Chimoni, I'm a law student at the University of Lusaka. Firstly, I just want to congratulate you on being appointed on the interim board for Zambia. And now I'll proceed to my question. I know you did leave the legal industry, but my question also just touched on a bit, and I'll proceed. How do you balance the ethical considerations of legal practice with the competitive demands of entrepreneurship, and what advice would you give to aspiring entrepreneurs to navigate this intersection effectively? Thank you.
That's a hard question. So why do you think ethics is not in business now? Ethics is not just law, right? I mean, we've just talked about being ethical, about integrity in business, and actually, law is it's the business of practicing law. So when you have a law firm and you're actually practicing a business. You're having to pay your staff. You're having to manage that. So I think, if I heard your question correctly, I think the balance is really around, I mean, there's obviously a higher standard if you're a lawyer because you're taking client funds and things like that. But I think the reality is that ethics and integrity cut across anything that you do. Whether you're running a business, whether you're running an accounting firm, whether you're running a law firm, and the need for balance remains important. People come to you as a lawyer because they know they can trust you and the advice that you give, that you put them forward, you put them first. They also know that if they give you money to buy a piece of land, etc., that you execute on that. But it's a business. It remains a business because it means that you have to make sure you bill every time and get paid every time and pay your own bills, pay your staff, etc. So I think there's a thin line, maybe if I can say that, between ensuring that you're able to run your business of law in a fashion which has ethics and integrity. But I hope I got your question correctly. I don't know if I answered it. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No, I think we're just about done. Yeah. I think I've been told that we're done, but thank you very much, everybody. I'm sure if I will stay a little longer afterwards. Yeah, sure.
I think it's very clear, Monica, that your entrepreneurship journey so far has been truly remarkable. And on behalf of the Kectil youth, I want to just wish you the very best in the rest of your entrepreneurship and business journey. And thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Okay, wasn't that amazing? What great words of wisdom from somebody who's gone through the system, learned, taken all of the hits, and taught you all of the pearls of how to start your business. I love what she said about how to manage money. Don't accept money you can't pay back, you know, and also at a high interest rate. We'll be talking about that more this afternoon. Now we have a great treat. And we've got a special guest who's going to be speaking to us just before lunch. And then we're going to take our Kectil picture. So stay tuned. Don't leave for lunch yet. We're all going to get to the front of the stage. Get your Kectil t-shirt on. And we're going to have an amazing picture of 300 plus youth from Zambia at the Zambia program. I'm very excited about that. Okay, our next speaker is the youngest Kectil colleague in the history of our program, and that's Zach Sangeeth. Can you come up and join us, please? Okay. Let's guess how old Zach is. Okay, 12 years old. Now, are you thinking back to what you were doing when you were 12 years old? Okay, it puts us all to shame. Okay, now here is Zach, and this is not, by the way, the first Kectil conference that Zach has addressed. He was actually one of our speakers at the India conference, the India local conference. Okay, this is Zach's second conference that he's spoken at, and of course he is the son of Sangeeth Fergas, who you've heard with two wonderful talks throughout the Kectil conference. So they come as a family package. So when we invite one, and we get his beautiful wife who's here with him, and then we also get Zach, who's a speaker, and I was just shocked. So not only is Zach 12 years old, a very disciplined speaker, he is actually going through the full one-year Kectil program right now. And he has already submitted his assignments on time. And these are long assignments. They take a long time, and they're intended to open your mind and think big thoughts. And I read Zach's response to the first assignment, and I was just awestruck. I don't know if I could have written that. He was so good, okay? So the great things are going to come from Zach. Keep him in your mind because you're going to be seeing more from him. But we're lucky enough to hear from him today, the youngest one going through the one-year Kectil conference, and alumni of the Kectil program already. And I'm going to turn it over to Zach. Thank you.
Let's start off with 2,500 years back. There's a gathering all the way in Europe, in ancient Greece, just like this one. I see lots of smiling faces over here. And amongst the attendees of this gathering, 2,500 years back in ancient Greece, is also a smiling face. The smiling face of a young man. And he's happy for a reason. He's smiling for a reason. The reason is that he believes, he has an innate sense that his father, who is the ruler of Greece, would announce in this very gathering that he would be the successor of his father's kingdom. But unfortunately, things went wrong for him. His father announced not this young man, but rather his stepbrother to be the future king of Greece. And this enraged our young man. It was a setback for him. It was a blow on his face. But he didn't take this setback as any other normal person would. He took it in a different way. He took it as a defining moment, and he used this defining moment. After this young man's father's death, he immediately usurped the throne ahead of his stepbrother, who was actually supposed to be the ruler. And following this, he did something never seen before. He conquered the entire known world at the time. He unified 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe, a feat never done before. But what we note as his most important contribution to our human society in our book Hidden Links is what we term as the cerebral army. This young man, unlike other armies, which carried soldiers, generals, horses, cavalry, this young man also carried something special in his army. He carried scholars. He carried intellectuals. He carried them from every field you can imagine. Philosophy, history. There were chroniclers. There were cartographers. Every field. And because of this young man was able to spread his local Greek culture to the rest of the world. And this culture is known as Hellenistic culture, or the Hellenistic values. Now, Hellenism includes a few important topics. This includes democracy. This includes free thinking. This includes humanism. Now, when you think about it, these 3 topics are the reason we are here today at this Kectil conference in a complete turn of events, a random gathering 2,500 years back in a completely different part of the world, in Greece, in Europe, has resulted in today's Kectil conference 2,500 years later in Zambia. Now, can anyone guess who our young man is? Any guesses? No, it's not David. It's in fact Alexander the Great from Macedonia. Now let us travel. Let us travel together to another part of the world. We've been to Greece, to Europe in 2,500 years back. Let us move to South Asia, to the Indian subcontinent, where we see another person, a nomad, who has just established his kingdom, his empire, in the Indian subcontinent. This empire is the Mughal Empire. Soon after, his son succeeds his empire from him. But unfortunately, very soon after, his son loses this great, huge empire to a rival kingdom. It was a riches to rags kind of story. This man and his son lost everything. They were living in the greatest palaces of the world. They were eating the best food in the world. They had all the servants. But they had lost it all. They were now living on the roads like their nomadic predecessors. Though they were eating the best food in their palace, now they had to scavenge and hunt in exile for raw, terrible food. And though they had all the servants earlier, now they had none. This instilled suffering. This was a setback for this man and his son. But shortly after, they were able to regain their kingdom. Unfortunately, however, again there was a turn of events. This man died, leaving his son to be the next ruler of the Indian subcontinent, Akbar. But Akbar was ready for it. He had just witnessed his father's death. He had witnessed being from the best palace, going from the best palaces in the world to nothing as a nomad in exile. He was ready. But amidst everything he had seen, he had noticed something. He had noticed something very important. To unite, to unify a diverse region like the Indian subcontinent. You can't do it only with the help of military, of conquest, of military campaigns, of invasions. You also needed economic policies, socio-economic policies. But most importantly, Akbar noted that you needed marital alliances. You need political alliances to unify the subcontinent made up of 5,000 different princely states. And he executed this brilliantly. He had his generals, his soldiers, his army men, his children, his grandchildren in the future, all married to rival princesses and queens. Akbar himself was married to a lot of rival princesses and queens, and his main queen herself, his main consort, happened to be of rival origin. Now we have been to Europe. We just left the Indian subcontinent in South Asia. Let us travel again to another part of the world. A wonderful part of the world, a beautiful part of the world, a diverse part of the world. The motherland, Africa, where we are today. There is again yet another young man, Septimus Severus, whose father happens to be nothing but a low-level, petty government official. Absolutely nothing. Severus grew up with his father and followed in his footsteps. He also became a government official. But just like his father, he was offered nothing but a low-level stance. And again, hardship was coming, suffering was coming, setbacks was coming, in the form of what we know very well because we have witnessed it ourselves. Pandemic, plague. The Antonine plague had arrived. And amongst the thousands, the hundreds of thousands, the millions of casualties it took, it also took our young man, Septimus Severus's father. But like the others we have seen, he did not let the hardship pull it back. He took it as a lesson. He took it as a defining moment. He lost his job as a low-level governor because of the plague. But he took up the job of a military official in the Roman Empire. But Severus, like we've learned that luck plays a huge role in success, Severus was very lucky, he was very fortunate, because at the exact same time, the exact same period of time, in the Roman Empire, there was a time called the Age of 5 Emperors, which was going on. The Age of 5 Emperors. In this Age of 5 Emperors, there were 5 rulers in Rome, rapidly succeeding each other, because each of them were murdered. They were murdered by their own bodyguards, an exclusive, a trained set of bodyguards who are exclusive to the emperor, known as the Praetorian Guards. And taking advantage of this rapid succession of emperors, Severus grew from nothing but a small military commander. He grew to a general. He grew to the position of a higher general. He grew until he reached the greatest ever position, the position of Emperor of Rome himself. Can you imagine it? A Libyan-born, an African-born son of nothing, but a low-level government official, sitting in the highest position, the position which Julius Caesar, which Augustus Caesar themselves at one point were at. But Septimus Severus' story doesn't end with him becoming the Emperor of Rome. He was a great ruler. He expanded Rome's territorial boundaries to almost its maximum extent. He made huge religious and economic, socio-political reforms. But most importantly, he established the Severan dynasty, a dynasty of African-born Roman rulers. A dynasty, an entire Roman dynasty which is descended, which has its origins back where we are today, back in the motherland, back in Africa. It's a wonderful story, isn't it? We have a young man in Greece, Alexander the Great, who faced hardships early on in his life. Then we have Akbar from South Asia, from another part of the world, again who faced early on hardships in his life. And finally, we have Septimus Severus from the motherland, who has faced setbacks, hardships early on in his life. But all these 3 young men, they did not give up. They used their hardships. They made it into a tool. They made it into their defining moments. And they became probably the greatest young men ever, the greatest people to have ever been created by this world, to have ever walked on our planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Great
much.
job. Great job.
Guys, Kectil is where it's at. Thank you so much, Zach. I know you've been applauded, but could Zach's mom and dad just stand, just in case there's any Please, we'd like to applaud you guys for what an awesome job you're doing. Please, mom and dad, to stand up as well. That's Zach's mom and dad. Fantastic work, guys. Zach, you've done an awesome job of inspiring the youth as to their potential for leadership. The stories that you've told, the delivery was emphatic, was so confident, highly, highly impressive stuff, young man. I thought Zach had just, sort of accompanied his parents. No, this young man came to stamp his own place in the program. So very well done, Zach. Awesome stuff. And we should probably, I'd like another picture opportunity with you after the program. So I need my opportunity with you as well, Zach. The next session will be a panel discussion. We have 2 panelists. If they want to just take the stage now, they can take their seats, and then I can introduce everyone all together. Okay, so we're going to have a panel discussion. The theme is embedding environmental principles into business. Embedding environmental principles into business. It will be moderated by Guguni Wycliffe. Guguni is the Kectil board member from Kenya, and joining Guguni for the panel discussion. To his left, you see on stage as well is Rebecca Hichilo Silolezia. So Rebecca is a chartered accountant with over 20 years of experience. She has worked with, She's worked with stellar firms such as KPMG. She's been with a fintech called Paystack, and now she's actually the managing director of her own firm, Sustainable Impact Advisory. So that's Rebecca. And on Guguni's right-hand side, we have the incorruptible Dr. Snowy Koza. Dr. Snowy, who did a part in yesterday's program. So we've seen her on stage before, and she will be joining the panel discussion. She's the chairman of the board for Snowco Investments and GridWorks, and also is a non-executive director with IFC and PwC. I trust it will be a fantastic discussion. Over to you, Guguni. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Mambo, for helping with the introduction. And I want to take this opportunity again to welcome our panelists. Thank you so much for offering to speak to us about this very important topic. And the subject of our discussion today, as you see in the program, is embedding environmental principles in business today. And when I saw this particular topic, I went to do some research on it and got some very technical questions, which I'm not going to refer to most of the time, because I'd like it to be as simple and engaging as possible, because it beats logic if we have a conversation here that will not involve the audience. So we'd like you to be engaged as much as you can. So just to set the tone of the conversation, how the world had previously viewed development from the past revolutions, perhaps the first 3, was majorly development in form of economic growth. And looking at it from the example of the Industrial Revolution, where factories were being set up to create more jobs for more people so that they could have an earning for the purpose of improving their standards of living, it got to a point where the world realized that that is not the way we should look at development. There's much more than the economy, and as we make more money, we need to think about the lives of the people who are working in this factory and their welfare. But then beyond people is the environment which we live in. How are we taking care of it? Because if we do not take care of the environment, the world realizes that we won't be able to survive long. So many of you are familiar with the framework of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which were designed after the Millennium Development Goals, and all these were frameworks to try to see how can the world can the world be developed in a sustainable manner, such that we can take care of all the components of development without compromising the future of the world. That is the environment, the people, and the planet. The economy, the planet, and the people. So here today we are going to have a conversation about embedding environmental principles in business. And my first question to our panelists today, I'm going to start on my right-hand side with Dr. Snowy. Why is it important for businesses even to think about the environment?
Thank you very much, Guguni, for the question. Let me start off by saying that it is given that the 3 Ps, as we call them, form part of any business strategy throughout the globe. The first P being people, the second one being the planet, the third one being profit. All of those are very critical. You will never be able to run a sustainable business without people. People are our asset. People are the ones that brings the knowledge, the skills, the competencies to the organization. However, people come from the planet, what we call the environment in short. People come from cultures, they come from a place or a community that has vegetation and natural resources, most of it being underground, that you cannot see. Organizations have to make money to be able to survive. But today we're speaking about the middle P. There is no way, Guguni, that a business would not embed environmental principles in what they do. Because most, let me say 90% of businesses, even cell phones, they are manufactured using something that comes from the environment, the underground resources that we are using. So it is important to respect the environment. It gives us so much, and therefore we have to protect it, and also we have to make sure that the resources that are coming from the environment are used in such a way that it is sustainable for them to continue to exist. So we cannot deplete and destroy the environment. And what we have seen in the past few decades, the implication of environmental degradation has led to what today we are facing as climate change. And therefore, climate change impacts on everything that businesses are doing and impacts on the economy, the profitability of the businesses. It also impacts on the people. So for me, the middleman, that P, that planet, is so important to hold the people P and the profit P. It brings together, it's the glue that glues businesses and humanity to exist.
Thank you so much, Dr. Snowy, for that very clear and elaborate answer. Hands of applause, please. I'd like to hear from Rebecca on the same question.
Thank you, Guguni. And thank you, Dr. Snowy, on getting us into this really significant conversation. And I would just like to add that, especially for the young professionals in this room, the accountants, or even just business owners, we tend to think about profit, right? How well is my business doing? And we think of it in just the terms of the 1P, but what good is profit if we have a dying planet, right? So we need to start to think about embedding environmental sustainability principles into even the smallest businesses that we're creating, because at the end of the day, we need to start to think about building sustainable businesses. Dr. Snowy talked about impacts that are coming from climate change. The fact that your business is operating in an environment that is dependent on resources, that is impacted by the environment, only means that you need to start to think about how your business can be affected by the environment, and ultimately, how do you build a resilient business that can ultimately stand the test of time. The fundamental definition of sustainable development is really development that takes care of the now, but ultimately does not compromise the future. So when we're thinking about embedding environmental sustainability into our businesses, we're basically thinking about businesses that are going to be around 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and in a planet that is not dying, but a planet that has been nurtured and preserved.
Thank you. A round of applause. So now, there is a statement that has been disapproved by both of them, that the business of business is business. So the business of business is beyond business. And I also want to borrow from another quote that I had. It's anonymous, actually, that do not be worried about the planet. You should be worried about the people. Because if the people are not there, the planet will be okay. And this leads me to the particular question of the people and the values that human beings hold with regards to the planet and the environment. What are these particular values that are very important amongst us people in helping to embed these principles? And what are some of the vices as well? You could choose to speak from either sides of the coin that leads to degradation of the environment. We can start with Dr. Snowy.
I think for me, the first principle will be harmony. We need to live in harmony with the environment, because some of us who are, for example, Christians, we know that God, I wouldn't say the greater being, we believe that created heaven and earth and then created man afterwards. So human beings found the earth or the planet in harmony. The animals, the trees, and everything, the resources that are underground, until a human being came to destroy it. So, and I think it's important to remember that we can live in harmony with the environment and ensure that it exists in perpetuity or eternally as we found it. The second one is remembering that we need to leave this planet as strong as it could be for the future generation, because the current generation has started destroying the planet. And I will use an example of the mining industry. So the mining industry is harvesting resources for the benefit of humanity. But at the same time, they are ensuring that they're correcting the impact of the harvesting that they are doing to ensure that they can put back the earth or the planet as they found it. So most of the mining industry, they've got a rehabilitation fund that they have put in place to ensure that they put back the planet the way they found it. The third one is remembering that there are human beings in those communities that might be impacted by the economic activity that is taking place in the communities. We cannot and we should not displace communities. I come from an infrastructure development background where we were doing projects, where we were putting roads, where we were building dams. But for us, Kukuni, the most important thing was that how do we ensure that the communities that we found while we are building the road is not impacted by the work that we are doing. Not only in terms of creating employment for them, but making sure that we don't displace them because they've got a history and a culture that they have been inculcating on that piece of land for many years. I had a story, and I just wonder whether Sherry, when she does the summary at the end, could tell us a story. I can't remember in which state, where it is believed in the US that there is a big airport that was built with high technology and all sorts of things. But that airport couldn't start functioning because there was something that was happening around. And people who are spiritual, they believe that that airport was built on the graves of the forefathers of the real, I don't want to say red or, let me not just say, but the original inhabitants of that ground. So some of these things, Ukuni, we have to really, really think about them. And I'm just giving you a few examples of what I believe, being able to harmonize, between the three P's, but at the same time making sure that you can rehabilitate the land to back to where it was, and also thinking about the future generation that would be left behind to deal with the impact of what we could have damaged or what we could have built. They might benefit from the rehabilitation, replanting of trees, and so on, so that the future generation, our great-grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, are able to find the planet as it was created from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for even incorporating culture in the idea of environment, because humans and the nature are connected and we are one. I'd like to get to hear Rebecca's ideas on the same question of values.
Sure, thanks, Guguni. So in terms of values, I think really two stand out for me, and that should also stand out for you personally, is that we have to take a personal responsibility for the planet and our actions. So it's not a matter of, oh, I'm just one person. Each one of us can take that personal responsibility. And case in point, if we think about our country, there's litter everywhere. If we just take it to the basics, we throw bottles everywhere, we throw things out of the cars. So personally, are you one of those people that is contributing to the waste that ultimately leads to blocked drainages, leads to cholera? Basically, you can take it downstream. So I think the first value that we need to think about is, personally, what am I doing? And it's never small enough, because your contribution in a collective contribution that is being done is significant, right? So I would say the first value, which I also try to uphold to, is really, what can I do on a personal level? If there's an initiative that's being done to plant 100 trees, are you taking part in that initiative? Yes, it's just 100 trees. It might seem like it's a drop in the ocean, but are you taking part in that initiative? If you're building your first house, for those of you guys that are already building by any chance, are you cutting down all the trees at the plot where you're building your house, or are you preserving some of them and thinking intentionally around, I will not actually build anything there, I don't really need to cut down these indigenous trees. Or if you so happen to have cut down all those trees, are you replanting to replace what you've actually taken out? So the first would definitely be around personal responsibility. And then the second being having the mindset of us being stewards. And I think Dr. Snowy talked about it, which is being that we're only visitors to this earth. We're all going to die at some point. And there's some that came before us. Our ancestors came and went, they left their mark on this earth. So the same way, we are going to come and go and leave our mark. So we shouldn't take advantage of resources as if they're only just ours. So whether it's mineral resources, whether it's trees, we should be optimizing for the next generation, the generation beyond that. I mean, for those of us that have kids, you probably are thinking about what kind of a world am I leaving for my kids behind? I mean, I'm already starting to think like that because I do have kids. So I think about what type of a world are my kids going to grow in? And that starts to help me set up a mindset of being a steward to this earth. What am I doing to make sure that the next generation is not living in a worse environment than I am living in? And thinking about whether we can do certain things in a responsible way. So if it's mining, do we have to actually extract all the minerals? Have we ever thought about the fact that minerals are actually, it's a non-renewable resource, right? So when everything is dug up, it's gone. And innovation out there is recycling these minerals. So what happens? What happens when all the cobalt is mined out of Zambia, and then 50 years from now, you know, Apple is recycling the cobalt, because Apple is already recycling the minerals that they use to make the Apple Watch or the nice phones that we like to use. So are we thinking about the downstream impact on us as Africa, a continent that is heavily endowed with these critical minerals? What will happen 50, 100 years from now when all the minerals are extracted out of the ground? So the mindset that we should be having now is around stewardship. Are we extracting minerals and then ultimately setting up institutions that ensure that, yes, we've left a legacy of having extracted minerals, they set the foundation for our development, but then can that be sustained for the future generations to equally enjoy in the benefits of our continent? Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to Rebecca. She's brought out very clearly particular principles, and I just want to point them out. You probably have heard of recycling, you've heard of reusing, you've heard of probably upcycling, you've probably heard of instead of owning, you can lend and share so that something is usable with several other people for the purpose of preserving the environment. And then something critical that she's talked about is futuristic thinking and being a steward, knowing that you do not own anything, you've been lent. And these are principles you can apply personally and in business. But then there's a dilemma here. There's a paradox question that I'd like to ask. Everything comes at a cost. And when you're doing business and you want to protect the environment, often you might find yourself in situations where you have to decide within your budget whether you're going to allocate money to run the business or you're going to allocate money to protect the environment. Based on your experience in doing business, how can an entrepreneur, maybe young or struggling to be established, be able to balance between their finances on business operations and protecting the environment?
Yeah, it is very difficult for young businesses to put a budget for environmental protection, for example. However, there are environmental agencies, and I want to really emphasize this, that supports young businesses, especially businesses that are in, for example, in manufacturing. because manufacturing business is one of those businesses that produce a lot of products, whether it's what we were speaking about this morning about noodles. I'm not too sure the packaging of noodles. When you tear that paper off a noodle, where does it go? Do you put it in a bin, as Rebecca was saying, or what happens? So that packaging is also money. But that packaging also has to end up somewhere. And you have to think about, as a business, that communities that are eating noodles, and I'm using that as an example, can throw their packages in a bin and take it back to the factory where the packaging comes from. And that factory should be able to find a way of just like bottles, re-cleaning or reusing or using that to make wood fire or something. So, and that's what the small business must think about, because that's where the money for the environmental services would come from. Because you need to think to say, whatever that I'm doing, can it give me back what I have thrown out because I put money into it, and be able to get something back? Secondly is, if that is not the case, then you need to think about those environmental agencies. Majority of them are NGOs. As you know, they fight businesses. They've got a lot of money that comes from philanthropists that believe in the environment, that would be able to support you in what you do not have. And maybe your product or your business is required to have environmental assessment impact reports, for example, or they have to take into consideration the cleaning up of whatever product that you might be doing to be able to then proceed with your business. So for young people, to me, the two parts of whether what I'm doing can give me back the money that I have put into the business is one. The second one is I don't have the budget, but there are other people that are in the same business of environmental services where I can go and get, whether it's grant funding, or they can give me technical support, getting somebody to be able to advise, to embed environmental mandate into their business. So, Kukuni, whether you like it or not, every business have to take into consideration environmental mandate into their business.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the point I'm getting is that it's not a choice between whether you're going to do business or take care of the environment. You're going to do both of them at the same time. And you've brought up a very interesting idea of innovations within the environment and businesses that can be developed in the process of solving environmental challenges. I'd like to formulate that question towards Rebecca. In what ways can young people create innovative businesses that address some of the difficult environmental challenges that we have today?
Okay, thanks, Guguni. I think young people are in a very unique position in terms of being the guys that take us into the future, right? You know, you have access to very powerful technologies. I think there was a conversation around AI. So you have a unique position to basically identify the challenges that Guguni is talking about, and then identifying funding opportunities that Dr. Snowy is also talking about, because right now we're seeing a lot of climate change impacts. And I'll just give a classic example. I think a week or two ago, the Ministry of Green Economy banned the issuance of charcoal burning licenses, right? We're all aware, right? We listen to the news. So now what does that mean? Like for you as a young entrepreneur, there's clearly a trend that our government is setting, which is that we need to transition away from charcoal burning for the rightful reasons, because we need to protect the environment, right? But then because that transition needs to happen in a way that is sustainable, that creates opportunities to be innovative. So I think Dr. Guguni talked about how there's some recycling products that can actually be turned into energy, right? So now you need to then be thinking about, is there something that I can do that creates an alternative to charcoal? We use a lot of charcoal in our households, and then because of that, it creates a demand in the communities that, oh, the guys that like to braai, the guys that need to use charcoal because there's load shedding, it means we need to actually produce the charcoal to satisfy that demand. So the opportunities to innovate come from identifying, is there an innovation? And it doesn't have to be something that can be created in a lab. I've seen a few videos out there that show, young people on the continent that are creating alternatives using bamboo trees, for example. I think I've seen one video where bamboo trees can be grown and then ultimately can be used for charcoal. So why don't you come up with a business proposal that creates a bamboo plantation? Because you know that maybe 3 years from now, I don't know how long they take to grow, but then you'll be setting yourself up for, in 2 years' time, I will have this plantation of bamboo trees that is going to serve as an alternative to charcoal burning because the government is transitioning away from that. So that's one example. Another example would be waste to energy. I see very fascinating videos of how companies are using waste, like the same waste that you throw around, and creating energy out of it. A classic example would be Zambia Sugar. Our very own Zambia Sugar uses agricultural waste products. So when they finish extracting all the sugar cane, that biomass that remains, maybe for us who love eating sugar cane, when you're done chewing on the sugar cane, that stuff that remains, they're able to produce electricity out of that. So it doesn't have to take a Zambia Sugar to come up with ideas of how you can convert, let's say, waste to energy. I'm pretty sure most of us in this room have gone through a JETS program. How many of us have been to JETS in high school? Yes, and I'm pretty sure you had a project that you needed to do, and that project was so innovative that you were probably going to have something of a groundbreaking idea that was going to emerge out of it. So that is really where young people need to be thinking about, is how can I take advantage of a problem that exists in the market and then create an innovative solution and then identify the funding. The funding is going to be there. The funding is there. You just need to come up with that idea, get support to make it bankable, and then the funding will be there, whether it's from the banks. The banks, believe it or not, are sitting on climate smart financing. So there will be an option for you to go to. But then there's grant financing. There's a lot of NGOs. The USAID has an alternative to charcoal grant program that they're running right now. So keeping your ears to the ground, hearing for all the different grant opportunities that exist, and then coming up with that project or that idea that can ultimately become bankable. Thanks, Guguni.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the ideas. And I want to go into the subject of financing for businesses, because we've talked about innovations that translate into businesses in addressing these environmental problems. And Dr. Snowy talked about financing for businesses that focus on providing energy solutions within the continent. And there are different forms of financing that have come up on environmental solutions, especially for businesses. There are green bonds that are being raised and other forms of impact investors who want to give money for the purpose of providing solutions to society. I'd like you to share these. I'm going to give a very general question. Would you share some of the developments and the new information on financing for businesses that are solving environmental problems that you think it's important for young people to get to know?
Thank you, Guguni. I think I touched on this yesterday, and I'm going to then repeat myself again. So indeed, there are many impact investors. On the continent, there are many development financing institutions that also run what we call green bonds, climate funds, and so on. A number of commercial banks are also having environmental divisions where they have started to put funds aside to fund climate change. So the possibilities are huge. I'm not too sure in terms of Zambia. Maybe Rebecca can speak on that. But as I said yesterday, I sit in 2 companies that do that. The first one is the global, and I want you to write it down because I'm not going to give you information. I want you to go and Google it and look for yourself. It's called Global Energy for People and Planet. Global Alliance for People, Global Energy Alliance, so GEAP. Let me start again. It's GEAP, G-E-A-P-P, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. I would urge you to go onto the website and look at that. I serve as a senior advisor to the Global Energy Alliance. So the Global Energy Alliance for Planet and People, in brief, my responsibility is to encourage countries to implement JET, Just Energy Transition. Is that what you are talking about when you say JET? They did assignments on JET?
No, so JET is a high school program.
Oh, JET is a high school.
Yes, but it's a very
Okay, I was very impressed. I was thinking that Viva Zambia, because you've already started teaching people about JET. The world is speaking about the just energy transition, which is very critical. Countries, especially on the continent, they are using fossil fuel to generate electricity. South Africa is one of the biggest contaminator of climate in the world because South Africa, 90% for now, is using coal or fossil fuel, as we call it, to generate electricity. That's a huge contaminator of air and causes a lot of diseases as well. So the Global Energy Alliance for People, and I'm using South Africa, I can use India and so on, but I'll just focus on South Africa, has decided, and I said yesterday, if you Google it, you'll find it, that it was the Rockefeller Foundation. These are Americans, philanthropists, big American philanthropists. The Rockefeller Foundation, IKEA Foundation, and Bezos Earth Fund, they came together and put those billions into a fund to want to assist the world to deal with the impact of climate change, the impact on environmental degradation that is happening around the world, to reduce that and to encourage countries to move away from those. And they are not only funding governments. If there are projects that are coming from young entrepreneurs and there's a good project that you think you can contribute to reducing climate change and to bringing alternative energy sources, you will be considered. So that's one example. So I'm giving you an assignment to say, look at that. And just before I conclude on that, so that alliance is also looking for innovative solutions. So if people come with innovative solutions, they will consider to fund your research and to help you to prepare your business for them again to fund. And I said the majority of the funding, because it's philanthropic money, is actually grant funding. But then we need to be able to leverage again other existing funds that are not part and parcel of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, to be able to make sure that the fund is sustainable. So that's one example. The second one, I chair the investment committee of GridWorks. GridWorks is a company of the British International Investments. It used to be called CDC, for those who know the British system. The Commonwealth Development Corporation is a DFI of the British. But now the name changed from CDC to British International Investment. Google GridWorks Development Partners. So GridWorks Development Partners is a company that the British decided, like the Americans did in terms of philanthropic funding. But this one is almost like developmental financing that takes into consideration the cost of funding. They don't want the cost of funding to pass a certain percentage. I won't tell you because I chair the investment committee, but it's very, very low. It's not like the 35% that we had is happening in Zambia. So the argument of the British is to say it's well and good to generate electricity, but it's useless if you cannot transport and distribute electricity. It doesn't matter whether it's DRE, distributable renewable energy, which comes from the sun, from the wind, from whatever. It's important that as you generate, because we spoke about generating electricity, and Rebecca gave an example of Zambia sugar. Zambia sugar. Zambia sugar can generate the electricity, but it is important for the electricity, the electrons that are being created, to be taken somewhere. Yes, they can use it for their business, but maybe if it's more than what they need, they should be able to give it back to the communities that are nearby. But you need to be able to transport. So GridWorks, that is why it's grid. Grid means lines, works. To say, yes, you can generate electricity, but how do we make sure that the electricity goes to communities where the electricity is required? So it has to be transported, isn't it? So if you know the value chain of transporting electricity, you've got the power station or the generators of electricity. But then the electricity must be transported. So it has to go to a mini grid, for example, or a substation, as the language that we use generally, into a substation, because the electrons that comes from the power station are so high that it's not possible to distribute them to the communities, to a household, because a house can burn down. So that transformer transforms that electricity to lesser, lighter electrons. I think the engineers that have studied electrical engineering can explain it better than me. I'm just explaining it like a layman. And then from there, it must go to a household, or it must go to a shopping center or to a business. So that's what GridWorks funds. So if there's an entrepreneur that is, or a company that is doing transmission and distribution, because GridWorks, what they want is the development impact outcome. To say you can't have electricity, but the communities that are nearby are not benefiting from that electricity. So we want to see the improvements in the quality of life of people. So in short, Guguni, to answer you, the money is there, it's available, it all depends. Commercial banks are now funding households to have rooftop solar in their households. So people are going, young, small entrepreneurs, some of them have come together to do assembling of solar panels, some of them of installation, and so on and so on. And also there are funds that are funding BESS, battery energy systems. So some people are able to create batteries and so on and so on. And there are lots of those funds. Both the organizations that I mentioned, they do that. A lot of banks, commercial banks, are doing that. Development banks are actually even better than the commercial banks because of what we were speaking about in the morning. The cost of funding, the ability to pay, the terms and conditions that are there. So there are lots of things that you need. So it's better to go for organizations that have the development impact, which are impact funders or impact investors that are interested in seeing the improvements in the quality of life, helping communities to live a better life. not really truly wanting big returns and wanting money for them to be rich, but wanting to give back to communities. And there are many. I can speak, the Africa Development Bank has also have a component of climate funding and so on and so on. So yeah, I can speak the whole day on funding.
Thank you. I think that's very important information. A round of applause. And I think to the young people who are listening, please take note of that information on financing, because it's a big gap. I think Africa is not short of innovation, and Africa is not also short of wealthy people. But the problem is that a lot of people who are wealthy in Africa do not put their money in innovation. Most of them put in real estate and malls and such like stuff, and businesses that are traditional. So if young people have a source of financing for their innovations, I am one believer in the path of development that is led through business innovations that are solving problems and at the same time generating revenue. I think that's the fastest way in which we can grow. I'd like to get Rebecca's comments on the same question on financing.
Thanks, Guguni. And thanks, Dr. Snowy. I was trying to keep in mind, I don't have a notepad here, but I'm sure I'll touch base on the institutions. And perhaps I'll just bring it home for us in terms of the financing that is out there and what you could potentially be doing as a young entrepreneur, young professional. I think first things first is keep your ear to the ground. We spend a lot of time on social media. So have those pages that you're going to consistently follow. And these are a few to think about. The Ministry of Green Economy. How many of you guys follow the Ministry of Green Economy's page on Facebook? Okay, excellent hands that are up. If you're not following that page, start following that page, because that's where you'll get a sense of the pulse in terms of this is what the government is thinking in terms of achieving a green economy. And I'll give you a classic example. Last week, the Ministry of Green Economy announced that they had launched the National Green Growth Strategy on their page. I follow that page religiously. If it's not that, then it's ZNBC, because you'll get a sense of where is the government getting funding or where is their strategy taking them. And a classic example is this National Green Growth Strategy that the Ministry of Green Economy launched last week. I struggled to get a copy of the document, but I eventually got my hands onto the document. And so I went through the document, and the document spells out the different areas that the government expects to spend money on to achieve this green growth. And green growth is really economic growth that considers the environment and considers social inclusion. So the growth that we're thinking about historically, I've thought about, but then adding the extra P's, right? And the government expects to spend $10 billion by 2030 to implement this strategy. And that $10 billion is broken down by, I think it's 5 pillars. There's climate resilience, there's climate smart agriculture, there's infrastructure, there's so many different things in there. So now what I am doing and what you should also be doing is getting a copy of that document, reading through the different areas that the government expects to spend to implement the strategy, because then what that does for you is that it gives you insights into the types of projects that are going to be funded by, whether it's the government through the World Bank, IFC, or whatever institution that is going to support the government to achieve this strategy. So your priority should be to now think about, how do I position myself to have a project or a business idea that can ultimately fit into this strategy that we're seeing the government is going to take. So they have set a baseline of 2023, and they've basically said, okay, we want to have X number of climate smart agricultural farms by 2030. So if that is your space, then you need to start thinking about, okay, how can I transition my pig farming business or my chicken rearing business to being a climate smart business, so that When I do need to scale and expand, I will not be going for that 30% per month interest type of financing. I'll be actually tapping into the grant funding that is readily available. So I would definitely say, to echo what Dr. Snowy talked about, the funding is available. We hear of stories of funding coming and going back to the guys that actually put up the funding because either nobody is putting up a project proposal that is bankable, or we just don't know that these projects can actually be funded. So I think the first thing is educate ourselves. Let's learn about the types of projects that can be funded, which types of institutions are funding. So the suggestions that I've shared of following the ministry's page, they're very religious about sharing what they're doing. So no doubt, follow that page, follow development finance institutions that maybe are localized like Prospero. So I'd love to believe Prospero is the UK government's wing in Zambia. So the same institution that Dr. Snowy sits on the board for, in Zambia, your equivalent is Prospero. So if you're not following Prospero's page on LinkedIn or Facebook, start following it, because that's where you see ideas. And sometimes it just takes seeing an example of what somebody else is doing. And you're like, oh, so they can actually fund that. And it's because you actually spent the time, looked through the types of projects that they're funding, and then you replicate, modify, and come up with something that actually works for you. So yes, I think resources readily available. I think the biggest thing is just having that mindset to keep your ear to the ground and identify the different sources where this funding can be found.
Wonderful. A round of applause. And at this point, I want to give a chance. So I'm told that we don't have enough time because we have to break for lunch and take a picture. So I'll take only one question. And the gentleman who raised his hand first, please ask your question. And then for the rest who have questions, please engage with the speakers during lunch break and the time after. Keep your questions for the reception session also. Microphone.
This is Jonathan Moyo, and I have two questions. First for Mrs. Hichilo. What would you say about the over-dependence of the use of certain resources in Zambia, such as copper, and the energy sources, such as hydroelectric power, which would lead to the depletion or inefficiency thereof? And what would you recommend Zambia to do? Dr. Snowy, you correct me if I'm wrong, but if Africa as a whole, having the majority of countries still developing, is only contributing a small amount, a small percentage of the greenhouse gases, which lead to the depletion of the ozone layer, and we have climate change issues. What would you recommend Africa do to develop sustainably, and without affecting the environment negatively, mitigate climate change? And what can you advise the developed countries to do so that they mitigate climate change instead of forcing Africa to hold our forests, and while they are contributing a large amount to the greenhouse gases?
All right, so I'll request our speakers to answer in brief because the questions have come in pairs, but then they'll be discussed in details during the break. We can start with Ms. Rebecca.
Okay. Thanks, Guguni, and thank you for your question. I think in summary, regarding our overdependence on copper or the minerals and our overdependence on hydroelectric power, it comes back to what we've learned time and again in school around we need to diversify our economy. On the agriculture, on the copper production side, yes, mining contributes significantly to our GDP, but the story that we've heard significantly around diversification has to now be actualized. Because like I mentioned in the beginning, minerals are a non-renewable resource, right? So there'll come a time when there'll be nothing left in the ground to dig out. And at that point, what will be the biggest contributor to our GDP? So agriculture is the natural industry that we need to diversify to. So we need to basically implement all these different strategies that we've been talking about. And the government is actively doing that in terms of focusing on agriculture, whether it's processing, whether it's supporting the value chain, supporting farmers. So we're seeing that. I think it's just really more effort, and even for ourselves as young professionals, it's okay, it's cool to be in agriculture. It's not such a bad place to begin your profession in, so be open about that as well. And then quickly on the second point regarding hydro, we're already seeing, maybe not so our national producer, ZESCO, but we're seeing the likes of CEC already transitioning to solar power. They've opened a few solar power plants, primarily because of that same fact that overdependence on hydroelectricity power has its own implications. Load shedding, we're facing the impacts of load shedding. So the natural response to that should be to diversify to other sources of renewable energy. And that's what we're seeing even private companies do, and the government do as well, because I think they just entered into a contract with a Canadian company to supply 1,000 megawatts of power. It won't kick in now, but probably in the next 2 years or so, we'll see that renewable energy come into play. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Snowy?
I'm going to be very brief. Yes, indeed, your observation is correct. Africa is not polluting much, but however, Africa is allowing itself to be a dumping continent for first world countries. There's a lot of cars that are being dumped into Africa. Britain, for example, does not allow second-hand cars to be brought into Britain. So in Africa, we see a lot of cars, scooters from all over. I don't want to mention the country that are being dumped here. Majority of them, they don't meet the environmental specs that they have to achieve. There's a lot of computers, there's a lot of cell phones, there's a lot of clothes that I've seen recently, that bags and bags of clothes that come from first world countries have been dumped into Africa, and people are selling. There are things that are not supposed to be on the continent that contaminates the environment in Africa. And Africa needs to be wary, because even hazardous products, medical hazardous products have been removed, or wastage has been removed from first world countries and dumped into Africa. So I think the advice that I will give is for governments to stand up and say no to dumping into Africa.
Right. So thank you so much for listening, and I want to thank and appreciate our speakers for sharing those nuggets of wisdom and advising us on the way forward. So I'd like you to put your hands together to our speakers as they leave the stage.
Dr. Snowy, Rebecca, and Guguni, thank you very much for your time and your preparation. We're going to roll into our lunch period now. We will be swift so that we can come back and enjoy the rest of the program in a timely way. So please be quick as we leave the room. We'll have lunch for 30 minutes and then come back. The pictures will be taken when we come back from lunch. So not right now, but when we come back from lunch.
If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us. community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this of liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. deserve liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards deserve liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. deserve liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards deserve liberation, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We be with different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We be with different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a bid to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together. Let's keep staying together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep staying together, and let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Bringing youth together from all around the world. Standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we come together, we can be. Kectil has been reaching out to all, impacting lives, building leaders all around the world. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Let us keep standing together, yeah. Kectil keep reaching out to us. Together we can live as one. Let's keep standing together. Let's keep standing together. Open our minds towards this vibration, changing our world to conscious innovation, improving our intellectual capacity in a view to improve our community. We are the change that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our responsibilities while making use of our innate abilities. Together we can empower those with disabilities. Let us keep our dreams alive, 'cause tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
Okay, guys, we can get back to our seats.
Let's settle down quickly so we can start, guys. That was fun. Oops. Okay. Put it down. Okay, thank you guys for settling in quickly. We're going to have our first panel discussion post-lunch today, and the theme will be local development and ethical use of natural resources. Local development and ethical use of natural resources. Sherry and Rashmi, you could kindly take the stage and I'll introduce, well, it's not up yet. Let's welcome Sherry and Rashmi, guys. Fantastic, there we go. So this session will be moderated by our Kectil founder, Sherry Knowles, and she will be discussing the topic with Rashmi Sharma. To give you an introduction on Rashmi, Rashmi is a certified gemologist and jewelry designer with over 30 years of experience, so more than 3 decades of experience. She is perhaps best well known as the face of Jewel of Africa, one of the co-founders and the current chief executive officer of Jewel of Africa. Over to you, Sherry and Rashmi.
Welcome, Rashmi. We're so excited to have you here. I was actually given a tour of the Jewel of Africa plant yesterday, manufacturing plant and office, and thank you very much for that.
I'm glad you made it.
That was fantastic to see Zambians in operation with one of the most wonderful assets of the country. So we know you're a gemologist, you're a jewelry designer. You really advocate for locally sourced gemstones, which is fantastic. And I think she has a story that's very important for all of the youth in Zambia to hear today, and it's been a trend for what we've talked about both yesterday and this morning, is building Zambia into the greatest country it can be. You have wonderful assets in this country. You've got wonderful people in this country. We took a picture of a lot of them just a second ago. You are the youth who are going to be leading the country soon. And it's very important for you to understand the assets in Zambia. It's important for you to understand how you can play a role in developing those assets to help the country of Zambia be the Jewel of Africa, which is the name of your company, right? So we're very excited to do that. Okay, Rashmi in 2023 was listed in the top 100 Zambian female leaders, right? And one thing that's close to my heart is that Jewel of Africa has started a Jewel of Africa Foundation that's helping youth in Zambia, and in particular, underprivileged youth, which we're going to be talking about today. Recently, the president toured your office.
That's right.
What a big honor.
Yes,
I'm sure you enjoyed that.
I enjoyed letting him know how beautiful his country is and how rich his country is.
Yes. So you have gotten a lot of attention for your company, and not only have you gotten attention, but I know you've given Kectil a lot of attention. She has been a wonderful supporter of Kectil. She's spoken at the Kectil youth meetings in Zambia, and she's allowed, I think, 7 tours of Kectil youth to come through and learn what you do. So let's give her a big hand for that.
How many of you have been to my office? Put your hands up. There you go. So none of you are allowed to sleep at the back after lunch, okay?
Oh, yeah. I've been told that a couple of people on the back row actually fall asleep sometime. So we're in particular watching the back row, okay? And we're going to ask questions of the people in the back row. We want you to be the most active people today in this very, very important discussion. So don't think we don't see you way in the back, because we do, okay? Now, I want to hear about the gemstone industry. As someone coming from the United States, I know that Zambia is a blessed country. You are blessed with so many assets, and one of your assets is gemstones and also mining. So just tell us at a high level, tell us about Zambia's wealth in the gemstone area?
Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Kectil, for having me here. So Zambia is landlocked. We have about 9 neighbors, if I'm not mistaken, and every one of our 9 neighbors have their own gemstones, particularly Botswana is doing really well with their diamond industry. South Africa's not far. Zimbabwe has a lot of gems that are being processed within the country. DRC with its diamonds, Angola has diamonds, Tanzania's tanzanites and sapphires and rubies. Mozambique right now currently has the best rubies in the world in terms of color and clarity. Malawi has the rhodolite garnets. But they all those veins of gemstones seem to flow right underneath Zambian soil. So Zambia has more gemstones discovered than any other country have discovered yet.
Well, let's look at this map. Tell us a little bit about this map, please,
So
Rashmi.
this is a very representative map of where the gemstones come from. And as I speak, there's probably somebody digging up some more gems in their farm. And I did a TED Talk in 2019, and the response of that has been every second month or every month, some child or somebody comes to my office with a shiny stone asking, what is it? And is it of any value? And so I encourage them to carry on seeking. There's a lot of land that we can cover. There's a lot of foreigners who come into Zambia looking for rare earth minerals. So there's cobalt, copper, lithium, and they end up hitting gems. So recently there was a lithium find in Southern Province, and we ended up finding spodumene and kunzite. How many of us over here actually know what that gemstone is? But it's an extremely valuable piece, especially in Japan, very highly prized in the US. Apart from the kunzite and spodumene, we have the world's best emerald. And I can say that without bias because we have the right coloring agents. Coloring agents are chromophores. We have the iron that gives it the strength. And I actually encourage all of you to listen to the TED Talk so I don't have to repeat it. But apart from emeralds, we've got about 50 different colors of just tourmaline. Tourmaline is an industry waiting to be developed on its own. Every tourmaline has more than one color within every gemstone. So if you've got 8 colors on the A axis and 8 on the C axis, the combination should give you 64 different colors, and I've counted 50. And this flows into Malawi, and then there's malachite and azurite and citrines and the Royal Siberian amethyst. Why is it called Siberian? Is because Siberia has the color that the Zambian amethyst has. We have the lighter amethyst as well that comes from Munilunga. But the more prized, more valuable, the more royal is from southern Zambia near Kalomo. Triple blue aquamarines, that's a term I've coined because double blue is a regular aquamarine. A triple blue is what's special to Zambia. You see the color of your Kectil t-shirts? That's a triple blue aquamarine, and we have that. Not many other countries have that. South America has that. We've got 5 different colors of garnet. How many of you know what the color of garnet is? Garnet is normally red, but that's colored by iron, and it's one of the lower end semi-precious gemstones. But if you replace the iron with a manganese, you go from $10 to $1,000 a carat. And so there's a lot of minerals and rare earth minerals that are floating around and combining with each other and giving us a multitude and a plethora of gemstones that we have. And that we need to add value, beneficiate, and take Zambia to the next level in terms of poverty reduction. And that's what I've been working on for the last 30 years. Thank you.
That's a great story. Just for all the youth here, and even some of the adults, we would love an education on first of all, how do you find these veins of these gorgeous gems that I'm looking at in the pictures and that I see in the malls? First of all, I'll just ask that question. Right. How do you find the veins that carry these beautiful stones?
So first of all, historically, people have gone around looking, the gemstones rise to the surface and they find this colorful gemstone and they add value. I mean, it's a $1,000 industry. If you take the East, the Chinese, the Indians, the Tanzanians, in the 1960s, they discovered the tanzanite, and everybody thinks all of Africa has tanzanite. So we've got more than just tanzanite. So they show up and then you dig deeper. And then you have to follow their chemical composition. So every gemstone is a mix of different chemicals. So for example, an emerald is aluminium, beryllium, silica. An aquamarine is exactly the same thing, but their chromophores, their coloring agents, are chromium or iron, and you'll get a different color. So you have to study the geology and the chemistry of the land in order to know what's underneath it. And you have to follow veins. So when you are, it's unlike copper or lithium or rare earth minerals, which are a percentage of the earth, gemstones are flow in veins. So when you are exploring for gemstones, you can skip a vein. So it's better to go wider instead of deeper initially, if it's a green surface. But if it's already been dug out, then it's better to go deeper. And depending on how much capital you have, you can go deeper and wider. Gemstone mining is very different from mineral mining.
How big is a vein?
Oh,
very simple question. I'm going to be asking elementary questions because I'm learning about the gemstone industry. So please bear with me. But is a vein a couple of feet? Is it the size of this building?
It just depends where you go. So if you have a lot of silica, quartz, rock, then you know things that mix with silica, like iron, will give you an amethyst. So that's not deep at all. And iron and silica give you amethyst, and they form boulders. And you can hit a boulder when you're farming. A lot of Zambians have a lot of farms out there. And so as you go deeper as you're farming, you will hit a boulder or some quartz crystal and just carry on digging deeper. So that, and then follow that vein going down.
Oh, wow.
And if it finishes, then you go across instead of deeper.
Oh my goodness. So it's like striking gold. Even, I remember a long time ago in the United States, we had the gold rush and everyone was looking for the gold.
So gold, like copper, is part of the earth.
Ah,
so
see, I didn't even ask a good question. I don't know the difference.
When you're looking for copper and other things, you come across a lot of gold based in the soil, in the earth.
Ah.
It doesn't form veins because gold would have to mix with something to create that vein in a gemstone.
Yeah. You sound like a chemist. Do you have a background in chemistry?
Actually.
Are you a chemist?
I'm not a chemist. I'm a gemologist.
Okay.
I'm a computer scientist and a mathematician, but my father's a PhD in chemistry, so there's a lot of chemistry in the family.
I hear that from you.
Yes.
That's right. That's great. So do these veins then flow through countries? Are they long enough that they transcend boundaries?
Well, some of them they change structure, so hence like the tourmalines. You can have up to 50 different colors just in that vein changing, and they break up and they recontinue and they pick up somewhere else. As long as the chemicals are still present and the rare earth elements are coloring them, it'll flow and it'll break and it'll flow and it'll break.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I should have had a slide of a mine and how the topography actually is, but a little ill-prepared for that.
Sure. Oh, that's fine. How old are gemstones?
I thought you were going to say, how old are you? How old are gemstones? Oh my God, how old is the earth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, millions of years. Zambian emeralds are one of the oldest gemstones. They're over 5 million years old.
Wow.
And diamonds are even older than that. We have diamonds in the Western Province, and we have diamonds in Angola, DRC, South Africa. How deep is the Kimberley hole? That's how deep the diamonds are. We have the rough. We just need to start digging that hole.
Wow. So take us on a journey from finding a great vein all the way to a ring.
Wow. Right. So find the vein. Make sure you have the security around the vein and people are not swallowing the gemstone that's coming out of it, because then you're never going to get it. It makes it to the office. Lapidarists, these are people who facet and cut, and professionals like my brother who knows how to cut and polish a gemstone. And I understand the value that it'll give us when it's going to sell. So we argue about where to put the facets and where to put the table and how big it's supposed to be. So it's size versus quality, constant battle in the office. So you have a rock that has a crack here and an inclusion here. Would I rather have a flawless piece, or would I have a smaller piece or a bigger piece? How much would this sell for if it was flawless or if it was bigger? So the trend in the world is go bigger, right? You need a nice big rock, and it doesn't matter what the quality is. Whereas Zambia offers you both, the quality and the size. So at Jewel of Africa, we cut and polish. We train the youth on how to cut and polish. Lots of gender balance, so women and men. Once we've cut and polished, then it goes for designing, I design most of the pieces, in fact, all of the pieces. And we have a computer-aided design program where so for example, the USA wants 1,000 pieces of a particular design, then you have to mass produce them, and that goes into the computer-aided machine. And then the gemstone is put into those rings by our jewelers who are world class, because we are competing with an age-old industry that is thousands of years old, and if we're cutting out the East and selling directly to the West, we have to be better than them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Wow. How hard is it to train someone to be a good gemologist or to be a good cutter, to be the value end of that?
So Zambia doesn't have an institution at the moment. We're working on an institution that will actually involve the youth and train them on how to cut and polish gemstones as well as make jewelry. I think jewelry is a secondary product at the moment because we need to work with what we have. Our natural resource is gemstones. We need to add value to our gemstones and beneficiate. So how long does it take to actually train somebody to cut and polish is how long is a piece of string, or how much physics and chemistry are they aware of? Do they know the vectors? Every gemstone has its own properties. They have, so there's a picture of Adidia. Adidia is a refugee from DRC. She joined me when she was 19, and now she's the best cutter that we have in-house. And I'm telling her about where the cracks and the flaws are and how to avoid them. So it took her a year and a half, but she was really dedicated. She would work through weekends. It also depends on how dedicated you are, right? And then we have people who come to work 3 days a week, not dedicated at all, and then eventually we show them the door. They can go out on their own and cut and polish on their own, and then bring me the gemstones that they've cut, and maybe I'll buy them off them. So how long does it take to train somebody? It really depends on the person. Yes, initially you need about 6 months practice. 6 months is not enough to cut an emerald, but it's enough to cut all the harder gemstones that are not as valuable as emeralds. So the emerald guys, we only give like 20 years, 15 years of experience will cut an emerald for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because emeralds are, between 2017 and 2024 went up in price from $15,000 a gram to $35,000 a gram. That's more than double.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, if any of the youth here today, our Kectil youth, want to go into the gemstone industry to learn how to be an apprentice or to get into doing that, the gemstone cutting or smoothing or even mining, what's your recommendation?
Come and see me. I'll suss you out, and then I'll decide whether you can join me. But I'll give you a chance.
Yeah, and you have to be a hard worker.
Yes, you have to be dedicated, but we can assess that within a week, whether you're really dedicated or not, or 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, it's just.
Oh yeah, and ladies, your nails will get broken. You will have no nails, so be ready for no nails. Or high heels.
Well, that's a sacrifice. You can have no nails, but then be making the gems, or you can have nails and then get the gems.
You have no nails, but you have the best rocks on your fingers. That makes up for it.
Oh wow. Well, how do you distinguish the mining industry in Zambia from the gemstone industry in Zambia? And in terms of, I know the mining industry in Zambia is huge. You've got the copper mining and you've got others. And is that locally done also? Do you have any local companies that are mining and keeping the assets here and the money here in Zambia?
So we can talk about the extractive industries such as the copper and the lithium and the cobalt, and then you can talk about the gemstone industry. There are two different mining, the types of mining. So one is extractive, as in the earth comes out and it's extracted and taken away to whoever the investor is, with their country. And quite recently we have another big copper mine coming up, and sure, they'll create employment. But you guys are the youth, and in 25 years' time or 20 years' time, are you going to take over that mine is the question that you need to think about when you let foreigners come and take your land. And then there's the gemstone mining. We have two large mines. They're the largest emerald mines in the world. Zambia is producing about 60% of the global emerald production, 60. This is huge. Considering it's a $300 billion industry, out of that $30 billion is just gemstones, And Jaipur in India is cutting most of the gemstones from the world, and 90% of the emeralds that they cut are Zambian. So there's a lot of wealth that we're missing out on, money-making opportunities. So Zambians need to mine. This is the bottom line. Our bottlenecks are mining. We don't have enough money to mine. We are, and even if you do want to mine, it's too risky, and yet it's not, because the evidence is right there. You know, we're not opening any green fields. You know, right next to it, you have veins that are flowing next to the largest emerald miners. Just go a little bit east or a little bit west, and hopefully you'll hit an emerald. But forget emerald. You can start with the amethyst. You can talk about tourmalines. You can talk about all the other gemstones that we have. They're very valuable. There is no clear definition between a semi-precious and a precious. You can have an amethyst that's 500 carats, and it'll become a precious. Or you can have an emerald that's 1 carat, and that's semi-precious, depending on how the quality is. Right, so I'm not sure if I answered that question clearly, but
sure,
lead me.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. What companies are involved in the gemstone mining business now in Zambia?
You want me to name all the companies?
In general, or you know, what countries that they're coming from? What percentage is coming from Zambia?
Okay, so the two largest mines that export emeralds are from the United Kingdom, UK, Canada, and Senegal. And they're the ones who are actually putting Zambian emeralds on the global map. And so the world is now beginning to recognize Zambia as an emerald-producing country, as well as all the other emerald, aquamarines and all the other gemstone production. But there's hardly any, very, very few, and very small-scale miners, almost artisanal miners. The difference between artisanal and small scale is that one of them has a license and the other one doesn't. But where do you draw the line? If somebody has a farm and you hit a gemstone, are you an artisanal miner or are you a legal miner? I think you can go to Ministry of Mines and figure that out. There are a lot of small scale miners because I see them in my office and they're always bringing me gemstones. But they aren't big enough to put us at a global recognition level. Mm-hmm. Those are just the two mines that are doing the job, which is, the UK.
Yeah. So one of the things we've been talking about yesterday and today is Zambia for Zambia, right? How do you keep the wealth in Zambia for these wonderful assets that you have? We have a big unemployment rate in Zambia. We have youth here who are looking for jobs. But you know, it's tough out there. It's not for the weak, right? It's not for the weak. Mining gemstones takes a lot of money, I'm going to imagine, right?
Yes.
It takes a lot of money, and so you're competing against multinational companies. They can bring money in at a different price.
And the country needs their money. So all these multinationals who come through, the country does need their money, and they do create employment.
Yes.
But you have to have a vision of 20 years later, what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
All right? Mm-hmm. Are you going to be dug out? Is there going to be any more resources left? And then what are you going to do? And that's the question I keep on raising every time with the youth that come through my office.
And of course, it's a balance, because when companies come in from outside of Zambia, they are bringing employment, right? They are employing people. They're probably educating them because they're teaching some about the gemstone and mine.
The Zambians need to get educated while they are working in a foreign company, because the foreign company's agenda is not national. It's their own country. So they will take the resources back to their own land. Zambians need to figure out a way to keep the resources here. Some of them at least, a portion of them. So if they stay in Zambia, then the Zambians get to value add. The Zambians get to compete with the international companies on bidding and keeping it local, and value addition, again, beneficiation. Everything comes back down to Zambia. So for the mining industry, for the gemstone mining, you can convert a rock that's $10 to $100 just by cutting and polishing it correctly. You have to be still better than the East in order for it to sell in the West. You can take a rock that's $1,000, cut and polish it, and make it $10,000 or $100,000. You just have to learn how to facet it perfectly according to its properties. And so people start digging those holes, start investing locally. If you have the money, bring it back to Zambia, find a good partner, and mine yourselves if that's possible.
Well, we were in some of the panels today and yesterday, we've been talking about the cost of money, and the cost of money in Zambia. And we know it's a very high interest rate. So if you're in a very capital-intensive business, like mineral mining, gemstone mining, it takes a lot of money. It's not the kind of thing you can start in your backyard, unless you're lucky enough to have a vein going through your backyard. You know, that's great. Lucky you. Probably not. But other than that, you're going to need a lot of capital to do that. Yes. And the capital in Zambia is seriously expensive. And we've been talking about how can you borrow money at that interest rate. And I know we have Ashu here who's also willing to talk to us about the interest rate in Zambia and just explain why the interest rate is so high for these companies that which are high capital intensive companies.
So Ashu, if you could take it from the angle of borrowing for mining purposes, please. Is there another mic?
Okay, while he's taking this mic and he's going to help us understand the challenges of capital in Zambia, we should just remind everyone here that Ashu is the president of the Zambian Association of Manufacturers. He's the vice president of Zambia Development Agency. He works very closely with the government on different development projects in Zambia. And he understands firsthand the effect of the interest rate on Zambian companies. So we'd just love to hear your comments.
Great. Thank you, Sherry. Let me start by giving a bit of the history of interest rates in Zambia, and I think we've all realized through time that they have been high. I mean, we've all been in business, we've borrowed, and we've seen situations where we have paid high interest rates and continue to pay high interest rates. It's a lot to do, one, with the mindset of us, I think, as Zambians. One, in terms of our savings policy. We are a very low savings-based country. And when you look at the banking sector, supply of money is very, very important. Supply of money in terms of what comes in through investments, what comes in through the savings sector, through domestic savings, what we call domestic savings, is very, very small. So one part has to change in terms of domestic savings, us in terms of mindset, to have supply into the banking industry. But because we have a limited supply, we have competition for money. And the biggest competitor for money in Zambia right now is the government. The government borrows at high interest rates to finance its operations. They're paying very high rates on treasury bills. So what a bank does is say, okay, I have a relatively safe option of going to a treasury bill. Why should I lend to you? And that has been one of the biggest fallbacks or drawbacks in growing industry in this country. So when we have a change in domestic savings to increase supply, we have a change in fiscal spending from the government side where the demand is not so high. And you have issues where the cost of money, which is driven by factors like reserve ratios at the central bank. Reserve ratios at the central bank are currently at 25% because the government is trying to reel in liquidity. But in reeling in liquidity, what you're doing is you're actually restricting access to finance to people who want to invest. So the supply is not keeping with demand, simple economics. And that's why your price of money in Zambia is very high, including the risk factor. We know that Zambia defaulted on our debt internationally since 2020. And because of that, Zambia is considered as a high-risk country from foreign investments. Foreign investments used to drive a lot of the liquidity in treasury bills in our country, because it was attractive when we had a stable exchange rate. you could invest in treasury bills, and you could take your money out. But when we defaulted, Zambia became a little more risky. And in that risk, the pricing mechanism of money has continued to drive pricing. So when we look at all these factors, something has to come right. Firstly, we've sorted out the default as a country, but it's going to take time. Secondly, in terms of pushing investment into the country, there's two aspects. One is domestic savings, which we all have to see if we can change our mindset. Is it worth to invest in a bank with deposits at the right rates, or invest in business? But if you don't invest in the banks with deposits, you will not have onward lending to the private sector. And also government needs to stop borrowing at the levels it is. So there's a lot going on in the banking industry that is unfortunately working against growth. But that should not limit us. Shelley and I would like to just touch on this in terms of how you grow your business. We're too, I think, narrow-minded when it comes to looking at alternative forms of finance to grow a business. We need to understand this, and I think as Kectil, I would ask that we start looking at ways of scaling up people who just have ideas. And I said this earlier, is you might find it's a room full of ideas, but little direction in terms of implementation. Implementation will come, one, with raising finance, and it's not always the banks. There's private equity, there's investment, venture capitalist funds, there's startup funds. There's a lot that goes on in the industry now that I think a lot of people don't know. You have to research about this. But interest rates, going back to it, that's a core problem. We're all competing against government, which is the biggest borrower at the moment, for money. And we have to have a safer platform for borrowing as private sector, as startups, to actually borrow at lower rates, where the supply of money exceeds demand, really speaking.
It's great to hear from an expert on the interest rates in Zambia. There you go. Let's give him a hand. I've been asking for the past 2 days, why are the interest rates in Zambia so high? And Ashu was kind enough to come and explain it to us. So thank you very much. Obviously, it affects all entrepreneurs. It affects all companies in Zambia. And as we want to create a Zambia for Zambia, and I think that's a great logo, Zambia for Zambia, we need this influx of capital. We need this influx of ideas on how to fund these things. And it goes from the small ideas that we have in this room all the way to the big companies like Jewel of Africa that's working all over the world and has wonderful resources, and you have an intense need for capital. So who are the purchasers of your product?
Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
So 90% is export. 80 of that 90 is the USA. The rest is the rest of the world. That takes us to treaties. Which treaties do we have with other countries? This is something Ashu is also well versed with. The AGOA Treaty, which is the African Growth Opportunity Act, and the EBA, Everything But Arms in Europe. But what happens if we don't have these treaties? How are we going to expose our gemstones to the rest of the world? Is if we join the ATA Carnet, which I think you're also researching at the moment. And I had put in an application with government in 2018. And before that, when I wanted to exhibit in South Africa and in China, and I couldn't do that. We were stopped at the airports to say, you have to pay 10% of the value of your goods just to exhibit. It makes sense if you sell and then you pay, but in this case, we couldn't even exhibit. And with the ATA Carnet, we are allowed access to 80 different countries around the world, and we can show off what we actually make. So he's been kind enough to open that wormhole. I don't know if it's a wormhole, but let's see where it goes. Do you have something to say about that?
And can you please define what ATA Carnet is? I think let's start at the basics. Okay. And define what it is, how it affects your company, and what Zambia can do about it. Okay.
I'm not sure what it stands for, but it's a Canadian treaty with 80 different countries that allow exhibitions amongst each other for free. So you can travel to 80 different countries to show your product. And that's what it allows. I mean, most of the customs agents, even when I go to the USA, at customs, they assume I'm coming in under ATA Carnet, but I'm actually going in under AGOA, which is the African Growth Opportunity Act. And if by chance that the AGOA treaty is retracted, we no longer have that access to the US market, which is duty-free even if I sell. So the ATA Carnet needs to come into effect as soon as possible, because then we can access 80 countries.
I actually don't know what it stands for. But look, the idea behind it is when you look at it from the manufacturing side, right? How do you have access to market? There's a couple of things, and one of the most important things of access to market is exhibitions, right? You can, as Rashmi has said, she's got 90% of her business is export, right? And you want to grow that market because, Emeralds in her case is one of a luxury market that is in demand all over the world. But when you are going on an exhibition with also an option to sell, right? And that's what ATA Carnet does, is you, as a manufacturer, you're taking a product into another market. Why should you be paying duty at point of entry, suppose you don't sell it? So you're coming out with a lot of money at point of entry that is prohibiting access to market. So access to market is very, very important in understanding the principles of ATA Carnet, right? If you want to grow, you have to have the ability to show what you make and the quality of what you make and at the price of what you're offering. But you're not going to be able to do that if you get into some people who get it to the border, very high value items, and you have to pay 10, 20% as a deposit, not knowing whether you're going to sell or return. So it is a very, very important working tool to grow industry and to grow industry in foreign markets. So Zambia is just recently signed on AFTA, for example, right? Even if we look not only particularly in this industry, but all industries that need to grow into the African market, I mean, all our manufacturers, without a system of signing on the treaty, you're going to have this problem. I have this problem in my industry. A lot of people have this problem where you cannot go and exhibit on and have a right to sell. And you pay duties on what you sell. That's fair. But why should you be paying paperwork and duties up front that may take you 6 months to get back? So it's about ease of access to market is the basic principle. Ease of exhibition, ease of getting your name out there, because Zambia has to grow. So if we don't sign this up in a very, very fast manner, we're just getting left behind. Yeah.
How is the progress going towards signing on to that?
That'd be letting the... I've done it. There's a lot of work that has happened, especially in the last 3 weeks, I think. We're expecting some good developments in the next month, I would say. I have been promised. As ZAM, we've been pushing this because we know how important it is for our manufacturing industry to now grow outside Zambia. So I think the government has understood that and is going to give us, has assured us that it will be pushed through the decision-making process very, very quickly because the groundwork has already been done.
Okay, great. I'll go back to Rashmi. What is the difference between AGOA and the ATA Carnet? What does AGOA allow you to do versus ATA Carnet?
So the AGOA is USA-based. You can take your goods into the USA as long as they're manufactured in Zambia, and you can sell them to the US without paying any duty, even after you sell them. Whereas the ATA Carnet, you have to list every single item. I mean, even within AGOA you have to, but with the ATA Carnet you have to not delete what you've sold and pay duty on only what has been sold. That's the main difference.
It's a complicated industry. But it all starts here, and getting ultimate control over your assets from start to finish, from the mine to the ring, is very important to the future of everyone in this room, I think. And
Absolutely.
I'm glad to hear that you're an advocate for signing on to these treaties and that you're also working with the government to help as much as you can to do that. That's very important. So those are the trade orgs. Are there any other trade orgs that are advocating for the mining industry?
So I've registered a foundation, the Jewel of Africa Foundation, for this purpose. But I think there is something that you would like to add? Was there anything you wanted to add?
Was there something?
Before I sit down, yeah. Look, I mean, just one key understanding for all of you. Jewel of Africa is a good example of how you understand your resources. And just a call for everyone here, even when and I had a chat with about 4 UNZA students during the lunch break. Everyone was talking about, doing something and this and that. How many of you have actually sat down to understand the resources of this country? And understanding how you can develop value around it, even as a university project? I challenge you, because you have examples like this that take a resource from mine to
you.
To you was their logo. So you take something as a resource, basic, right? And understand where you fit in. It can be very small at the beginning, but can be very big at the end. So you need to understand resources, and this is something that, as from our side as ZAM, for our manufacturers, resource mapping. And we say mapping is not mapping on a Zambian map, it's mapping the value chain. So all of you, I've seen some of you are still doing degrees. I challenge you. I challenge you to pick that up as an example of what's happened in the emerald industry, and pick something else that creates value for this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can talk about the foundation, if you like.
The what?
Foundation?
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
So now I'm going to get back to the foundation.
Okay. I am so impressed with the work that Jewel of Africa is doing with their foundation. They're helping underprivileged and abused females as well as males by giving them jobs and giving them training and supporting them. And I think that's beautiful. When I was there yesterday, you were introducing me to people who had some extremely difficult backgrounds, extremely difficult, and they were getting trained in the gemstone business. And that's really a credit to you and your family and your business. And I think we should all just give her a round of applause and say thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Sherry.
Yes. Okay. Tell us a little bit about the foundation.
So I'm going to correct you. We're just going to go backtrack a bit. So the foundation was registered early this year, but we've been doing CSR as Jewel of Africa for the longest time, where we've been training abused girls, child, boys. I mean, I don't restrict it to women only. Wherever we see potential and whoever wants to stay, including refugees. So one of the conditions that the government gave us when we decided to work with UNHCR was that you have to train an equal number of Zambians. It doesn't have to be girls or boys, it's an equal number of Zambians. So we took on 20 refugees, and after a few months, only 5 of them remained. And then we could take on 5 Zambians, 5 Zambian youth. Out of the 5 Zambian youth, we had 1 girl. Right? Again, it's the nails, I'm telling you ladies, it's the nails. We need to stop emphasizing on our nails. But the foundation was registered because, well, I wanted it to be registered 2 years ago after COVID, because I realized that the next generation should not inherit the debts that Zambia has inherited. My child must not inherit this debt. Zambia is an extremely rich country. We just need to manage this wealth, add value, in the hope that you guys or your children will also be playing with the billions of dollars that it is capable of manufacturing locally. So what we decided to do was, if I trained women at the rural areas where the mines are, and these are senior women, influential women in society, I'm sorry, not the youth, But these women understand families and they understand gender differences and sustainability and how to raise families. Then they would be able to understand the value of a gemstone bead and what it can do for that village. So I had an order from San Francisco for 1,000 strands of tourmaline beads. For me to manufacture one strand with a nice gold clasp, it takes $200. This is just an example. And they wanted 1,000 at $20. I can't manufacture beads for $20 and put a clasp. But the woman at the mine who is farming during the rainy season and digging holes in the dry season, coming up with the colored stones, it's easy for me to teach them how to cut and polish, not even cut, just polish and tumble a gemstone, make it into a bead, drill a hole, make a strand. They will get paid $20. And if they can do 1,000 beaded strands, that's $2,000, $20,000. That's a lot of money for any village in Zambia. And so that was the idea. Now, how do you set up a foundation? I had no idea. I'm a gemologist, and nobody in my company, everybody's too busy doing other things. So it took a year and a half to register, and then I had my first board meeting, and I realized that there were still some loopholes that I had to seal, so it still hasn't made any money yet. Because in order to train women from the rural areas, once they've been trained and they go back, what are they going to do? They have no equipment. So the foundation has to provide the equipment. And with every village, you need about $5,000 to $10,000 investment. And if I'm training 5 different women, that's $50,000 per cohort. Yeah. And this is why the foundation was actually registered. And so the training is continuous. But the foundation needs to earn some money in order for me to buy the equipment and give it to them as their graduation gift from the Jewel of Africa Foundation.
Is that tax deductible in Zambia?
I don't know yet.
You don't even know.
I don't know yet.
You may not know.
Yes.
I don't know. Well, I can tell you Kectil's never made a dime, and we're very happy.
And I've heard about all your foundations.
All we ever do is lose money. But if this is how we lose money, I'm very happy. So that's great. Yeah. Right. Well, I saw the looks on the faces of some of the girls that you're training. And first of all, I love your work ethic. And I love the fact that you say, yes, I'm going to train women or men, but I expect them to show up, maybe even every day. I expect them to work hard. I expect them to understand the value of the opportunity that I'm giving them. And this is a really huge message to all the youth here. And this is the same thing even in, in law firm. I've got a law firm in Atlanta, as I've talked about. People come and people go, but the ones that stay are the ones that work really hard, and they're very dedicated. I'm sure you feel like that's true. I'm an early riser. I'm at the office most of the time by 7:30 in the morning, and I'm taking calls by 7:30 or 8, and most of the time I don't leave the office till 7 o'clock at night. And not everybody keeps that schedule. But that's the value of working hard. And you have to be able to put that work in and show that you're willing to do it. If you're going to be a 9-to-5er, or you're always going to call in because your nose is running, so you think you're about to get a cold, you're probably not going to make it, right? So, I mean, how many employees have I had who've called in and told me they're about to get sick? Okay, that's not a good excuse. I'm about to get sick. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work. It never has worked. Okay, you have a runny nose. That doesn't work. Okay, you go to the office, you work, and you work really hard. And if you work really hard, you're going to stand out from others, and that's going to make a difference. And I think that's what you're doing. You're giving young people opportunities, but it's up to them to fail. Right? You're giving them the freedom to fail.
Yes, I'm giving them a chance, but I help those who help themselves as well. And so they must learn quickly, and they need to pull up their socks, and I don't have time for people who don't. That's it.
So we look around at this beautiful country and we say, what are really the biggest asset? What is the biggest asset of Zambia? You've got the minerals, you've got the mining, but the biggest asset of Zambia has got to be the people. It's got to be the people
got to
here.
be the people. You
You
know, we're
are
in a very
wonderful, strong-working, great people. You know, when I got here, I've traveled to lots of countries, of course, and so when I come into a country for the first time, I get a feeling for the culture almost right away, even in the airport. I see the look on people's faces. I go to the hotel, I see how people are talking to each other. I see how they're dressed. I see how they walk down the street. And I can get a feel for a country within hours. You know, and from Zambia, everybody's smiling. Okay, they're happy, they're calm, they're nice. You know, you're well dressed. You walk down the street with a nice gait. This is a great country. And you can see that in the people. You can see that in your faces. You can see that in all the people who are here. It's a wonderful, friendly country. And what we need to do is be able to take all these assets and keep them in the country, figure out this formidable, crazy issue of the interest rate so that we can invest more. I say we, that's the royal we, of course, so that Zambians can invest more in these fabulous countries, companies like Jewel of Africa and some of the great ideas that you've had, and keep your assets in your country. You all are going to be growing up soon. You're going to be getting married. You're going to be having children, right? You've got to take care of those children. You want a good life for your families as you grow up. You're going to be going through the seasons of life. You don't want your entire country to have a lot of its resources leave the country. Because I can tell you're great people. You can actually do it here. You can do the whole thing, soup to nuts, you know. And you're part of the process of doing that. And everyone should be so proud of Jewel of Africa. Let's give you a hand. Right?
You forgot to add that Zambians are actually colorblind.
I'm not. It's not up to me to say that. It's up to you to say that.
So the best part about growing up in Zambia is that we have no issues with color. We see caliber. We don't judge you by the color of your skin, unlike many, many countries that you might have been to and
That's right.
visited.
That's
And
right.
I love that about Zambia,
Yes.
about
right.
me being Zambian.
You said you're not going to discriminate against me because I'm white, right?
I can sell to you.
You get that too. No, it doesn't matter. What it matters is how you do your job. And that's what should happen. It should be a meritocracy. And that's what you should be going toward. I know there are a lot of questions that we can, that you all can ask. Would you like to raise your hand and ask some questions directly to Rashmi or Ashu? Should we pass the mic around?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay, we have one over here. A young lady over here.
My name is Martha. So my question is in line with job creation and employment. By exploring economic pillar number 1 under the 8th National Development Plan and SDG 8, could you please highlight ways in which we as the youths could lend our voice to the economic transformation of our country through industrialization with a focus on value addition in the mining sector, which has a lot of backward and forward linkages? Is that for me or for you?
That's for you.
So what's the SDG? It's SDG 8. What's the SDG 8? It's decent work and economic growth. Yeah. Through the extractive industry, mining? Yes. Okay. So it's focused around, I'm directing to the mining sector. So my question again I'm going to ask is, how can we as the youth lend our voice to the economic transformation of our country, Zambia, through industrialization with the focus on value addition in the mining sector, which has a lot of strong forward and backward linkages? Okay. So first of all, we have a lot of foreign miners. How much of the gemstones do you actually see as the youth floating around in Zambia? So maybe as the youth, as a voice, you can start raising the question, why don't the auctions and the sales happen in Zambia? I think that would be the first step. And you have the voice, you're all above 18, you're voting, you can speak about that. If we get to see the auctions happening locally, we get to see the gemstones locally, we get to advise the government on how much gets to stay here, how much can we use for value addition. Does that answer your question? I can only speak for the gemstone industry. I cannot speak for the copper mines. You have something?
We've got questions all the way in the back. They're awake back there. Look at all the questions. Okay. If you have questions, please stand up and then we'll pass the mic around.
We're
if you
at
can
2
get the
o'clock.
mic.
We're at 2 o'clock.
Okay, you're there, and then can you pass it back there also?
Hi, Rashmi. Big
Hi.
fan. I'll definitely take you up on coming to your office to see how we can get working. I have a slew of questions.
Everybody please be quiet and listen to the question.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I was saying I'll take you up on your offer to come to your office.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
We do serve chai, Indian tea.
Well, I know I've been there before, so I'll come again.
Okay.
So my question firstly is for you, then the other set is for Ashu. My first question is in line with, I know you're not mining, you're in gemstones, but recently we saw BHP try to buy out Anglo American, and this is because they needed 10% of the entire value chain of copper, and this is because of renewable metals going to be a lot more valuable in the future. And even with gemstones, we see that going on as well. But we see that a lot of the countries where these minerals are gotten from aren't even aware of these deals which are happening at the higher level. So my question is, what can be done to either incentivize or facilitate youth participation in any part of the value chain to make sure that when these things are happening, they can at least get part of that value? My next question is on the type of deals that we do. I wrote an article on the Botswana deal, the deal that they did to get 50% from the sales of their diamonds.
De Beers.
And they had a particularly good position because they provide, is it 80% or so to De Beers, their big supplier. And you said Zambia provides 60% of our emeralds on the market. What is hindering us from creating and having such deals for valuable minerals such as emeralds, as Zambia, the same way that Botswana has as well? And then for Ashu, my question was on, sorry.
That's 3 questions.
Okay.
Let Rashmi answer her questions first, please. If you remember them.
If I remember the first question. Yes, so first of all, how do we raise awareness is probably what it narrows down to, your very first question. Is that correct? Why is it that we are not aware of how we can keep the gemstones locally or add value locally? What's that say? Participating, yes. So again, it's conferences like this, forums, where you ask the question and everybody else is listening to you. Eventually it becomes a national agenda. And then you raise the voices. We need to have more bloggers talking about this issue. We need to have awareness campaigns about the Zambian gemstone industry, I think. And I mean, I've put a map of Zambia with all the gemstones on it. Can you put that map up again, please? I mean, just the wealth of what's happening. This should be on everybody's profile pictures as far as I'm concerned, not of me, but the gemstone part. And once you know what we have, why are you not making an effort of, or making noise about it? Why are you not telling everybody, become your own ambassadors for the country? We have all of this. Why are we not seeing this? Why is everything being taken away out of the country? Who is allowing this? Once they start staying here and you attend some of the auctions, you'll realize the value that's leaving. Yeah, it's up to us to push that agenda with government or nationalize the auctions at least. What was the second? I think Zambians are still waking up to the fact of what we own, the gemstones that we own. And then it takes people like Ashu and Zambia's Association of Manufacturers and ZDA to then take it upon themselves to a different, higher level that's beyond private sector.
Okay, and we have a lot of other people who want to ask questions, so only one question each, please.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Bernard Kanyika. My question is to the Jew of Africa. My question is that where's my question? What is your approach to environmental responsibility in the jewelry industry? Thank you.
Sustainability. Usually that's asked at the mine. When we're mining big, the environmental sustainability issues come into place. As long as we're mining responsibly and replanting the trees and creating the fisheries from the aquifers that are created, all of that is small-scale mining and sustainability. Sustainability of Jewel of Africa is not even a question that is raised because all the small-scale miners bring in the gemstones, we purchase whatever we like, we cut and polish them, we put them through the value chain, make the jewelry and export.
Okay, we can only take one more question because we're running out of time. We have two more wonderful panels here. Let's let this woman right here, who's right in the middle. Okay, one more, that's only one question, then we're going to have to end the panel.
Thank you. Can I ask? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So my question is not related to mining or any particular sector.
Can't hear you.
Hello? Hello? Hear me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Okay. So my question is not related to any particular sector like mining or something. So it's just related to like entrepreneurship. So I wanted to ask, like, when you're just starting, how would you convince like established businessmen or women that are in the same line of business as you are thinking to go to mentor you or guide you? Because they also would face a risk of potential competition.
How do you get people to mentor you or in the same industry? Yes, I couldn't hear it properly.
I think we had a problem. I think we had a problem hearing the question. Okay, I think unfortunately we're going to have to ask that question at the break because we're running out of time and we couldn't hear your question. So we're going to give the mic back, and what I'm going to do now is thank our speaker and actually our co-speaker. We had Rashmi from Jewel of Africa. We had Ashu, who's president or vice president of very influential manufacturing associations in Zambia, for everything you're doing to try to keep the wealth in Zambia, to try to get that interest rate down, to help entrepreneurs, and for all of you Kectil colleagues and Kectil participants who are here. Zambia is your future. You're wonderful people, and Zambia is your future, and you have to be thinking about how you keep wealth in this country, how you finance your business. You have to be advocating for that. You have to be talking about it on social media. You need to be making a voice for yourself because this is your own future. This is your future. Rashmi has shown you a path. She's shown you a path of Zambia for Zambia, and all of you can do that, but you have to advocate, you have to work hard, you have to think about it, and use people like Rashmi and Aju as role models to be the best you can be. And I hope when I come back here in 15 years, all the cutting is being done in Zambia, right? All the manufacturing plants are in Zambia. That's my dream for the future.
So India is the largest cutting center in the world, but they only started cutting in 1960. Before that, they were told they aren't able to cut. We were told the same thing, that it takes decades to teach the youth how to cut. We started 3 decades ago. So there's over 100 teachers out there who you can approach to learn how to cut and polish gemstones.
That's a great way to end. Thank you very much for both of our speakers. Thank you.
Oh, wait, we have a gift for Sherry, who does such fantastic work with Kectil all around the world. There's a gift for you coming from William. So these are a pair of malachites in Zambian gold, Zambian malachite, and the hooks are with diamonds in yellow gold, but the gold is Zambian. And it's a beautiful piece of Zambia put together. I know she wanted emeralds, so I got her something green. But I hope you will rock these. And from Kectil, maybe Roderick, would you like to come and give this?
I'm gonna put these on and wear them. They're beautiful. Thank you so much. Let's get a picture. Can you get my camera? Let's get a picture of Rashmi with these gorgeous gems. This is why you need Zambia for Zambia, right here, right here. Thank you so much for this gorgeous gift. Thank you. I'm going to put it on. I'm going to wear them. Thank you so much.
That Bulgari sells that for $15,000. No, what? Crazy. I mean, and they sell these too. But anyway, you can bring that.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm smiling. Thank you so much. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you once more to Rashmi and Ashu and Sherry for that amazing, amazing session. The opportunities in Zambia are so immense. It's hard to even wrap your head around just the immensity of the resources and value that are below our feet, at our fingertips, and in our minds, really. It's really about the people, as Sherry pointed out. So we're going to have our next panel discussion, and the theme of the panel discussion is going to be youth challenges in entrepreneurship. Youth challenges in entrepreneurship. If the moderator and the panelists want to just take their seats now, so I can do the introductions and we can get going. Please welcome our moderator and the various panelists who are going to step up to the stage now.
So, hello everyone. Hope you are not so tired for these 2 days, because we are going to one of the important topics for young entrepreneurs nowadays. And where is our third one?
Don't you want to sit in the middle?
So, why I'm said that it is one of the important topics for everyone, because, you know, if some of these speakers will come to me 3 or 4 years ago when I just started my journey, I would appreciate for their words, because I did a lot of mistakes on my business way, and right now I am an entrepreneur, but about that a bit later. So, hello once again, everyone. Nice to see you here today, and we move to our next one of the important topic of discussion: youth challenges in entrepreneurship. I am Alexandra Fomin, a board member of the Kectil program from Ukraine, and I am an entrepreneur. Welcome our panelists today, distinguished entrepreneurs. Welcome you once again, and yeah, I would like to shortly introduce yourself, who you are. We have Mr. Wansa Chalo, founder and CEO of Dinia Healthcare. Welcome to our panel discussion.
Thank you, thank you.
Great. Next to him, we have Mr. Yangani Chandela, entrepreneur and human resource manager at Oryx Energy. Welcome you, Mr. Yangani. And close to me, and last but not least, Ashwati Venugopal, co-founder and CEO of Avasar Shala.
Thank you, and hello everyone.
Great. Today we are here to delve into the multi-phase landscape of entrepreneurship, talk about challenges that youth entrepreneurs face today in this global world. And I will also briefly mention what today's discussion will consist of. We will start with general questions about the career path of our guests, when we will move on the thematic questions related to the specific field of activity of each of entrepreneur. We will receive a lot of insights and advice on how young entrepreneurs can succeed in business. So, let's kick off to our discussion, and my first question will addressing to Mr. Chawa and Ashwati. So I think everyone here is interested to hear your story. What exactly inspired or motivated you to start your own entrepreneurial way? Please.
Thank you very much. I'm quite happy to be here today, first and foremost, because I think we've interacted with some of you a couple of times. Some of you might know my story. My entrepreneurship journey started about 10 years ago, and allow me to do a little bit of a humble brag here. I have started 3 ventures so far, and 2 of them have gotten presidential recognition from 2 different Zambian presidents. So, yeah, that's over the past 10 years. I'm a trained economist. I studied economics at the Copperbelt University. The first organization I actually started was when I was at university, called the Piggy Bank Campaign. It was a social venture. And my friends and I, whilst we were in university, went to Musonda compound in Kitwe, where we had found a community school called Musonda Community School. And they were learning in a makeshift wooden structure. So I was with one of my friends. We went there. It started to rain. We ran for shelter into the same place and found that what looked like a chicken run was actually a learning environment. They had classes going on, and because it started to rain, they couldn't continue with the classes. So when I was in that situation, I started to think about the fact that I was in Kitwe, the 2nd largest city in the country, and we had such a situation going on. And I thought to myself, my goodness, what exactly can we do about this? Right? And I thought about the government. That's the first thing that came to mind. I'm like, what's the government doing? And then I'm like, no, wait a minute. Who is the government? Right? The government has got their own problems to sort out. I think I have found this problem. This is for me to solve. All right? So we went back to the university, and we started to think about and brainstorm how we could help out kids in that community school. And we decided that we had over 10,000 students at the Copperbelt University. And we thought, if each one of those students could contribute 1 kwacha coin each week, would have 10,000 kwacha. Over a month, would have 40,000 kwacha. Over 3 months, would have 120,000 kwacha. And then it was enough to build at least a decent block of classrooms. So in our naivety, we said, you know what, let's try this. Let's see if it can actually work. And we called it the Piggy Bank Campaign, and our slogan was, your change can change lives. 2 years later, we managed to raise enough funds to build the classroom block, and we built a modern-sized 3-classroom block for them. And that's how the Piggy Bank Campaign started. That was the first venture that I had started. When I graduated from university, I decided to go into entrepreneurship full-time. Much to the bewilderment of my mother, I decided to drop all opportunities that came my way for jobs and got into it full-time. Started a cleaning services company called Spotless Africa, grew that over a period of 7 years to service over 150 clients spread across 5 towns in the country, and we employed over 50 staff at our peak. I'm currently running a different venture called Dunia Healthcare, which is trying to solve the problem of access to medicine in Africa. So that's briefly my journey so far.
Thank you a lot. That is fantastic, I would say.
All right. So for today and yesterday, you've been listening to a lot of speakers, a lot of topics, and you've been activated. That's the word that I would use. And Guguni here, and me and Guguni was discussing yesterday night, you feel like doing something, right? You feel like getting up and getting something done. That's how much you are activated today. So back in 2018, I was part of the Atlanta conference in US that happened in June 2018. And I felt the same sort of activation, that energy when I was listening to not just the speakers, but we had 27 other youth leaders that were selected and brought to Atlanta. And this was a much smaller gathering, but 28 amazing people were in that room. And I was having that sort of imposter syndrome, feeling like, why am I even here? But this must be a story that's familiar to at least some of you here in this room. But I was an employee, I was working in a corporate job. because they did not give me a leave to come for the Atlanta conference, I had dropped that job. And much to the surprise and shock of Ms. Sherry here, I had come to the conference and I was actually thinking, what should I do next after going back home after that 1 week's conference. But what I got there during that 1 week, along with other young, ignited minds, is that feeling of I should go back and do something. I really didn't know what, but I needed to do something of impact because I was surrounded by people who were doing amazing work here in Zambia, Nigeria, Kenya, in a lot of other different parts of the world. And going back, I also got a lot of opportunities to talk about this program, Kectil, and my journey with young people back at home in India. But there was one poignant question that changed my life. They asked me, if you studied in schools and colleges just like us, but you got an opportunity to represent India, to be part of this Atlanta conference by Kectil, and our kids are not getting that opportunity. We aren't even coming to know about that opportunity. So this was a big question that actually changed the way I was thinking. You must have heard this from multiple speakers today and yesterday. Opportunities are all lying around you. Just have to look at it, or you might already be experiencing it. So for me, that was this opportunity that I grabbed on, and I decided, maybe because I know such opportunities exist, let me help other children. I focused on school kids back then. Also connect with such life-changing opportunities. That is the starting of Avasar Shala. In Indian languages, Avasar Shala loosely translates to hub of opportunities. So that's how I started out, by building a platform where all sorts of extracurricular opportunities, like be it leadership programs, be it arts, sports, whatever they are interested in, they get to connect with national level, regional and international opportunities that can change their life, potentially change their life if they put their heart to it. But that's how I started off. So all thanks to what I experienced at Kectil, and that's something that I can also tell you. Today, if you're feeling that sort of a spark, that sort of an energy, you can actually go back and do something, because I did that, and here I'm sitting as a speaker today.
Thanks a lot for sharing your stories, how it started and how it's going right now. And Mr. Yongani Chandela, you are an HR by professional, but you have stepped outside of your comfort zone to nurture young people to be great leaders in whatever other area of their lives. Please tell us your story and why you do what you do.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think those who know me, I struggle to sit down because I have a lot of energy, and most of the time I love to stand. So if I was given a mic, I was going to express myself freely with a mic than sitting. For those that have not met me, my story is just like any of you. For me, I want to ride on what my colleague has said, because most of you have met you actually. If you've been to Kectil for the last 2 years, you've met me. So I don't want to repeat that story. So for those that are meeting, I want to ride on what my colleague said here. If you are taking notes, he said that the reason why they went and started raising the funds is because they identified a problem in their community. And I like the fact that they said that they change, okay? That 1 kwacha, we all know 1 kwacha, it's like not even a cent, because 1 cent is too much in Zambia, that's a lot of money. So your 1 kwacha, which is your change, can change somebody's life. But for me, I say your story or my story has potential to inspire somebody who may be at the verge of giving up. And this is the role that I play in this country, that I speak to the youths to inspire them. Pastor Samuel, I needed that picture there. Okay? Yes, I expected that beautiful smile. Okay? That wherever you may be seated, my story is not complete without showing you such images, because 13, 14 years ago, when I took this picture, during my graduation, by the way, I used to have swag, eh? You don't say this suit, okay? I didn't know that 12 years down the line, I'll take another picture like the other one on the other side. So what is it that I'm trying to communicate even at this point is that you may be going through some things as a student now or as a young entrepreneur just trying to discover your life. Don't be so hard on yourself. Not even me knew that this was not the best suit at the time. Kapasa, can I have the next image? But my story connects more with this other picture. I want you to pause and look at that. Did you see that? Can you identify me? Yes, so for me, what inspires me even to speak to the youths is that I strongly believe that the charcoal burner's child will one day wear a white suit. And I mean, my story has potential to give hope and life to somebody who's about to give. I hope this picture can inspire you that your story is yet to unfold. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for inspired story. That was awesome and fantastic. Even I inspired so much. Great, but let's delve into our topic discussion. It is huge challenges in entrepreneurship. So I have a question for all of our panelists. What are some of the unique challenges that young entrepreneurs face in today's competitive business environment? Let's start from our lady.
Hello, everyone. So what I've noticed is I'm from India. I've registered my company in India, but I am running a global business because I'm helping young people all around the world. So it has given me an opportunity to interact with so many aspiring entrepreneurs. And one thing that I've noticed is a lot of people have issues of not getting enough support from families, and a lot of people have knowledge gap. A lot of people have this fear of failure. But one thing that overarches everything is the lack of access to capital, or the belief that they cannot start a business or they cannot venture into entrepreneurship because they don't have access to capital. How will I pay my bills? How will I get the capital to start a business? So this has been the number one question, and as a person who was starting out for the very first time, even I was faced with this problem. So when you talk about challenges for young entrepreneurs, capital, that is the biggest problem. If you ask me how I navigated it, is it part of the question?
Sure.
Yeah? So sure. If you ask me, there are very, very simple ways to do a business, any business. I'm not talking about bigger capital-intensive businesses like mining, or I'm talking about if you are an entrepreneur, if you want to start out, there are ways to start out very small. And for me, it was easy to actually connect with the first 10 people in my contact list and ask them if this is a kind of a product that they would use for their children. I mean, that is the line of work that I am in, so that was the question that I asked. But I didn't stop there. I asked, if I give you a prototype, do you know what a prototype is? That is the MVP. That is the very leanest form of the product. You don't have any frills. You don't add anything fancy. You just create the most easiest and the most smallest cost-effective way of creating a product, and you try to sell it to them. Try selling it. That at this point, it's not costing you a penny, but if they are ready to give you money, at least 10 kwacha, if I don't know how much that is, but that's more for me. In Indian rupees, it's mostly 30 rupees. But if they are at least able to pay you at least one kwacha, that is where you know that this is an idea that you can work on. If somebody is promising you, hey, I'll definitely buy it, you can work on this, create a product, register a company, don't do it. If they're ready to give you money in that smallest, leanest, and meanest form, then you know you have hit a gold mine. This is an idea that you should be working on. Otherwise, don't waste your time. So my only takeaway from my own journey is if you're able to do something very cost effectively, you're able to find at least one person, get the money from their pocket into your pocket, then venture into entrepreneurship. Then gates will open to you, and never go into seeking out costly capital for your businesses. There is always government grants, or there are always friends, family, and fools that are the FFFs. These are the first 3 people who will invest into your company. Start there. You heard in the morning also, these are the soft capital that you can get. And I started there, and that's what I would also say. This is how you solve the biggest challenge.
Thanks a lot for sharing, Mr. Yangani Chandela.
Entrepreneur. Oh, at least you know, because I know most of you know me as a human resource, right? That's what I do. For 15 years, I've been working as a human resource. But the other side of it that probably recently I've been talking about is how I have managed to work as a human resource and also do a business. I think this is the challenge that most youths have. You keep asking me, is it even possible to keep your full-time job as well as having something on your side? Campus, let me have, I love to speak with figures and pictures. You know, people don't forget. Sometime in 2017 and 18, my wife, when I got married to her, a beautiful wife, you can see her there. So when I got married to her, I wanted her to be at home most of the time with me to do these other things. But I realized she's also a profession. She has done something. So we came together and formed a company called Wanga HR. Okay? So this Wanga HR outsources HR services to other companies. And some of you were on the flights. If you are on Qatar, Emirates, ProFlight, chances are that my team actually prepared the meals that you had. Okay? So you can give me a big round of applause for that one. All this, I have done it whilst I maintain a full-time job. Okay? So what I'm trying to communicate to you as an entrepreneur, the certain projects that you can do emanating from your field, from your profession. For instance, I'm a human resource. I'm involved in outsourcing such services, not only at the airport, to so many places, but at the same time, for those that know me, I'm so passionate to carry my employers wherever I go. Okay? I think that's something that should come out. So what I'm inspiring you is that you can have your business as an entrepreneur, and also this smartphone that you have. I'm assuming everybody here has a smartphone, right? This is your biggest store that you can ever have. This is your biggest office that you can ever have. Sometimes it takes me 7-8 months to go and visit these guys, but I speak to them on this phone. Equally, what I'm encouraging you, some of you just think entrepreneurship, you have to go and buy the big machines these people have in the mining. You may not do it. Your phone becomes the easiest tool or resource that you can use to generate income. From this phone, the other entrepreneurship business I do, I can transact over $50,000 to $100,000 without a shop. So what am I inspiring you? Don't look at entrepreneurship just as, you seated at home owning 4 or 5 shops. No. Ask yourself, we are now going towards service-based industries, right? Everybody wants to, I can hear a lot of psychological mentorship or something, or counseling. There's a lot of work that you can do on the phone. So for me, what I want to inspire you is check your phone right now. Ask yourself, what services can I offer? Don't scam people. I'm not a scammer, okay? Just ask yourself, how can you use your phone and the laptop to earn a living? Because I hope Roderick projected that. The unemployment levels in this country are very alarming. Everybody keeps talking about 15 to 16%. I, as an HR, I can tell you the numbers are above 35%. Because when I advertise for a receptionist, I'm now only getting degree orders applying for that job. And if you look at the numbers, one receptionist, you have 500 to 1,000 people. What does it tell you? Whether you've got an engineering degree, whether you've got an economics, the situation is becoming bad. So for me, I want you to look at your phone and ask yourself from this session, how will I generate a living with or without a job? Thank you.
Thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts. Remember, we talked yesterday that we need to start from small things. That is about. Okay, thanks a lot. Mr. Mansachalo, you next.
Thank you so much. Firstly, your comment about the unemployment rates. Being an economist, I'm itching to comment about it as well. And you have to interrogate the figures, right? The Minister of Finance once said himself that we have over 7 million people searching for jobs actively in Zambia, all right? Now, if you have 7 million looking for jobs, what's the labor force? Because that's how you calculate unemployment. 50%, our median age in Zambia is 18. Median age, meaning you cut the numbers into half. Half of them are below 18, right? So if we're going to say above 18, that's about 10 million people. So you're easily talking about unemployment north of 70% in this country. When you see people like HR officers like him from NAPSA and ZRA put up adverts, there are thousands of people applying for jobs, qualified, educated, but there are no jobs. So when you ask what's the biggest challenge we have, I think it's inspiration. Our young people need to be inspired. Once you understand the gravity of the situation, you will do something about it. The people we have in this room are the best and brightest people we have in this country. Zambia is depending on you and me to develop. Nobody else is going to do it. And that's why I decided to get onto the entrepreneurship journey. It's hard. It's not easy. In my first year, after I had graduated, my mom came to my room. We moved from the Copper Belt to Lusaka. I'm originally from the Copper Belt in Kitwe. My partner and I moved to Lusaka because there were bigger opportunities here, and we found a bigger market. We went and rented a 2-roomed, I can't even call it an apartment, it was just 2 rooms. And this is a true story. Demarcating the 2 rooms, there was a door that was off its hinge, right? And my partner and I walked into that house, into the 2-roomed house, and with our backpacks. And I was standing there, and I kept feeling sorry for myself. And I'm saying, but what am I doing here? There's no bed, there's no mattress, there's nothing. And I was standing for a good 5 minutes. But my partner, who's an engineer, had already seen a problem and already started solving. He's like, we need somewhere to sleep. And he quickly went and removed the door that was off-hinged, put it down, got his duvets and lumped them up, and that's why he was sleeping for a couple of months. Whilst I was standing there thinking of feeling sorry for myself, somebody was already solving that problem. And we were in that situation for a good 4 months. Graduates. I graduated second best in my class. Second best. When my mother came to visit, she felt so sorry for me, she almost cried. She said, I have beds, I have mattresses, I can put them on a bus or train or truck. They can get here tomorrow. I said, I don't need it. I need to learn how to get myself out of such a situation. And I believe that's the mindset we all need to have. We can't be begging all the time.
The stories we're hearing today are possible. And that's why I think that's all that we need. It's just people need to be inspired to get going. I tell people, when you go to the Western world, they're always talking bootstrapping, bootstrapping, bootstrapping. Somebody, I remember saying, I had saved up $50,000 and I started my business and we were bootstrapping the whole way. I'm like, good for you. In Africa, we don't even have boots to strap. We'll be running barefooted. You need to figure out, if you are going to say, I don't have money to start a business, you're not an African entrepreneur. Go to the United States. Go to the UK, not in Africa. In Africa, we start businesses with nothing. We go barefooted. When you go into town center, I know people that have got pages where they sell shoes that they've never worn themselves, that they don't stock themselves. He goes into town center, there's a place, takes pictures, starts to publicize that. Somebody offers to buy it, he goes quickly, collects, goes and delivers. Money is circulating without any capital. So if you're going to say you need money, I don't even want us to talk about how to get funding, how to get what. Just be creative. The problems that the ZAM and Zambia Development Agency Vice President is trying to solve will take long to get solved. It's not going to happen now. I know it, he knows it, everybody knows it. But what are we going to do now? Let's get going. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for sharing. I really like your pouring about inspiring. And let's move a bit on that way. And also, I would like to discuss in our general discussion about one of the biggest challenges I guess everyone faced when starting their businesses and working with small and medium businesses. It is clients, and how to get more clients, how to scale your business, because this is one of the biggest challenges. From my practice, I would say that mostly small and medium entrepreneurs that's leading such businesses, they are facing with the problem social medias, how to get more clients from the social medias, and they are free to scale their business. So I would like to share your thoughts and your advice in that topic, and I get this question will help our guests and our participants today to get more insightful things from this conversation. Thanks. Who would like to start?
Okay, let me go first. I'll be very brief. Once I was brought in one thing here, those who know me, I always move with my book. If you don't have it, then you don't live in Zambia. Okay? Why? Capital will never be given to you. How I wish that I can stand here and fund all your projects. But it's not going to happen today. Okay? The same challenge that you have, some of you only need 1,000, others needed 2,000 kwacha. I mean, not dollars, by the way, Sherry. I'm talking about 2,000, 3,000 kwacha. As little as it may sound, there's nobody who's sitting outside waiting for you waiting that they'll be giving you that. This is how this book was born, okay? I needed to ask myself, assuming that the company I was working for never hired me again. Because at some time in life, when you reach a certain position, you're a country manager, chances of being employed in other places become very slim. So you need to know that. So I asked myself, if where I was working, that was the last opportunity that I had, what was going to happen next? Then I discovered that I talk a lot, naturally, and at home they were saying, "Ulalanda sana," you know that, eh? You talk too much. Then I discovered I can get that from the talking. I put it in where? In the book. And this alone can sustain me. And what I mean can sustain me, it's real. This book can sustain me because it's about $12. And if I only sell 50 copies, I can sustain myself. So what is it that I'm asking you to do whilst you are seated there? Start writing something. Because the capital will not be given to you. Yes, there are people who have gotten big capitals. I know of some people who got recently from Ahmad $10,000, those who are giving. Those are 1 in a million. In my entire life, my entire family, nobody has ever won lotto. I've never seen anybody who has won it. Yet you are seated there waiting to be the next big millionaire through lotto. Lesson number 25 in my book says, stop dreaming. Be in reality. If you keep waiting for that ticket you are playing, I always say ticket yalipitai. Yalipitai for If you are waiting for that ticket to pass, you may wait forever. Ask yourself, what will you do today if that ticket won't pass? Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I am sure that your book is everywhere right now, even in Ukraine. Thanks. Mr. Mansachal?
Oh, okay. Thank you. How many people here have got running businesses? Show of hands. Show of hands, running businesses. Okay. Okay, that's great. Then maybe we can talk about scaling. I think for me, the biggest problem I have is not the scaling problem. It's usually the starting problem. That's where most people don't get it, right? In business, you just need to start. Even in the Bible, there's a scripture, I forget the actual one. It says, if you're going to wait for the weather to be perfect, you'll never begin to sell. It's there in the Bible. Most of us are waiting for the conditions to be perfect. They'll never, ever be. Just start, as scrappy as it is, as unprepared as you are, just start. That's absolutely key. And you'll be shocked and surprised at the miracles that will happen. I always give out this quote that it's by a German philosopher, and he says that there is beauty and power in actually starting, and miracles. When I started out this current business we're running in healthcare, it was completely different from what I'd been doing before. My mother had run several businesses in healthcare before, but I was just helping her out. I've never done something like that myself. And I had that imposter syndrome to say, why am I going to get into this? Am I qualified enough? Am I able to do this? But I had seen a problem. And I said, you know what? I'm not qualified. I'm not sure about what I'm doing, but I'm just going to start. And my goodness, the opportunity was even far bigger than I had thought it was. The first 2 months, again, getting back to my point of just starting, and you don't need money to start. I had talked to a lot of wholesalers. What we do with Dunia Healthcare is that we solve an access problem to medicine, right? We have a platform where retail pharmacies and health facilities are able to order medicines from wholesalers and manufacturers. I went to pretty much all the wholesalers and manufacturers we have in Zambia. I'm not scared of failure. Most people are scared of failure. Most people are scared of being told no and being turned down. My wife said no twice before we got married. We are married today with a kid. So I'm not scared of failure. So I said, I'm going to try this. I got paid. We got the first 3 checks for our business before we had a bank account. I was walking around with checks and said, now I need to get a bank account in place, you know. Because I wasn't going to wait to set up a bank account. I wasn't going to wait. The process is too long. Go out there, start, sell. Most of us don't want to work, to do the hard work, to do the heavy lifting. I was talking to somebody that said to me, Ekonde Bomba, we are knocking off at 17 hours. And we're knocking off at 19 hours, so they are overworking me. So I think I want to stop so that I can start my own business. I looked at him and laughed. There are few times when I leave the office before 9 p.m. Very few times.
Just 2 days ago, I was leaving the office at 01. It's a lot of hard work. That scaling we're talking about will take a lot of your dedication, and you have to give up a lot of things. Most of us have become too weak. The amount of development this country requires will need you to put in a lot of work. The haphazard way of working, of you being too weak and saying, I can't do this, I can't do that. We can't have that in this country. And it will take you and me to say, guys, we need a better level of excellence in this country for us to actually develop. And I think that's what it takes for us to develop and scale our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for sharing. And I also would like to add something to the words Mansachalo in regards just to start and doing. 3 years ago, when before the war in Ukraine, I had nothing, but I had idea that I want to start. I had an investment, I had a team, I just had an idea. And in that time, I started my startup sustainable agency, right? And after 2 weeks that I started, Russia invaded Ukraine. You can imagine that? And what do you think that I did, right? Big challenges, even bigger than no clients, social media, right? Facing IE challenges, right? Artificial intelligence. War just started in Ukraine. But what I did, I just sit and thinking, what I can do right now, what resources I have right now. And I started to think in that way that, okay, I don't have money to pay for people, right? But I know how volunteering is working in Ukraine. So I started to looking for volunteering in the universities who are interested into developing sustainable agency like consulting agency. And what do you think? In 1 year that we started during wartime, right? So we got bombed, our territory, our people, but we still did our job. So we still supported Ukrainian small and medium businesses, helped them to be more sustained in that terrible time. And in 1 year, from nothing, we got all social media platforms, even YouTube include, where I started to learn what YouTube is, and right now I am YouTube creator for the Kectil program. We created our first website without no money by our hands, right? We started to get clients, we built our first MVP product, we started to sell it step by step, and in 2023, in the start of 2023, we applied first IT product to European acceleration, and we got first money for developing MVP in IT. Could you imagine that? So it's about just starting and doing. And I hope my story and all the stories of our today's panelists will inspire you. Just start and doing, trying it, testing your ideas, and you will get your clients. Okay, thanks for... Thank you very much, and we will continue in our question. Ashoti, please.
Yes, so all three of them have spoken about hustling. That's the word that everybody has been talking about. Hustle, 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 and that's the only thing an entrepreneur is supposed to be doing. From day one, we figure out a problem and we figure out an easiest and the most smartest solution ever. And hustling can look like anything. It can be going out and seeking out a mentor to tell us what to do. It can be, hustling can be like what you heard in the morning, you know, calling someone for an interview and asking their ideas and taking inspiration from it. Hustling can be figuring it out by failing 10 times, but at least keeping at it for the 11th time to succeed. But hustling is all that it takes to build that foundation of entrepreneurship. And for me, if I would tell you all these stories, even after 3 and 3.5 years of entrepreneurship, all these stories still feel magical to me. And I'm pretty sure all of you sitting here, you've been inspired and you feel this is an amazing, magical experience and I want a piece of it. But I'm telling you, it's not that easy. Everybody has spent sweat and blood to actually call themselves an entrepreneur. And I know a lot of people who have stopped it on day one. Maybe they took it on for 1 year and they've exhausted themselves and stopped it. But people who rise out of this a phase where they hit a hump and they feel, no, I can't go on anymore, they fall out, but the rest who rise above it are entrepreneurs and startup owners sitting here. So if I'm practically telling you, it's not very easy to get that first customer who actually pays you. It's very easy to get people who are interested in your product. It's very easy to give product for free, for testing, for demo purpose. But somebody who would pay money to you, that very first customer, that's a huge feeling. You know, you actually get paid, even if it is a very small amount. But that feeling is very hard to get by. And for us, as I said, where we started off, because I want to also give you some practical ideas to start out small. Where we started out was from my own contact list. As Yangini just mentioned, your phone is your tool. Go to your contacts, just search for the first 10 contacts, call them up, talk about your idea, see if there is a sales, that's called a sales funnel, you know, like interest, and then you actually talk about the product and they finally pay you. See if there is some possibility that you can actually sell your product to them. That's where you start. The second thing is, we are all part of a lot of WhatsApp groups. We underestimate the power of communities, of these simple WhatsApp groups where everybody just keeps sending WhatsApp forwards. There are at least 10% of the audience in each WhatsApp group who's taking note of one or the other WhatsApp forwards that come into your group. You must also have noticed, you skip through a lot, but there will be 1 or 2 that catch your eye. So at least 10% will see such forwards coming from your side, which can be sales for your product, or maybe you're just talking about awareness of your product. But use WhatsApp groups. Just be unapologetic about forwarding to all WhatsApp groups. The third is use ambassadors or champions. Like there will be at least 1 or 2 people who can't be customers because they can't pay for you, but they will be people who would be ready to talk about you. Charm them, and that's also one way of hustling. Charm them to speak about you elsewhere. They will bring in more money than just a sales for them. So as an entrepreneur, these are some things that you should build as skills of reading people. If you're talking to someone, if you're trying to sell a product, don't sell, but just try and listen. If they're giving you feedbacks, take it positively, take it constructively. Sometimes this person will not be able to pay you money for your product. I'm not saying part your product or service for free, but activate them, make them involved in the process and make them sell for you. So these are like 3 very practical tips that I used. I used in the initial days of my journey as well as I use it even now. But if you're hustling, use all your brain, 100% of your brain, and look around and then sell. Maybe it's just me, I don't press and sell, but for me, it's more about the journey of a product. It's more about getting customers onto your fold, getting champions onto your fold so that they stay with you longer. So in entrepreneurship and in any product, there is this thing called life cycle, where a product, once it is used by a customer, they come back to you, but there is also how much times do they come back to you. So all this sort of thing comes from building that sort of a relationship. So even while you're hustling, don't press or squeeze at it. Like don't try too hard, but try and sense what's happening, and that can even give you a lot of information. So I'm just adding on to all the magical words that all 3 of them had said. These are inspirations for you to start, but how do you start? When do you start? And what's the first step that you can do? That's what I just gave you right now.
Thank you for the wise words. And I would also like to add 4 point to your words. Don't forget doing research of your target audience, of your customers. Don't forget to talk with your customers and monitoring it, because it's also an important thing in our fast changes world. Okay, let's now move on more specific questions relevant to our panelist business activity. And I suggest starting with Mr. Masvachalo. With your leadership, you ventured at another business, Dinia Healthcare, right? Tell us about it and the problem it is solving more deeply. How you can manage all of that, how you plan your time, and how you deal with all the challenges in all three businesses. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm not running all of those three businesses. I can't multitask to save my life, so I'm always focused on one thing, and that's how come right now I've sort of exited all of those others, and I'm now focused on Dunia Healthcare. Sometime last year, I was talking to a Catholic nun that manages a rural health facility in Monze. So as you know, the Catholic Church has got mission hospitals across the country in rural areas, and I had a conversation with one of the sisters, and she told me a story about a young girl named Chipego. And Chipego was 17 years old, heavily pregnant and sick. And she visited their rural health facility in Monze. And despite the fact that the sisters at the facility could see that she had all the signs and symptoms of malaria, they could not do any malaria diagnosis test because they had run out of test kits. And she told me that, but even if they had done the test, they had absolutely no malaria medication to give her. They had ordered the medication a month before, but it had not yet been delivered. 3 days later, Chipego and her unborn baby died. So currently in Africa, there are about 3.5 million Africans that die due to lack of access to medicine. 3.5 million Africans that die needlessly and senselessly because of inefficiencies in the supply chain of pharmaceutical products. And that's the problem we're solving at Dunia Healthcare. We are using technology to make and digitize all procurement processes for medicine in the country, and also doing the underlying logistics for that so that it's more efficient and effective. So currently we have a platform that connects retail pharmacies and health facilities to pharmaceutical wholesalers and manufacturers. So they make the orders on the platform and we deliver to their doorstep. So it's completely B2B as we stand. For those that might not know the term, it's business to business. It's not consumer facing. It's completely B2B. Recently, we signed an MOU with the Catholic Church to streamline distribution of medicines to their 75 health facilities. And that MOU alone is worth over $10 million. And this is something that was barely just an idea over a year ago. And I was hesitant about doing it. But because I got into it, I was able to see all the other bigger opportunities that are available. Most of us will not see any level of success because we discount ourselves. You think you are not worthy of doing what you want to do. There's a famous quote by Roosevelt that is called "The Man in the Arena." You should look it up. And it says that credit does not go to the critic or the one that shows you how the strong man has stumbled. But credit goes to the man in the arena who errs and fails and is battered and has blood, sweat, and tears. That's who the credit goes to. So my call to you is, let's get into the arena. The only way you can learn how to run business is by doing business. You want to get into mining? Find a way to get into it. Whether it is just cutting lighting or whatever, then you'll see the opportunities in mining. You want to get into cleaning, healthcare, whatever it is, find a way to get in, and you see the opportunities thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for sharing. And next question to Mr. Nyangeni Chandela. Entrepreneurship is mindset, skills, right? First, skill set and the ability to understand the ecosystem. You are in the human capital resource development, and most emerging entrepreneurs have a challenge when it comes to building their teams, right? Could you please share some strategy that you can recommend for young entrepreneurs when they are starting to build their teams? Thanks.
Okay. When I was coming on this panel, by the way, I should tell you, I sat with my colleague here. So when we've been following all the speakers to speak, so we realized there was something that was missing, and that's why you've heard him and me, we're using the same theory. We realized that most of these youths we have, what they're lacking is inspiration. They have brilliant ideas, right? But I think there's that key, there's somebody that needs to unlock them. So that's why you've seen we've moved slightly from your questions, just trying to inspire them, because we realize I think they are lacking that, especially having been told about the cost of starting businesses like mining and other things. So they'll be thinking, was this for us? Was this even making sense? But I want to tell them that yes, it was for them. The information is for them. So trying to help you, maybe give me the last slide. I did something just, I'll connect it to your question. As the guy gone. We have a problem with the mindset. If you're going into a business, you need to have a positive mindset, not a negative mindset. Some of you have failed businesses even before you've started. So you can't even hire people because you already have this mistrust about the people that you're supposed to work with. So as you're starting your business, I spoke to my colleague Ahmad here. He was saying, what is lacking in most young entrepreneurs that nobody's even telling them that you need to be selective of the partners that you're going to start with. Because that person, you may be thinking they have put your name at Pakra, not knowing that your name is not there. Just because the business is not doing fine today, it's not always the case that it may not do better in 10 years. So what I'm asking you is, as entrepreneurs, get your paperwork, select the right people. No, not that one. There's a lady, a pregnant woman. Okay, get the right people to partner with, because these people will matter in your success. But I want to close on the mindset, because for me, I feel that's what we are lacking. Okay, seems my DJ is not there. The mindset that I want all of us to focus on is, if you go to my book, the first page, I talk about whatever happens, let's be positive, okay? I know it's very difficult to be positive when you have not eaten. It's very difficult to be positive when you are going to walk to go back home. But I want to tell you that let us be positive, because some of us have seen it. So when you are positive, certain things around you just change. And I'll close with this beautiful story. I don't know why my colleague has delayed to give me the picture. There's a lady in my village, okay? That's why I wanted you to see that picture. There's a lady in my village who was pregnant. And you know, in the villages, you don't have scanning machines to know if it's going to be twins or one child. So while she was pregnant, the day before she gave birth, okay, she went to the hospital because she had some complications. Now, when she went to the hospital, when they measured, they told her the complications were showing that she was carrying 2 people. So now everybody didn't believe it, because they're saying, how can you know? Because in the village, by the way, I'm a twin, so I'm speaking from experience. So they'll just tell you when the first child comes out, they wait for 15 minutes. Oh, there's another one. So it's like it's a mistake. Nobody even knew about it. So this lady, before she gave birth, the doctor said, we have a choice of either saving you, the mother, or saving the unborn babies, because of the complication that she was going through. So when the husband was called to ask, to say, what is your opinion? Whom should we save? Should we operate on the lady? We save the babies or this? The husband said, I'll allow my wife to make a call. So when the lady was given to make this call, she chose to save the children and to sacrifice her life. This was a very painful story, even if I'm sharing it today, okay? When she chose this, she said, these kids who have an opportunity to grow, that is it. That's the one I wanted. These kids who have an opportunity to grow, me, I've seen enough of this life. This story was told to nobody because they didn't want the kids to know what had happened at the point of their birth. The mother died and the two young ladies lived. When the kids grew up to an age where they could be told now what happened to their mother, they kept asking, how did my mom die? How did my mom die? You know the way people are in the village, eh? They kept saying, you're the ones that caused your mother to what? To die. You know the way in the village people will say these things. So one of them got interested. How did my mother what? Die? One of the twins. So they explained the story to them. And the other young lady asked, so how was my mother? They explained, your mother was a caring person. That's why she gave her life for people like you. Everybody in the community knew that she was this positive woman. And that young lady got that lesson, that the mother was a positive and caring person. Whenever everybody visited their home, everybody said, we can see your mother in you. The other twin, unfortunately, became so bitter with herself that she caused the death for her own mother. Every day she was crying that she was the one who caused the mother to die. This is thrown back to you. Zambia has debt. Unemployment levels are high. Choose which twin you are going to be. Twin 1 or twin 2? Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for the sharing. Just quick question. Last summarized question for Mr. Yanganic. Could you please share for our audience, short summarize 3 tips how they can find right partners for them in their business? Shortly, because we have limited time.
Have I not shared enough with you guys, eh? That's enough, eh? Let my voice be spared. I will skip that question because I feel, you know, they'll get tired with my voice. Is that fair, right? You're not? Okay. Yes, because I can see Sherry is saying time up. That's why I saw that. Yeah.
As time is crying faster, last question to Ashwati Venugopal. Asmashara has been internationally recognized for its purpose-driven innovations. Could you share some examples of this innovation and the positive impact they've had on communities or industries? Thanks.
So that is a very generic question, but I would like to tell you one thing. When I started off Avasarashala, it was a product, it was a service, and all I understood is it is in a learning and development space. And I was doing what I felt I should be doing in order to solve a problem statement that was in front of me. So this is where it all starts. So sometimes ideas come to you, sometimes problems come to you, and the best thing is when a problem comes to you because you can solve it in an infinite number of ways. You can fail infinite number of ways and you can still have infinite number of solutions that you can test out. So I would always say start out with a problem, and that's what I also did. There was a problem, a question that was posed to me, and I started out by trying to solve it the best way I could. I'm not saying it was the best way ever possible, but it was just the best way that just worked out at that point in time. There are also other best ways it can be done, but this was a solution that I created a product out of, and I tried my best to put it out in the market. And then I found the sales channel, and then I found the customers, and then I started making money, then I started building my team, and then I had the startup called Avasarashala. So clean 1.5 years I was working on a company, calling it a startup, and trying to build and scale and whatnot. I'm someone who has not yet raised funds because I always wanted to build a startup or a company which is completely bootstrapped. So I only relied on the revenue that was coming from our company. So we were very, very particular that we will not spend anything that we do not make. So the money that was coming in, the revenue, we even generated profits. so much that we were able to build a company where even the employee's salary, everything was spent from the revenue that we were generating, and we were generating revenue from day one. No matter what I'm doing, I always have this intention in mind. It should be revenue generating and it should be cash positive. Now that's just a principle that I live by as a business person. And I never thought about impact or what is this exactly that I'm doing, rather than just a business, what else am I doing? And in 1.5 years, I realized there is something called social impact. And I learned about social enterprises, social impact, and something called for-profit social enterprises much later into my startup journey. From then on, things changed for me. I was not just looking at the profits, I was not just looking at the revenue, I was also looking at the people that I'm impacting, the stories. Suddenly, stories of people whose lives changed became important to me. And I was doing it at a very small scale. You know, like my customers would be like 10,000, and probably I can maybe have like a 10 or 12 stories that I can actually tell the world of real impact and real change. But that's enough. See, for a person who was just living her life, doing whatever a manager was telling me to do, getting my salary and spending it over the weekend, I was actually changing the lives of 10,000 people, and I was coming to know about 10 to 12 lives that I've really hands-on changed, and that for me was impact. So this is a small scale impact, but when translating it back to the question that I was asked, impact is always about the transformation that we could have brought. Maybe it's in the lives of the customers, maybe it's in the life of stakeholders, maybe it's in industries, maybe you created a change, a domino effect that other startups started following. Maybe you created a trend that ultimately becomes a policy change in the industry level. But bigger companies can aspire for bigger changes. They should, because they have the agency, they have the money, they have the contacts, they have the visibility. For smaller people like us, for companies that are just fledglings, we don't have the visibility. We probably have to engineer the visibility. But if you have an impact mindset, if you are looking for stories, if you are looking for people whose lives you have changed, impact will come to you. And it does not mean that you have to build an NGO. It does not mean that you have to be a non-profit organization who's not making money, who's spending money rather than making money. You can even have a revenue positive, for-profit social enterprise like mine, but you just have to understand this aspect called impact. Did I answer your question?
Thanks a lot for your sharing. Just no questions. Okay, then I would like to thank our great panelists for today's discussion. I hope our audience get a lot of insight from today's discussion and today's story. Thanks a lot once more time. And let's applaud one more for our panelists.
Okay, we're coming to the end of our day, and we're going to be going into a reception. It will be starting probably in about 20 or 30 minutes. And so in the interim, what I promised is that we would go into an Ask Sherry session. I'm going to come up here and just take any questions from any of you who want to ask anything. Kaguni's going to come up and join me. He's the representative of the Kectil board who's going to come up. And actually, we still have some speakers, some very high-level speakers in the room. We have Dr. Snow, we have Dr. McLean, we've got Dr. Toomey, we have others. I think Sangeet is here. So if you want to just pick on them while they're sitting at the table, you can ask them a question also. So this is going to be a free Q&A. And then Roderick, can you come up also? So Roderick is going to come up on the Q&A as the representative of the Kectil Zambia Local Center. We've got Guguni here. I'll be up here. Where are the mics? Let's just pass the mics. We're just going to do a free Q&A for a while, and then Roger can tell us when we're ready for the reception. Okay?
But now we can give you a gift from that. I think since everybody did. No. I think don't they have to give.
Oh, okay. So, James, you'll be using these mics, then I'll be giving this to the people in the crowd. Questions. Yeah. Go to it. Just want to give you a second. Huh? You give me a second. Okay.
So I think we'd all love to thank Roger for all the work he's done. Thank you.
Judy.
You don't need to see it.
You can be given a mic.
So thank you for everything you've done to help organize this conference. Huge success. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this.
Okay, great. I wanted to give that to you in front of everybody. Okay? Okay. So now, should we go to Q&A now? Yes. Okay? You can even put that up. That should be standing up right in front of you. Because you get the, we call it a tombstone, but it's really not a tombstone. It's a... Okay, great. So now you're official. Okay, we ready? Okay, are we ready for our Q&A? Does anybody have a question for anyone? Where's the mic? Can we move the mics around?
Judy.
Gosh, we're almost scared to ask. What are open mic questions? Here we go.
My name is Clifford Lumpuma. Thank you for everything that has been happening during this conference. My first question goes to Mr. Yangen Chendela. Mr. Yangen Chendela, representing the HR in Zambia, and most of the youth who are present here, the most challenging thing that we have is sourcing for capital. And that capital will rely on a job. And looking at high unemployment rate in Zambia, what makes somebody stand out to secure a job? And secondly, may you please speak to the government of the Republic of Zambia to introduce financial literacy as early as possible, even grade 1, so that we can share a good relationship with money. Thank you.
My name is Francis Simbe, and I have a question for Dr. Snowy. It's with... Hello? Can you get me? All right. My question goes to Dr. Snowy. She's not here. I have to answer.
Sorry. Okay, guys, just to get your attention. So the questions are going to the people in the front there and not to the speakers.
No, I think Yangeni was given a question.
Sure.
So Yangeni should answer the question. he's a speaker for today, and then we'll go to the next
Okay.
question. And as I said, it's just free for whoever wants to ask questions.
Okay, thank you so much. We all agree that unemployment levels are high, right? But there are still people who are working. I think that's your question. I will tell you my simple theory. Exceptional performers never lucky. The odds may be against you, but those people who are willing to go over and above, there's always something for you. So my advice to those who are in this room, strive to be among the 1%, those who are doing exceptional things. Then opportunities will come your way. Thank you.
Next question. Wait, I can answer. All right, guys. All right, my name is Francis Simbe. So I have a question for Dr. Snowy from the previous meeting we had.
Yes.
You talked about the businesses that not to start, and you mentioned IT, but I would like some clarity in that.
I have already answered that question. My argument is that, so I'm sure you heard yesterday when Amat was explaining to say you can use actually AI throughout the broad chain of sectors and industries. Okay? So the fact that, as the same question was asked by the other guy in the morning on the issue, is that you've got IT, which is a broad, how can I call it? Maybe let's say industry. So the most failures in the value chain of IT is the hardware component, because most of the time technology changes. And therefore, if you start, because he was giving me the example of home security cameras. So if you look back, home security, and you can correct me, home security cameras were this big. In my house, I had this big. But today, the technology has changed. They became smaller, and now they're even more smaller. So if you're a small business and you've got those types of cameras in your shop that you're selling, somebody else next door is selling cameras that are completely different in terms of the shape, the technology that is being used inside. You're actually competing in an industry that becomes easily obsolete. But if it's in services, in AI, in digitization, and so on, you actually stand a better chance of succeeding in a business. That was my argument. Okay, and I hope it's very clear.
Thank you so much. My question also goes to Dr. Snowy. Yes, concerning yesterday's discussion. So my question is on time management. Looking at the things you do, and you're involved in a lot of things. Personally, I'm a medical student. I am also an entrepreneur. I own my own business. And currently, I'm in some NGOs. I'm the director. And currently, I'm also pursuing psychosocial counseling and HIV management. I'm doing all those courses. So how do you manage your time, and how do you make sure that your mental health is in good position? Because at times, as for me, whereby things get so overwhelming. So how do you manage your time, looking at the number of things you are in? Thank you so much.
Yeah, first of all, let me say congratulations. I am so proud of you. Yesterday, I spoke about I don't believe, and I still don't believe, and I'll argue until I go to heaven, if I'll reach there. I don't believe in doing one thing at a time. People say start small and do so. You are still young. You've got 24 hours of your time. You don't have children. You don't have families. Use your time to do more than one something. Think about it. So for me, I started young, as I said, at the age of 16. I was doing hair. I was planting vegetables in my garden at the back of my grandmother's house. I was selling that. I was doing a lot of things. So I learned at a very early age, at your age or even younger, to multitask and to actually believe that a day has got 24 hours. How much sleep do you need? How much sleep do you need? So for me, my time, 8 hours is enough for me to sleep. If I said I slept full 8 hours, it means that day I was giving myself a treat because I wanted to rest my brain. So even now, I'm retired. I told myself I'm not stopping because I'm used to working hard. 18 hours, 16 hours a day, that's what I do. And actually, other than the things that you saw on the website, what I'm doing, I'm also a house designer. I design houses. I do interior deco. I do space consulting. So why? Because I told myself, I'm here on earth to make a difference in people's lives. I'm not here to sleep. I'm not here to sit on the phone. You'll never see me. I'm not on TikTok. If I'm on YouTube, it's because I'm speaking at a conference and people are taking videos of me. I'm sure the videos that you have seen is on different conferences. So to young people, do not sleep, work hard, spend time, allocate your time to doing certain things. I'm so proud of you. Do that, girl. Spend your time doing constructive things rather than sitting on selfies and then putting a screen on it and then showing the world a different person than what you are. Don't compete with those who are doing things on social media or in general life. Spend your time constructively. Find things that you will do to fulfill you and to also make a contribution to society. So I'm challenging all of you to say, all of you, you've got cell phones, and I think the previous speaker spoke about cell phone being a tool. Avoid a situation of spending time on cell phones doing nothing. I also said the same thing to families. I do counseling, by the way. I'm a social worker, I told you as well, isn't it? So all of these things, I have time for them. I say to families, teach your children to be off screen for a certain period of time. Give them assignments or things to do so that they're not always sitting on the phone. You go to restaurants these days, you find families sitting, they've come out as a family to go and have dinner, but they hardly speak to each other. They're all of them on the phone. Is that right? Is that how you should use your time? Definitely not. So time management for me is I allocate everything to the time that I have, the 16 hours, the 17 hours, the 18 hours that I have in my life. I want to do something and make a difference in my life. So that's the encouragement that I will give. I hope I've answered your question.
Good afternoon. My question goes to Ms. Sherry. So I'm in the 2024 cohort for Kectil, and each time we're supposed to answer assignments, there is a strong emphasis that is placed on not using AI to answer our questions. But yesterday, you talked of incorporating AI in the Kectil program. So does it mean that going forward, we'll be allowed to use AI in answering our assignments? Because you say that if you use AI, you don't learn. So you say it's unethical to use AI. So, but yesterday you got a different.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. What we say in the assignments is that we want the product of your own mind when you write the answer. We don't care what you can get on ChatGPT or what you can get on, Copilot or one of the other ones, Gemini. That doesn't help you. If you type something in and then you give us that answer, you have not been helped at all. AI should be used to research facts that you might need, or to do, get basic information so that you can think about the answer. Okay. So our instructions stand that you can use AI to check facts, but you can't use AI to answer the questions. Okay, and that's what we stand by. With regard to integrating AI into the Kectil program, that's for doing. That's going to be for doing different kinds of things. For example, we have a lot of people in the program. Okay, there are certain people, and maybe even certain people in this room, who will do the first assignment and then they drop off. And then we don't hear from them. And they don't do the second assignment, or they might not do the third assignment. And part of AI is going to be integrated to see who's getting their assignments done. And then to give gentle nudges to the people who we think are falling off the grid and saying, wow, we really value your thoughts. Please come back in, get active, do your work. We'd like to get your assignment. And so that's something that can be done much more efficiently by AI than by human volunteers who have to go through and check every assignment and see who's responding to the assignments. We want to keep the activity, and then the AI can also report back to us the list of who's answering their assignments, and then the list of who's kind of falling off from the program. And when we look at it, it's not because we're trying to discipline or chastise the person who's not doing the work. It's because we really want to hear their answers. You know, we want all of the youth to answer all of their assignments all year. Okay, that's a good use of AI, just to look for data analytics, basically, within our program. Okay, we can use AI, as we said, for language translation. Okay, we're trying to begin to integrate that now. There are populations of people that the Kectil program can't get to because they don't speak English. Right now, Kectil is only an English-speaking program. And so we're trying to see how we can reach those other people. With regard to my comment yesterday, that does not mean you can go on AI and get the answers to your assignments. Don't do that. We also have ways to check that, by the way. You can use AI to find out if you're using AI, okay? Yeah. So don't think we're not watching you.
Be quick, hurry up.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel. My question, I would like to direct it to Mr. Sangith. I would like to pose this question on behalf of the other aspiring entrepreneurs here present. So, as aspiring or budding entrepreneurs, what methods can we implement to have a better comprehension of market research and client feedback when we are starting our businesses or the business that we intend to start?
Thank you for that question. Yes, client feedback. The most important step while you're starting your business is the journey from 0 to 1. How do you transform your business when you are 0? When it's just an idea in your head? Because ideas are nobody's monopoly. Ideas are nobody's monopoly. When the inventor of telephone, Alexander Graham Bell, went to file a patent, Great invention. At that particular point of time, nobody was talking on telephone. Telephone was completely unknown. When he went to file the patent, he filed the patent. In about 1 month, there were 5 similar patents who came in to be filed. Can you imagine? When Alexander Graham Bell was thinking about telephone, there were at least 5 people who succeeded in inventing telephone. Ideas are nobody's monopoly. When you are thinking about one idea, world over, at least 1,000 people are thinking about exactly the same idea. There is nothing unique about your idea, unfortunately. So the trick is not in your idea, but in implementation. So the first step of implementation, 0 to 1. 0 is when it is just an idea. 1 is when you get your first customer. The customer number 1. So if you really do not have time, resources for market research, what I would actually suggest is that go ahead and implement your idea. And then once you acquire the first customer, keep figuring out what that particular customer wants. Linger on with that customer for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months before you get your second customer. So the first point which I'm saying, 0 to 1, most important. Second, once you go from 0 to 1, you then figure out that that's not the idea which works at all. You need to make modifications for the idea. Netflix, which started out completely different, read about Netflix. It started out as a completely different firm which had nothing to do about films. How it became Netflix. Uber, at some point of time, they started out as something which is called a black car. If you've got a Mercedes, if you've got a BMW, you can rent it out because there are people who would want to go to the airport in style. But now, Uber is a very different from where it started. So you do your multiple iterations and then you get to a point which is very sticky, which in startup world you call it as pivot. So keep doing iterations. So there are only 2 points which I discussed. The first one, 0 to 1. Second one, iterate until you pivot. Thank you.
If you allow me to make comments on that particular question, because it fits into my area of interest, I'd also like to share some advice to the gentleman who asked the question. So ideas are sharpened in the market. Just to emphasize on what Sangeeta has said, you need to do 2 things. Learn the skills of making sales, and like you heard before, that a sale is when you get the money. And then number 2, you learn data points in your business. So sales and data. And by data points, especially at the beginning, is through customer feedback. So establish areas of feedback in your products that you want to get, and then through those data points, conduct what Sangeeta has mentioned as iterations. And then I recommend for you to go and check out the design thinking process that will help you be able to go step by step to conduct iterations at different points. Perhaps it could be at the prototype level, at the ideation, or even at the point you're empathizing with the customer. So, thank you.
Okay, my name is Jonathan Shlembo. I'm studying the Bachelor of Pharmacy at the University of Zambia. Okay, my question goes to Mr. Mwansachalo. You correct me if maybe I'm mistaken to what you said. I heard something like your platform as Dunia Healthcare, it is there to help health facilities in terms of buying pharmaceutical and other healthcare things. So what are some of the things or measures that you've put in place to help places that are far, that have bad road and transport network in our country for them to acquire and have the same services? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I taking it, or are there more questions to MC? I can take it? Okay, all right. That's a very good question, and it's the biggest headache that we have in our healthcare system, which is rural areas, okay? 60% of our people are in rural areas, 60%. Only 40% of us are in urban areas. But you have a lot of problems with the logistics system into the rural areas. And so we like to think of this in sort of first principles, okay? Why is that a problem? Aside from the road itself, we can find our ways to navigate around the roads. But why aren't wholesalers and manufacturers of pharmaceutical products actually setting up stores in rural areas? It's largely a geographic topology problem, which basically means that the way that the geography is, or the way that the population is situated in rural areas is so much that it's so sparsely populated that it doesn't make it commercially viable for you to set up a shop there. You've got small pockets of demand that are spread out in large areas. That's the problem. So how do you solve such a problem? This is a problem that was sorted before in the telecommunications industry. They had a similar problem. Airtel found it very expensive to set up camp in rural areas. MTN found it very expensive to set up camp in rural areas, so there was no network in the rural areas. But how do they solve that problem? They get a third party to set up camp in the rural areas and create a rail for all of them to use. MTN can use that tower, Airtel can use the tower, Zamtel can use the tower. What does that one particular project do? They aggregate the demand. So you've got demand in all of these different areas. You aggregate it to a point that it is commercially viable. That's what we're doing for the rural areas. We have an anchor client in the Catholic Church who have distribution, or they have distribution points in the rural areas, okay? But all of those come to Lusaka to make their procurement. Some of them are moving 1,000 kilometers to come to Lusaka to come and procure medication. We said you don't have to do that. What we'll do is all the 75 of them, send us your orders. We have partnerships with the wholesalers. You get bulk orders now, and so you get discounts on that. So that's a saving in itself. The wholesalers get to give their prices on those big orders, and then we run the distribution to them. And all of these other private pharmacies and health facilities in the rural areas are able to tap into that system. I can tell you this for a fact. Once we are successful with this project, we'll have the second largest distribution system in the country, only second to the government, into the rural areas. So that's how we're solving that.
Thank you.
We take only about 2 questions, then we are done. Please pass the mic.
Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth, and this is a personal question which I want to direct to Mr. Sangeth, but any of the speakers can respond. So as a young breadwinner, I wanted to find out what strategies can I put in place as I am trying to scale up my business, at the same time affected by what is commonly known as black tax here in Africa, where I have responsibilities for family. So the situation is I have one stream of income which is like constant, and every time I have to channel these finances to my family. But I'm also looking at scaling up my business. So what strategies can I put in place for the long run so that I can scale up my business? Thank you.
I would like to take it because you've mentioned black tax. I don't want to use the word black tax because all of us as Africans, we are a product of families, right? My brother sent me to school, so automatically I'll send his children to my school. That's the way it has worked out. Our parents invested in us so that we could as well do that. Now the only question, if I'm not mistaken, a month ago I attended a function and you asked that question during Dumisani's show. You are not the one. Okay, so now if you're just starting your business and you have a problem of supporting your family as well as trying to scale up, you have a choice, right? If you give too much support to your family, you won't scale up. So you may deny them something for now so that you are able to establish yourself. When you grow to a point where you can do it, you're not only going to help your family, but you also help communities and societies. So for now, if you focus so much on your family, the impact you make will only end in the family. You never help society. So the choice is yours.
Just one more question.
My name is Dorcas, and my question is directed to Mr. Guguni, Mr. Roderick, and Madam Sherry. So yesterday, Mr. Cyril, I don't know if I've pronounced that correctly, brought out the aspect of following underprivileged communities with the Kectil program. So is there a possibility of seeing that incorporated and being implemented in the Kectil program? Thank you.
Can I just repeat your question because Mam Shais is asking? That what is Kectil doing to impact kids in rural communities? Is right?
Yes, like he came here for the Kectil program, but not all youths are privileged to come to Mulungushi.
Okay. Yes. Okay, thank you. So I would like to answer that question. So Mr. Sirio and I, we are the core. And we have some kids here that he has been mentoring. And we accepted about over 50 kids from Matero. I don't know if they are some of the kids. Yeah, they are there. So like we just take anybody who's willing to learn. So there's no segregation. So whether you are in rural community or you are, I think, in urban areas, it's just your ability to learn. So we never say, I think just try to segregate people. So I think the answer is right there. So I think I can't say more.
Yes, and can we just? That's great. And I can add to that. It's a great question. How do we try to serve the underprivileged communities in Zambia as well as other countries, right? Other developing countries, and although we can't be all things to all people, we do as much as we can. And one thing we do is have the one-year Kectil program, which is absolutely free of charge to anyone who applies and has a reasonable application and fills in the entire application and answers the questions. They get a one-year free program of mentoring. And that doesn't depend on whether you live in a nice house in Lusaka or whether you live in the slum or whether you live in the underprivileged community. As long as you can do it on your phone, or you could do it in a laptop, or you do it together, you have access to the internet somehow, you can not only be trained for that 1 year, but then we have inspiring stories from that where youth from underprivileged backgrounds do every single assignment. They stand out from others. They end up being a regional coordinator for Kectil for their region, and that actually helps them get a job sometimes, because they can tell a potential employer that they've been working for a nonprofit organization, and they've been given a position of leadership. That means a lot on your CV. It means a lot. It can help open doors, and it also gives self-confidence. It helps with mental health, and it also will allow you to connect with youth and like-minded youth all over the world. So we hope that's a good contribution.
I'd also like to chip in, just to add on something that Sherry forgot to mention, and it's the Kectil centers, like the one here in Zambia. I think if the Kectil Center in Zambia was not established, probably the Mateo community couldn't have known about Kectil. And maybe there are people who have managed to attend the Kectil program within Zambia that couldn't have known about the online program. And the same is happening in Kenya, where the Kectil program now in Kenya, which has got a different model from the Zambian, we are moving into different regions of the country, engaging with the young people who are not able to come to Nairobi, the capital. And this is happening also in Papua New Guinea, where they are getting together in physical spaces, youth to come together to engage. So I think it's a game changer. These centers being established, it's a game changer compared to the global program. And it has been established as a beta test, and we've seen very good results reaching out to more youth globally. Thank you.
We also see in some remote areas, for example, Afghanistan, which is a very remote area, and it is now being challenged by the ruling of the Taliban, and the females and the young females in Afghanistan are isolated in their homes. Okay, we have over 60 females from Afghanistan in our program this year, and they're among the most active females from all over the world. They can't leave their house, they can't get a job, they can't go to a park, and they have to ask permission for anything they can do, anything they do. But one thing they can do is join the Kectil program, and they're coming in numbers, and it's absolutely awe-inspiring to see what the females in Afghanistan, isolated in their individual homes, are doing with the Kectil program. The number one person, not male or female, the number one person that got the most responses on the assignment was an Afghan female for the first assignment, an Afghan female. Okay, so we're reaching different youth in different remote areas of the world, and we're very, very excited about that.
So somebody insisted that they needed to ask one more question to Ma'am Sherry. I think it was that person. I think from this side.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is directed to Ms. Sherry, and you were speaking in the morning when you were talking about the patents and the corruption in the judiciary. So I believe that everyone in this room has got an idea, and everybody has an innovative and a brilliant idea. And some of them, if maybe half of, if not 3/4, you have written maybe proposals and they've submitted to maybe their constituencies or to their leaders. But what is actually happening right here, especially in Zambia, if not all developing countries, is the corruption that she has been talking about, corruption in the judiciary. You submit your proposal and somebody will even see like this is a brilliant idea. What they will simply do is they will just tell you like we'll get back to you. After that, then they will even take the idea. Somebody they know will take the idea. They'll give the person the idea. Then the person will implement it. Then the idea is out there and is even sourcing more money. But I'm the one who has come up with the idea. Now I can even try to take the idea or the issue to the courts. But the thing is, I'm still like trying to push. I have no money to get lawyers to stand for me. But these people, they are in better positions to get lawyers. Then they will simply just get lawyers. The lawyers will say this idea was developed maybe way back in maybe 2010. But me, I am the one who even know like I'm the pioneer of this idea. So is there anybody which is not actually in Zambia or maybe in other country, African country or developing country, but an international body that is working with youths with such cases whereby my idea has been taken, and I really know this is my idea that has been taken, and I have proof that I've submitted the idea to the certain person, but nobody is even there to wait for me. So is there an international body that is there to represent the youths with their ideas that we can run to in such situations? Thank you.
Well, if that is your individual story, I'm, of course, sorry to hear about your situation. In the area of patents, as Dr. McLean was talking about, there's an absolute novelty requirement, and that's a global requirement. So if you have an idea and you tell someone else about it, before you filed a patent application, you may not be able to get a valid patent on that idea unless you have a valid, what's called a confidentiality agreement in place or a non-disclosure agreement in place, and many informal arrangements don't have contracts in place, so we have to understand that. The patent goes to the first person who files the patent application. So what you have to do is you have to describe your invention in full and complete terms in the way that someone else reading it can replicate what your invention is. And then you have to run to the patent office and you have to get a stamp on that with a date on it that says that you're the first person who came up with that idea, and that's the date that you filed it in the Zambian patent office or in the ARIPO patent office if you're living in Zambia. That date then is good against every person in the world, because then you're the first person who filed for the patent application. If you're able to then get a patent through a repo, or you're able to even get an investment and file what's called a patent cooperation treaty application, which is something which will hold your rights worldwide. The very first thing that patent specialists like Dr. McLean or I would do was we would look at the front page and we'd see what day did you file that with the patent office. And if your date is May 4th, 2024, and these people who took the idea from you, they're working on it afterwards, and then you can get the patent on that, and then at least you have the first rights vis-a-vis everyone else, okay? If you don't have that piece of paper, if you don't have that, you have a tough time in the legal system, because you don't have any documentation that you were first. You're not the first inventor as it's defined globally. So there are a lot of pitfalls in the patent system that would be great for youth to know more about, so you can know how to protect your invention. Now, the second part of your question is there a global agency that works with youth to defend their patents? I don't know of one, no. I mean, I wish I could sit here today and tell you there's a global agency that does that, but I don't think there is. And one of the things I said today on the panel is that your patent is only as good as the court system in the country in which you're trying to defend it. If you have a court system which is honest and has integrity and is unbiased, then you can go in and you can defend that patent. And sometimes you can defend it, you may have to get a lawyer, you may, but if your invention is good enough, maybe they'll do it and take it on a contingency or take some equity or something like that. But there's a lot involved in how you develop innovation. It's complicated. It's complicated even for companies in the United States. There are different things. There's trade secrets, there's know-how, there's patents, just as Dr. McLean and I were talking about this morning. So there's not an easy path. There's not a global group that is going to go pay all your legal bills. Unfortunately, you have to learn from hard knocks what the legal system is. Okay, in fact, when I was preparing for the talk this morning about patents, so what did I do? I went on the internet and I Googled Zambia patent system. If I can do that, every person in the room can do that. You can read the laws of the Zambian patent system, which frankly go to the repo patent system because you're part of the African Regional IP Office. And you can figure out what those laws are. It's everything we were talking about today. It's the, lessons of hard knocks. And you have to put the sweat and equity into it to learn what the laws are. And you may get burned the first time. It sounds like you maybe just got burned. Okay, you may get burned the first time, but if you're smart, don't get burned the second time. Okay, the first time, shame on them. The second time, shame on me, right? So go back, learn what the rules are, and learn what the rules of the game are, and then play them. I think innovation and entrepreneurship go hand in hand. Innovation, creativity, and the patents and the patent system go hand in hand. As Zambia progresses and a repo progresses, we hope their patent system will get stronger and stronger, but through the court system. You remember, you get your patents through the patent system, you defend it through the court system. So you have to have a good system for both. If you're in the pharmaceutical area, you're not really in luck in a repo, because the WTO is given exemption from patent infringement through 2033. You're not going to get a patent, or if you get a patent, it's not enforceable till 2033. It's not going to do you much good. If you're looking for your idea, I hope it, number one, is outside of the pharmaceutical area, and number two, learn from the school of hard knocks. Go learn the law, get on the internet, and be savvy, and next time, you'll be the smartest guy in the room.
Good evening. How has been the two-day conference? Okay, great. So, first and foremost, thank you for this award. And when I received it, somehow I felt like a little bit of selfish, because all this program has not just been done by me. And yes, I have a team that I want to acknowledge who have been working with me. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge my three handmen. So I think I work closely with them. So I've been working with them for the past 3 years. And this is Samuel Kapesa, he's right there. I just stand up and just work. Yes, I think it's right there, yes. And actually, he keeps telling me that I just want to be part of whatever you are doing. Sure, you can come in front, yeah. And the other person is Joshua Konga. Where are you? So I think if Joshua is not here, he's working. Yeah, and also the other person is Timothy Kangwa. Yes. Yes, so these are my 3 handmen. So whatever I'm doing, or want maybe to delegate some work, I just give them. So I trust them. So thank you so much. And also I have another team that I want to acknowledge who have made this forum possible as well. So this is Judith Kangwa. She's, Judith, where are you? Yeah, she's right there. And also we have Chungu Musonda, where are you? Oh, she's right there. And we have also Mukakabanshi. Where are you? Oh, right there as well. And also we have Obed. Yes. And also he's a regional coordinator as well for Kectil program. And we have Rose. Rose, where are you? Yes. And also we have Solomon as well, who's taking the pictures. He has done an incredible job. Yes. I think we appreciate you. And last but not the least, we have my friend Mambo Mumba, who did the moderation. How did he do? Yes, so we just wanted to take this time to appreciate you for making this happen. And I remember when I passed by, that was on Thursday, around 22:20. So these guys were still here. So just try to make sure that everything was said. So we appreciate you so much. And also we appreciate the mentors who have been with us. Since we started Kectil, we have some few there like Yangeni, Ahmad, Mwansa, and also Mr. Benjamin, Mr. Ashu, and many others that I cannot mention because I cannot remember the names, but we also appreciate you. So without you, we don't pay you anything, but it is just your dedication to mentor the next generation. So we appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yes, so I think everybody stand up. We're about to give you something from Zambia, especially those who are from the outside. So the guys outside, I think they can come in. So you do what you feel. If you feel to jump on the devil, do it. Or if you feel to do whatever that you want to do. Yes, let's show our guests what we are capable of doing. So this is Zambia. Yes. Dancing, dance.
Just for people.
Obed.
Okay, come. Bring the other mic. Judy.
So like, if you feel like to come on the dance floor to show how to dance, come forward. Hello, Clevo, so bye to cada vila bite, cada vila bite, cada vila bite, cada vila bite, vila bite, cada vila bite. Bite, cada vila bite, cada vila bite, cada vila bite. Oh, come forward if you can. Yeah, challenger. So thank you all so much, and we have the global program as usual. This is a global virtual program, so the portal opens up in September, so you should follow the Kectil pages so that you don't miss out. So yes, so just go to kectil.com and you'll find more information. And we can start going upstairs, we grab some food, we do some reception, then we can go. So thank you so much. So upstairs, if you use the elevator, then you'll be able to go this way. Thank you.
Rodrigo. Grabbing your food again.
Excuse me guys, so you can just wait up. I'll direct you to where the cocktail party is happening from. Let me just make sure they open the door for the staircase to go up as well. So if you can just wait for a bit of time, then I'll direct you there.
Together from all around the world, standing together, united, divided, we fall. We may be different in colors, but together we are one. If we keep working together, we can change the world. Kectil has been reaching out to us, impacting lives. that we seek tomorrow. It's for me and you, we are the leaders. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Let us rise and stick to our